Chapter 16, Growing Fast. The next morning, Rita returned to collect Karl's homework before breakfast, and then came back with a small bag for their classwork. All right, I got you what I could to see if the resources actually help a pet beast grow faster than the average. This isn't going to be a short process. The wind speed hawk is going to need the whole semester to make it to awaken naturally, so if you can do better than that, you should get good marks on your training. We will still work on your martial arts skills though. If you get targeted by the opponents in a mock battle, you need to be able to defend yourself, and you do have at least one attack method of a magical variety. She informed Karl with a smile. Well, at least I'm not expected to run and hide while someone beats up Hawk. What did you manage to find us? Rita dumped the contents of the bag on the table, and Hawk went crazy in Karl's mind. There were 2 strengthening stones, an entire liter of infused monster blood, and 6 blue windstones that were giving off an incredible aura of power. The windstones were made by the headmaster personally. He was part of the first batch of successfully injected elites, and he is now an overlord-grade mage. He says that if the windstones really can be a cultivation resource for the windspeed hawk, he will gladly make you more, and look into ways to awaken more elites in the same direction. Rita explained, I take it back. Evil lady is actually nice lady. Hawk screeched as it stared at the buffet in front of it. Karl ignored the bird's antics in his mind, and placed one of the strength stones in a small dish full of monster blood. The energy seemed to seep from the stone to the soup. But Karl wasn't sure what to do with the windstones. You can't crush the windstones, it will break the spell, but if he just sleeps beside them, or wears one as a pendant, the mana should help, assuming he can use it anyhow. That's how the new air magic users do it. Karl called Hawk out, and the bird immediately went to the soup, and licked the entire bowl clean before turning its head to the windstones. Each was no bigger than the diamond on a wedding ring, but the energy contained inside was immense. Sleeping next to them shouldn't be a problem, and Karl could even make a little pouch to carry them around Hawk's neck. But the bird immediately ate one, and swirling winds began to build around the balcony, tearing leaves from trees and nearly knocking over planters for the smaller varieties, before Karl pulled Hawk into his mental space. What are you doing? He demanded of the tiny bird that was now radiating magical power. It's food. Amazing, powerful food. What else would I do with it if not eat it? Inside the space, winds whipped, and power flowed constantly from Hawk to Karl, strengthening his body as if he were the magical beast. But from the outside, from Rita's perspective, everything was calm, and Karl was meditating or distracted by his thoughts, with no sign of external stimulus. All she could do was patiently wait until an hour later, when Karl finally opened his eyes and gave an exhausted sigh. The windstones are indeed an excellent resource for Hawk. Come on out and let her see you, my friend. The windspeed hawk appeared on the table, looking exactly as it always did, with cream feathers covered in mottled brown patterns that matched the common trees of the forest. But now, it was much larger, as long as Karl's forearm, as a nearly full-grown windspeed hawk should be. It was also giving off the aura of an awakened-grade monster. Well, we can say for certain that feeding a windstone to a windspeed hawk will cause an immediate growth breakthrough, and it will progress from fledgling to a young adult state within a few hours. He's also starving again, and he has eaten everything I stored, so I'll pour him some more blood into the dish. Karl offered as an explanation. It really worked. There actually is a way to cultivate tame monsters. How do you feel? Is it a strain on your body? Did you gain anything from the process, perhaps more mana or a new power? Rita asked, ready to take notes for the academy. I feel stronger, but I don't know how to check my mana levels. Is there a device for that? Karl asked. No, the mages know instinctively, but I'm not a mage. We can bring you to one later, and they can give us a reading for the records. But meanwhile, you can try to use your abilities and see how long it takes for you to get tired. Karl ran off to the closet in his small room to get the gauntlets, and came back out. A quick flex of his arms gave him a sense of great power, and once he got to the railing he found that the resistance of the rend spell on his actions was negligible. He had more than enough strength to move his arm normally, and the 4 thick arcs streaked through the air and out over the academy courtyard. Impressive. That is definitely at the awakened rank in power, but how many times can you do it? If there is no stamina, the academy will classify it as a common class burst ability on your part, where it is an awakened ability for the hawk. Rita explained. 3 more at full power was enough to leave Karl panting, but he had an idea. Give me a few minutes to recover, and I think that I can do better. A short break, and a bit more to eat, had Karl back up to full strength, while Rita quietly made notes about his recovery speed. Karl tried again at half strength, and the drain on his energy was negligible. The feedback from Hawk was enough that Karl felt he could do this for hours, but instead he did it a dozen more times, alternating hands and directions of the cuts, as if he was shadowboxing with rend as the strikes. 15 minutes at half output. That's still common grade strength, but on the strong side of it, and it looks like you are improving as the hawk improves. Once he is stronger, you should really become an awakened level fighter, or rather beast tamer, with the advantage of an awakened level beast to help you. Not bad for the first week, right? If you leave those resources here, I think that we can do better by the end of the month. We might even have enough strength to fight with some of the second-year students by the time the exams come around. Rita laughed at Karl's enthusiasm. You had better make time in your day for combat training then, or even with Hawk you'll get beaten to a pulp. She had a point. This whole beast-taming thing would be a lot easier if he had a giant rhino or something scary in front of him. Chapter 17, Proper Training Regimen. Hawk went straight for the windstones again, once nobody was paying attention, and grabbed another. But this time, it didn't integrate into his body in the same sudden rush. Instead there was a steady flow of wind magic from the stone to the bird, and its body seemed to be adapting to the excess energy at a much slower rate. Does it only work that well once? That was a pretty high-level resource, compared to Hawk, so perhaps it damages the body when it is used in such an abrupt manner. Rita suggested, while flipping her short black hair out of her eyes. That's possible, I can't really tell, and Hawk doesn't understand either, he just wants the stones. I will ration them out for him, so he gets a new one when the old one is absorbed. Karl agreed. That would be a while, as after he ate the second stone, Hawk was begging to be let back into the mental space to sleep off its overindulgence. Food coma, Karl explained, when Rita gave the disappearing bird a confused look. She sighed and shook her head. That's not part of a proper training regimen, but today we can forgive it since he had such a large breakthrough. I approve of your diet plan, and the infused blood will be brought to you regularly, along with a new strength stone, in a few weeks. Hopefully this one lasts because that's as fast as we can get another. It looks like your abilities are very fast-growing, but equally resource-intensive. Perhaps if you grew naturally at the rate of the contracted beast, you could do it with only food resources. But from what we know of the wild magical beasts, they also need to eat some rare objects, or absorb strange energies to reach the higher ranks naturally. What Karl really needed was a way to improve the Hawk so it could beat other monsters at its level, and not just keep growing. They were likely to have to face beast packs and invasions in the future, and one monster on their side against 10% on the other would mean very little to their chances of winning. Being able to work together was a nice start, but not enough to be considered a truly powerful sort of existence on his own. Hawk snorted in amusement in his mind. What other Hawk of my level is so good with its magic, or so majestic in flight? I know you're the best, but I'm trying to think of ways to make us even better, Karl countered. Hawk went quiet as he thought about it. Hawks only needed one skill, the ability to kill their prey, but he supposed that more ways to kill his food wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Maybe if he watched other birds do it, he could find ways to do it better. The Windspeed Hawk wasn't sure that was even possible, but it wanted to make Karl happy, so it was willing to try to use rend in new ways. Can we go down to the training areas? I think that the more we see actual combat while we're training, the easier it will be to come up with ways to make ourselves better, Karl suggested. Hawk wasn't going to be coming out for a while, so he might as well train himself while he had the chance. Rita led him out of the dorms and out into the field on the opposite side from his balcony. There was a large training area there, with stone squares in the open field, and a large group of students were training unarmed combat techniques there. They were all second-year students, and very good at what they were doing, but just watching them gave Karl ideas on how he and Hawk could work together to overcome them. We're going to try something different today. Since you have a range skill of sorts, I want to start you on defensive basics. If you're fighting from a distance without magical armor skills like the mages learn, then you need to have a way to block. Today, we will practice blocking incoming attacks with your claws. The more you practice, the better you will get. Think of it like learning to play catch. Just hit the incoming attack with your own. Somehow that friendly description sounded extremely sinister to Karl, especially when she led him away from the unarmed combat field and toward a huge bunker. There are mages at your level training here. Stronger common class students that are close to breaking through to awakened. They might have a bit more stamina than you do since they've been practicing longer, but it takes less to deflect the attacks than to form them. Now, at first, they will be firing down the training hall above your head. Don't worry, they shouldn't miss the target entirely at their level. Just do your best to deflect them off target. The mages nearby glared at Sergeant Rita as she said those words. Who was she to come in here and interfere with their training? They were already at the bottom of their class, but now she was bringing in some newbie hotshot just to mess with them. All right, seniors, I apologize for the inconvenience. Karl apologized as he felt the glares directed his way. It is training for the mages as well. It's one thing to just hit a target, but in the real world, targets will defend themselves. Being able to work around the defense to land a solid hit is also a necessary skill, Rita added. In the end, she was a teacher, and they didn't have any say about her intentions for their training, but the thought that this was a real-world exercise, while they had been mostly abandoned to their own devices as the weakest of the elites, was somewhat reassuring. Rita led Karl to the other end of the training grounds, where a dozen targets were lined up. Alright everyone, here's the goal. You just need to land hits on the targets, the same as always. But this time, Karl here will be doing his best to deflect those shots and keep them from landing. With a dozen of you and one of him, it shouldn't be hard, but he needs the stamina training to help stabilize his foundation. Have fun, and don't be afraid to push yourselves to find new ways to get to the target. They started casting as soon as she finished speaking, and Karl frantically began to cast, rending blades at low output, letting them crash into the various spells. Some were deflected, some were only slowed, and some pushed through on their own with only a slight loss of power. It all depended on the element and the power of the spell as to what happened. Fire and water were the hardest to deflect. They just passed over with a loss of power, where ice, earth, and other solid objects could be easily knocked off course. The next time, he only used one rending claw per attack to save mana, but increased the power of each as he swatted aside and nullified the attacks. Karl panted with exertion inside. That was a mistake. The power needed was an exponential increase compared to the increased output. It was better to hit a target with multiple small attacks than one big attack. The mages were actually beginning to enjoy themselves, as they realized that he wasn't some wonder genius sent here to humiliate him, and that he was a newbie working on his mana control, just like they had been all last year. Chapter 18. Playing the Game. With everyone limited in stamina and magical power, there were constant breaks, which also became part of the game that was played between Karl and the mages. He would sit down to recover, but still swat at attacks if someone got lazy, and an attack was particularly weak or slow-moving. In the eyes of the supervisor, the lone teacher assigned to watch over the dozen mages in this class, it was the best motivation that they had seen in months. None of these students were good at self-motivating, and their abilities weren't strong enough to get them a personal instructor, even one at the low level that Sergeant Rita had reached. To his trained gaze, the warrior with the rending claws was likely to overtake her in power by the end of his first semester, while she had taken 3 years to make it to the middle of ascended rank combat power. Sergeant Rita was no genius when she had to learn magical powers, but she was a great martial artist, and from what he could see, a superb teacher. Not only had she motivated her own student, it was motivating his as well. Karl and the others trained together until lunch, after which the mages would be moving to theoretical training to help them learn new spells, and Karl would be moving on to either close combat training or theory classes on how to care for a magical beast, and research assignments on the chances of increasing its power more than its species would normally allow. Come with us for lunch. It looks like you awakened a pretty cool combat ability right from the start with the ranged claw attacks. Most warriors are boring until they're at least reaching the end of the awakened rank, and they can start to hit targets more than 2 meters away from them. One of the mages informed Karl. She was a tall and buxom blonde, but with the growth spurt that he had undergone the last few days, she was only a little taller than he was now, and Karl had hopes that he would reach an acceptable height before he had enough classes with others that his reputation as a shorty would precede him. At the very least, everyone seemed to respect his abilities. None of them seemed to notice that Karl covered an entire plate of raw meat in a drizzle of mana-infused monster blood, or that it simply vanished into thin air. They were all more eager to discuss the ways that they had thought of to use their spells to get around his defenses. I think that if we increase the speed and fire them as double balls instead of a single, we can get at least one through to the target. One of the mages was suggesting. Better if you send them a few meters apart, so that the other claws don't hit. Or better at slightly different speeds, that will make it harder to guess when they will arrive. Another mage sighed. His specialty was ice, and he had a terrible time getting the ice shards to hit the target when they were so easily knocked off course. This is a different cafeteria than I'm used to. Where are we? Karl asked. Oh, this is the cafeteria in the mage district. There's another in the warrior training area as well for students who are a long way from the dorm cafeteria at lunch. The foods at each are totally different because they are specialized for the different groups. The warrior one has more nutrition-based options, designed to build muscle, while ours is more mana-rich. The one at the dorm is a mix of everything, but mostly it's used by the students who study in their dorms all morning, the non-combat elites. The tall blonde explained. That's good to know. I have to train everything, but today I definitely need the extra mana. I'm Karl, by the way. Molly, the blonde replied, formerly known as Gertrude Dingwall. One of the boys teased. But now I'm Molly, it's on my ID card. The blonde replied in an annoyed tone. You don't have to put your real name on the sheet, you see. She asked if she could change it when she was on the train, and the guard said they'd call her anything she wrote there. Legend has it that some prankster a few years ago was known as Tater Salad for an entire year, before he could get his card changed. One of the other mages informed Karl with a giggle. Hawk sighed in contentment as he feasted on the upgraded lunch package, courtesy of the red sauce that the not-so-evil lady had left for him. And Karl sat and joked with the mages for an hour before Sergeant Rita came to inform him of his next training task. We will see you all tomorrow morning, but for the afternoon Karl has actual combat training to do. He might have a ranged attack magic, but the academy has determined that he is still a warrior class. The mages made praying motions, wishing Karl the best of luck on surviving warrior training as well as ranged casting practice in a single day, then slowly made their way to theory classes with a renewed motivation to learn new spells that would get past his defense. Karl had been getting better all morning, but they all had thoughts on how to evade his defensive abilities. As they walked out across the grounds, Rita smiled at Karl's concerned look. Relax, it won't be so bad. We're going to the first-year unarmed combat classes. It's just basic martial arts, and most of them have very little skill. Your physique is miles beyond most of the other newbies, so you shouldn't have too many problems adapting. Plus, I brought you one more resource that I scooped from the mage class instructor. It's a memory drop, a condensed focusing spell that makes it easier to memorize things. It's not powerful magic, but it's incredible for studying. The mages get them as a reward when they do well on tests. Chapter 19, Unarmed Combat Training. Ah, Rita, welcome. It's good to see you back here as a teacher instead of a student. Who is this that you've brought with you? The instructor, a small but muscular man in his late 40s, asked. Chances are he wasn't part of the elite. He was too old to have been chosen even a decade ago. But if he was a martial arts expert, he would be the perfect person to be training new recruits. They wouldn't be stronger than he was, and they knew basically nothing, unless they happened to have some special training at home, with the hope that they would be in the lucky 5% that managed to gain an affinity to mana from the injection. That was a fairly big risk to take, but some would surely have done it just in case. Karl, he's an agility-type warrior with a ranged magical attack that utilizes the claws on the gauntlets. It has proven quite versatile, and since it's a gauntlet-type weapon, he should fit in fairly well in your unarmed combat classes as well. Rita explained. Well, that sounds like it's a properly versatile skill set. Alright, let's see what you can already do, and what you still need to learn. The instructor agreed. Karl laughed and Rita smirked. They both knew that he knew nothing, but with the enhancement that he had been getting from Hawk, at least he might not embarrass himself. The instructor noticed his uneasy look and smiled. Don't worry too much, it's unarmed combat. Just leave your gauntlets over there, and we can spar a little. If you're a complete newbie, just do what feels right, and that will tell me what way is best to help you develop. Yeah, swoop down from above and break his neck, Hawk added. Not helpful, I can't fly, then jump or something. I don't know, Hawk pouted. Karl set his gauntlets off to the side, and took a combat stance that he had learned from Rita on the first day. At least he now knew how to throw a punch without hurting himself, but they would have to see how the actual match went. The instructor threw a sudden punch, and Karl swatted it aside as Rita had told him, then counterattacked with a punch of his own, which the instructor simply sidestepped to evade. For a man who couldn't be an elite, he was insanely agile, and Karl's follow-up punch also missed, making him think that Rita had been taking it even easier on him than he had first suspected. The instructor's knee caught Karl in the midsection, forcing him back, but he swung his leg out in a sweep, trying to knock the instructor over. He misjudged the range, but being down low let him block the next knee, and tackle the instructor, who was only a little taller than Karl was. Be the wrong move as the man caught him, and then suddenly Karl was spinning through the air to land on his back. Dust puffed up around him as the wind left his lungs and Karl gasped, but rolled to his feet. Not bad, kid, I've got a good idea of how you like to fight now, so we will put you with the mixed martial arts group. Those stand-up fighters do well against soldiers, but it looks like you will be better in bar brawls and nastier fights against monsters. It might seem counterintuitive, but with your speed and power, a punch to the head will stun many common monsters, and grappling skills can be adapted to keep their claws away from you. It's not an offensive art, you have your range attacks for that, but if they get past that, I think we can teach you to defend yourself. Somehow, punching a magical beast in the face seemed like an awful idea, but if the option came down to that or being bitten, he supposed it wasn't all that bad. Rita, come over here and give us a hand. Your student needs to learn the basics of the style, and we've already got an even number of students. Sergeant Rita looked like she had been prepared to sit this class out, but when she was called, she didn't resist. Not many of these new students would be Karl's match anyhow, and it would just be bullying for him to spar with the ones who didn't receive a large initial physical boost. Once again, Karl found himself headed back to the cafeteria for dinner, totally exhausted, sore in every muscle, and barely able to walk. But the memory water was working, and he could recall each of the 50 techniques that he had been shown that day with perfect clarity, along with the proper way to use them. After a few more weeks of training, so his body remembered it as well, he might even be able to consider himself a trained amateur fighter. Karl sat down alone at a table, but he was soon joined by other members of the unarmed combat class. Man, you won the lottery with that awakening. Didn't you? It's the first week, but you're already so fast, and you even got a personal trainer. One of the boys from the mixed martial arts group greeted him. Karl laughed. I got a personal trainer because my marking is different from any of the others, and they had no idea what sort of skill I was going to get, so I was tossed a personal trainer, and we're just guessing our way through it. Most of you guys should have gotten the grappler or monk marks, right? The open hand or the staff over the fist? The small group at the table nodded. Yeah, the initial skills are crap, but at least it was easy to awaken. All you need to do is punch something, and I managed that before I even got out of bed. I gave a fist pump in joy and hit the shelf, and that was enough to awaken my mark. Plus, we get a load of extra stamina. Even if we can't get to the most powerful ranks, we can at least grow up to be popular with the ladies. One of the other boys laughed. It's better than nothing, but sitting around all day talking about magic symbols like the mages sounds like much more fun than working my butt off learning martial arts and body-strengthening skills. One of the other students laughed. Your head hurts trying to do basic math. You'd never survive as a mage. It has to be easier than getting beat up every day. I'm a lover, not a fighter. The boy complained. We all know you've never done that either, so you might as well learn to fight. Chapter 20, Wind Stone. While Karl lay in bed, wondering how he was going to deal with the mage class in the morning, Hawk was busily finishing absorbing the wind gem that he had been given. With the level difference between the hawk and the stone, it should be giving him all sorts of benefits. But after the first stone, which brought him to the awakened level, there wasn't much change. His mana levels were steadily growing, which was pulling Karl up with him, but nothing as shocking as the first stone. It was with great regret that the generous offer of resources was wasted that Karl fell asleep, only to be awakened before dawn, as a surge of magic flowed through his body. Skill gained, Windshield. The absorption of the stone had granted Hawk a new skill, though the new spell was unavailable to Karl, at least for now. Now that's more like it. Another spell for you, and that is one that a normal wind speed hawk wouldn't manage to learn. Congratulations. Karl cheered for the bird, who was already settling back down to sleep. It had managed to comprehend better magic with the help of the stone, and now it had no intention of being awake while it wasn't hungry. Unfortunately for Karl, he wasn't so lucky, and the excitement kept him awake for hours, letting him get back to sleep just before the alarm went off to get ready for breakfast. You're looking chipper this morning, aren't you sore? One of the boys from the combat training class asked. I recovered pretty quickly. It's all just a matter of eating enough to keep up with your needs. Karl laughed as he pointed to the plate in front of him. After the breakthrough yesterday, his appetite had grown much larger, and again this morning his clothes were a size too small. Before he went for training, he was going to have to go to the supply room and get new uniforms that actually fit. Karl made his way to the laundry room, where the sign said they could apply for new uniforms, and was greeted by a very large woman in a raincoat. What do you need then? A bit early in the day for laundry, it won't be ready until later, and I'll put it in your room, she announced. Actually, I need uniforms that fit. I've been growing like crazy since I arrived, and neither of the ones I was given fits anymore. I can't even do up my shoes. I'm standing on the heel. Karl replied. Ah, right then. I'll get you sorted out. Just bring the others down to me later. The laundrywoman came back a few seconds later with 2 uniforms in fresh plastic bags and a pair of boots, plus a pair of shoes and sandals. If you turn out to be one of those giants, then you might need the sandals later. Just try to keep things in good condition, so I can issue them to the other students once they're all washed. Once you're settled through the growth phase, you should be fine. Karl returned to his room to change, and then went down to meet Rita for their morning visit with the mages. Hey Hawk, one do you think is more mana-efficient, Rend or Windshield? He asked. Rend, of course. But Windshield can block big things. And water balls. Stupid water balls, Hawk replied. Karl wasn't sure what the bird had been sleeping most of the morning yesterday, but there was a chance that the young bird was just moody and needed more attention. Why don't you come out and sit on my shoulder for the morning? We can block water balls together, Karl suggested, and Hawk was instantly out, sitting on the shoulder of his coat while impatiently rocking, waiting for them to get to work. I take it Hawk is going to join us for the day? Rita asked. He was feeling a bit caged in, waiting to be able to do something other than sleep and wait. I think it will be good training for him as well, and there are plenty of spells for him to block. Don't worry, he knows to block the spells, not to attack the casters. Rita laughed as she led them to the training grounds, where the mages were already assembled and waiting. You have a pet bird? That is just awesome. Will he be watching? That's a male windspeed hawk, right? One of the girls from the mage class asked. He is. His name is Hawk, and he will be helping me out today with the blocking duties. Karl agreed. The mages looked extra excited. They were wondering what a magical beast would do to block their attacks, but they didn't want to go find a wild one to find out firsthand. This was much safer, and they would be able to learn if the hawk's logic on what should be blocked was different from what a human's would be. The barrage began again, but with faster attacks, variable speed attacks, and multiple castings to try to get around Karl's defenses. As soon as the fight started, Hawk leapt up into the air and circled behind the target so that he could attack downward, the way that he was used to, and began targeting the water balls. Nobody else noticed at first, as there were only a couple of water mages, but they were quite certain that the bird had something against them. Hey, did that hawk just cast a windshield? I swear that it used a barrier spell when my water ball split to go around the rending blades. The water mage complained. It's a windspeed hawk. Since when do they have a barrier ability? One of the other mages laughed, and then saw his fireball simply dissipate against an invisible shield. Damn it, they do have a wind shield. Alright, I've got a counter for that. The fire mage raged, while the other mages laughed, and the hawk screeched happily. His next attack was 3 fireballs, split in speed so they wouldn't be easily blocked. Hawk spread his toes and swung his foot, sending a trio of rending blades out to intercept. They hit all 3 fireballs at once, and the other mages cheered. Man, he's good. No wonder people tell horror stories about trying to get away from bird-type monsters. Chapter 21. Outside? No, keep working. After the skills training with the mages finished, and they had all managed to drag themselves to lunch, exhausted but satisfied with their progression, Karl began to mentally prepare himself for the afternoon skills training. Hawk was happily resting on the table with a chunk of roasted meat, but Karl could tell that the bird's mind had already wandered to the monster blood-treated delicacies that had been stored in the taming space for him to snack on all afternoon, while his leader learned how to fight. Do you think that they will let you go out with the newbie training patrols? I know that you're training alone, and on a different learning program than everyone else in the first-year class. But we also heard the teacher talking today about how they might black badge you soon, and then you'll be able to lead a group into the woods. The actual classes always have wilderness assignments, but they can't go without an awakened or stronger team leader, so most of the first years have to beg for favors from the upperclassmen, or wait until the teachers organize an outing. One of the girls asked. She was also a black-badged awakened mage, but looked older than many others in the misfit mages class, so she might be in her 3rd year, not her 2nd. I will have to ask Sergeant Rita about it. I didn't know that the others had to leave the academy grounds to do things in their 1st year, so it's all news to me. Other than the combat training class where I don't actually spar with many of the other students because I'm physically strong and untrained, you guys are the only student interaction that I have. Karl explained. Oh, that makes sense. This early in the year, you wouldn't be doing much of anything but learning the basics. It's mostly the alchemists, druids, garden witches, and such that have to go outside into nature to train. Their skill set requires it. The mage agreed. Yeah, and the more esoteric mages often don't leave the library for more than an hour or 2 a day for their entire time at the academy. They just learn as much as they can about spells, and then never actually use them for anything. I should have worked harder to be one of them. It would be less exhausting. One of the boys added. If you can, you definitely want to go outside, though. There are all sorts of good things out there, especially for a meat lover like Hawk, and you'll get extra credit for leading the group, which you can spend at the supply room. Sergeant Rita's voice came from behind Karl. Are you lot trying to steal away my student? He's got a long way to go before he's ready to go out into the wilderness unaccompanied. The mages laughed, and everyone pointed at the bird on the table. Did you know that the windspeed hawk can use wind barrier? With that in rend, it's already tougher than most of us. Plus, it's a magical beast, and there's still a whole Karl to go with it. One of the mages explained. Rita gave the mages a stern look that said she wasn't going to be changing her mind on Karl going on wilderness outings, no matter whether he got the black badge or not. Your plates are empty, and Hawk has finished basking in the attention, so pack him away and get to the training class. We will be testing your memory today. Rita ordered, then left Karl to clean up and follow behind her. Looks like the mention of going outside got her upset. I'll see you all tomorrow. Karl laughed as he transferred Hawk back into the taming space. He could do that from a distance, but he wasn't sure just how far it worked from, as he hadn't tried it from more than across the room. That was another skill that he would have to practice with Hawk eventually, once their bond and bodies were strong enough that they could operate individually and didn't have to rely on each other for everything. Well, maybe they wouldn't wait on the bodies to get stronger. Windspeed hawks were better known for their skills than their durability, but the sentiment was the same. Karl jogged down to the training area, where Sergeant Rita was waiting for him with a few older students, and the regular class was just beginning to assemble in the locker room to get changed. Give me 2 minutes, and I will be back out. He called as he saw the sergeant already changed and waiting. Bare feet and shorts, shirt optional. One of the older students called back. That was the normal sort of training outfit for the mixed martial arts class, so Karl didn't think much of it as he got ready and came back out. Not bad, still young, but a good bit of muscle mass, lean and solid. One of the older students noted when Karl returned without a shirt. It would just get in the way while sparring, so he was carrying it with his towel and water bottle, both sourced from the shelves in the changing room, along with the training outfit. Rita looked over Karl and the training group. All right, first we will start with a quick sparring session to see how much of your training you actually managed to remember. I remember. Giving you some resources that will help you retain knowledge, so I have high expectations. Karl couldn't tell how strong these students were supposed to be when everyone was in training outfits, but the boy he was paired up with was only a little larger than he was, and slightly more heavily muscled. None of the students in this training class were pure bodybuilder physiques. it would interfere with their flexibility. That didn't mean much when there were supernatural abilities involved. Many of the warrior classes got strong physical enhancements as they practiced, as good or better than the feedback that Karl got from Hawk. This will be a 3-minute round. Now, start, Rita announced. His opponent darted out a jab to test Karl's reaction speed, which he blocked while moving forward for a knee strike. Being smaller, it was to his advantage to get as close as he could, where the other boy's reach advantage didn't mean anything. He had learned that yesterday while getting beaten up by Rita. He only knew a few strikes, punches, knees, and elbows, along with a few blocks, but hopefully it would be enough to get him through the next 3 minutes. The older boy aimed a strike at Karl's head, which he ducked under and punched toward the stomach. This opponent was fast, nearly as fast as Rita, and he danced out of the way instead of blocking, which allowed him to move out of Karl's punching range. It put Karl on the defensive as the boy counterattacked, but either he was weaker than Rita, or he was holding back, and he didn't manage to land a solid hit for the next minute as Karl threw a few kicks and tried to get back in close again. It wasn't working. The boy had figured out the trick to keeping Karl away with knee strikes, and the two were at an impasse when the round ended. Not bad, but neither of you could land a hit to save your lives, Rita admonished them. He's short and stupidly fast. If you want someone who can beat him up in a sparring match, ask the monk classes, not me, the boy complained. Chapter 22. Situational Awareness. After 2 hours and a dozen opponents, Rita finally stopped calling more people to the ring. All right, I have the combat data that I need. It looks like Karl here has a pretty good memory and instinct for someone who has clearly never won a fight before in his life. That's good enough for us to get started on the next round of instruction, she announced. The next round? What exactly are we going to have to do next? I'm already struggling to win a fight here unarmed. I'm not sure that throwing more knowledge at me is going to help, Karl asked. Rita laughed at Karl's concern. No, we're not going to force you to learn even more in the next few days. Instead, what we will be doing is tying everything that you have learned into one practical lesson and then grinding it into your brain until it is impossible for you to forget it. You need to be able to block attacks while fighting and work with Hawk at the same time. Like a mage that has been tasked with both offense and defense, you'll be working overtime, and you need to build your situational awareness. Karl nodded like he understood, but Rita saw right through his subterfuge. What I mean is that you must be aware of where all threats are at all times, or either you or Hawk could get yourselves into a lot of trouble. You're not indestructible, and enemies will try to lay traps for you. That means you can't let the Hawk act freely on instinct. They will know what to expect from that. You have to guide him while also protecting yourself and maintaining a solid offense so that you can fight your way out of trouble if it finds you, Rita explained. Well, that sounds like a lot of work, so it must be important. How am I going to do that? Karl asked. Practical skills training class. You will have accuracy and speed training with the mages in the morning, martial arts training in the afternoon, and then an entire day of practical skills training every week. Now tomorrow is normally the odd day for most students, where they take their elective subjects instead of their core training. For you, that means practical skills. Then the day after is an off day, so catch up on rest and healing, and you'll be back with the mages on Monday morning. At least there was still an off day. Now, you can call it an early day and go get something to eat. Tomorrow will be a long one, and the first time is always the hardest. But trust me, this class will be important for you, especially if you start collecting more monsters on your side, Rita added, then walked away. Karl wanted to argue that he could do perfectly well like the mages that he worked with, just doing theory for half the day and practical skills for the other half. But that didn't seem to be an option now that he had been singled out as having a unique skill. The fact that he was currently one of the strongest freshmen briefly entered his mind, but as Karl hadn't actually interacted much with the other new students, his skills could only be compared to the second-year students, where even the misfits of the class could probably take him in a fight. It didn't feel all that impressive as a title. When he showered, changed, and finally got back to the student cafeteria for an early meal, there were a lot more students than usual hanging around, chatting and laughing. These were the other freshmen that Karl didn't usually see, who were still undergoing mostly theoretical training for the non-combat skills that they had awakened. Unlike the scorched, frozen, and bruised freshmen who would show up later, these looked surprisingly cheerful, though Karl could see that whatever they were doing was wearing them out, and they were mentally exhausted. "Oh, it's the first through the field. Why don't you come and join us?" one of the girls asked as Karl stepped into line behind her. "It looks like I already have a reputation." Karl laughed as more people turned to look at him. A boy a few places in front of him nodded. "They use your group as the example of what sort of courage and caution we are supposed to have. You all managed to make it all the way without any issues, other than the ones caused by other groups that weren't as good. The teachers want to make sure that we all know it too. And the others from your group, Dana, James, and Kruger, are already living the celebrity life in class. Well, mostly James and Kruger, since Dana disappeared into the library to do her mage training on the first day, and doesn't really come out much." The girl who had greeted Karl laughed. That's because she wants to find a way to reduce the casting cost of her magic, until she can use it for a whole fight. I told her that it's not realistic. Mages are burst damage sorts, blast it hard and hope it dies, but she's bent on being able to fight for longer without switching to area effects, which don't work well in a group. Karl shrugged. We've all got our own style, I guess, but being able to work in a group is important as well. I heard that later in the year everyone gets a chance to go out on missions for extra credit, and that is normally done in a larger group with one of the seniors. The students in line all nodded eagerly as the girl replied. We're looking forward to it. The extra credit isn't about marks in class. It can get you all sorts of special privileges. Well, it can get us all sorts, but I heard that you already have an assigned tutor and customized classes, so you don't need to worry about the two biggest ones that everyone wants. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. A full-time tutor means full-time customized classes on their schedule, not yours. I would love to be able to slack off. Karl laughed. The students around him snorted in amusement. Even without them, the teachers are right on top of anyone who tries to slack. It's like they know the instant that you're not working as hard as you could be, and they're trained to jump on you and make you catch up. The pure amount of homework that we all got the first few days because we treated class like school was insane. Chapter 23. Practically trained in a swamp. The next morning, Karl was waiting at the training grounds, just as Sergeant Rita had instructed, when a large group of first-year students arrived together, and a handful of senior students with black badges came walking in with casual smiles on their faces. Looks like we've got a new addition. Which group are you here to join? One of the black badge students asked. No idea. Sergeant Rita just ordered me to be here. Karl replied with a shrug. The students all gave him an assessing look, trying to guess what his skill and power level was at. But even with his recent growth spurt, he just looked like a handsome teen boy, not yet old enough to be called a young man. Then the teachers arrived. 2 mages and Sergeant Rita, who had a bundle in her arms as she walked over to Karl. Flip your coat inside out. You will be the flag carrier for Team 5. Here is your actual flag for the mission. Wear it as a cape, and I wish you luck. As I said, the first day is always the hardest. She informed him with a smile. Oh, we get a rookie for today's training? One of the senior students asked. The larger of the 2 mages, an old man who must have been a natural mage and not one of the injected elites, cleared his throat and everyone fell silent. Most of you know the rules. Odd-numbered teams are on defense. Protect your flags as well as you can. The flag carriers are your team leaders. Even-numbered teams are on offense. Your senior will lead the team. This is a group training exercise, as you alone won't be able to face down every threat that comes your way during training. Sergeant Rita will hand out the tokens at random, while the seniors know their numbers already. Senior Jeffrey is out on a mission, so Karl will be taking his place for the next few weeks. Rita walked through the groups of first-year students and passed out tokens, which everyone pulled from a bag. Then the students grouped up based on the token they drew. The fact that it was completely random, and that they wouldn't have any guarantees of a decent grouping, was already giving Karl a headache, but it looked like the others were well aware of the situation, and they were already making plans for how they would work with what they had. That was the point of the lesson. When there was an emergency call, whoever was close to the emergency answered. You didn't get to pick and choose a front guard, healer and mages. You just fought with what you had, and there was no extra time to figure it out. Karl's group was Dana, the mage girl who was behind him on the first day, along with 7 large boys that all had shields and hammers or spears. Oh, come on. One of the other students groaned as they saw the group forming. How did Group 5 end up with every defender in the entire class? One of the mages agreed. His group was 5 mages and 3 boys with short swords and daggers. If they were attacking, it wouldn't be too terrible, but they were Group 3, and they would have to defend a flag without anyone who could take an attack head-on. The flag carrier for Group 4 laughed and pointed at his group. 8 first-year mage girls, which left a grand total of 2 girls not on his team, Dana and a warrior in Group 2. But they had picked the numbers out of a bag, so if there was any trickery going on, it was not easy to detect. It looks like today's game will be an interesting one. Sometimes the luck of the draw means that you have to improvise. While Group 5 has the shields, they don't have a lot of mobility, and they only have 1 spellcaster. It's not impossible to overtake them and capture the flag, you just have to get creative. Karl draped the black flag with the Golden Academy logo on it over his shoulders as a cape, and tied it off, then joined his group to see what they could do. You will have 2 minutes to prepare, then we will move everyone to their starting positions. The older mage announced, while the other mage started to lay out a mat on the ground that had all sorts of fancy symbols drawn on it. Alright, what can everyone use for skills? With so many mages, it will be difficult to just turtle. They will target me pretty quickly. Karl asked. The joys of being the new guy. They'll all be gunning for you because you're the only leader who doesn't know what he's doing. I'm assuming that you've been training for this since we got here, but the other leaders are all in the 2nd and 3rd year. As far as skills go, I can create fog, or magic missiles. Dana explained, then swept her dark curls back from her face to tie them in a ponytail. We're all common warriors, and we've all got the same two skills, slash and guard. It's a thing that apparently happens every year because guard is the most common skill, and slash is easy to teach. One of the warriors explained. Alright, what does guard do exactly? At your level, that is. I'm not worried about how the dragon bulwark uses his in the movies. Karl replied. The students laughed at the thought that they might eventually manage to use the guard skill at the overlord level to create a barrier that could extend a whole city block. It covers an octagon about 3 meters across. It will take a couple of spells for the others to knock down, but if the attacking team leaders target one of us, we're pretty much screwed. The boy explained. Karl nodded. I expected as much. Does everyone remember the gladiator movies, the triple line formation, and the turtle shell? When we're attacked, form up to create an overlapping wall with your shields, and only when we're in trouble, use guard to block them out. Staying close together will make us harder to find, as long as we're not in an open field, while Dana and I will have to be the offense, unless they charge us. Dana sighed. You know, magic missile uses a lot of mana, I can't do it much. The fog is easier though, I'm pretty good at the fog. Is there natural fog where we're going? Karl asked. The others all shook their heads. Then save it until we're under attack. I don't want them to find us because of the fog itself. How fast does it cast? Dana frowned. About 10 meters radius per minute, slowing as it expands. If we want to use it effectively, it will take time. Time is up. Everyone, prepare to transport. The mage shouted. Chapter 24, Swamp. Suddenly they were standing knee-deep in swamp water, with a slight mist on the surface, and thick trees all around them. Dana, begin the fog spell. Everyone else, crouch down in the water near that stand of trees. Karl whispered. Nobody was happy about being neck-deep in swamp water. It smelled of rot. Something even more foul, but they obeyed Karl's order and hid in a circular formation, with Karl and Dana in the middle. Karl released Hawk and let the bird stand on his shoulder for a moment. Hawk! Go scout the area for attackers. They're the groups with nobody wearing a black cloak like mine. Don't let them see you, and come back within 5 minutes. He whispered, speaking out loud so that the others could understand what his plan was. You have a pet bird? Dana asked. I do. It's part of my class skills, but it's also a real bird, so I don't want him hurt. Karl explained. The bird scouts the area to let us know when someone is likely to find us so that we're not ambushed. The fog hides our exact location, even if they can figure out right away that it is unnatural. Being in the water makes us difficult to target, and gives us the chance to launch the first strike. One of the warriors deduced. Exactly. Dana, don't make the fog as thick at the edges. Make it get thicker as you approach the trees behind us. If they are targeting by the center of the fog, I want them to miss us by at least a few meters. If we're lucky, they'll find each other first, and we can face weakened groups. Karl added. Dana softly chuckled as she worked. This is such a dick move. What's next? Tearing vines from the trees to hide under. Karl didn't even have to say anything. The warriors immediately got to work pulling some vines free. Not tearing them from the island, but pulling them up so that they could sit a blanket of vines over the group and pretend they were part of the island. The fog cloud was growing quickly, but the groups were spread out over a square kilometer of swamp, and they weren't alone. There were common grade monsters here as well, bullfrogs and beetles, who made a lot of noise and distracted the groups that were trying to search for the defenders. A few minutes in, Hawk swooped down from the sky, landing on the vines that had been pulled over Karl's head, and then disappeared into his taming space. I'm full. I'm going to nap now, he announced. Did you eat bullfrogs instead of working? Karl asked. I worked. Nobody is coming this way. 2 of the other coat people are close together, and the others are all going that way, the bird replied as it settled into the nest. Hawk says that the other 2 defender groups started close together, and everyone else is headed that way. So it's 3-on-2 on the other side of the area. They likely won't come looking for us until that fight is over. Is there anything that we can do to help Dana keep up her energy and expand that fog? Karl whispered. Nothing. It's not too draining though, I just need to keep focusing on it. By the time that they come looking for us, it will be big, but if they don't lose people, they will be able to just walk in a line and find us. The warrior shrugged. That was actually fine by them. The ranged attackers wouldn't be able to see the fight from more than a few meters away, and they were close combat fighters anyhow. Being found at the last moment was just what they wanted. Hawk, go rest up in the trees. Keep an eye out for the other groups while you rest, since you can't keep your appetite under control between meals, Karl instructed. Fine, I will go watch. The bird was going to need some sort of discipline training soon, Karl decided, but he had no idea how to train an intelligent monster, or what would even work to keep the food-motivated creature working hard and not gorging itself at the first opportunity. The fact that it had managed to hunt a common-grade creature without any issues and return unharmed was a good sign that the Windspeed Hawk's power was growing quickly, though. Much faster than was normal for the species, and Karl was quite certain that it had to do with their bond. There was far too much that it had to do with their bond. There was far too much they watching the ongoing battles with his keen vision and relaying the play-by-play back to Karl. He began to understand a little more. Hawk did what he wanted and whined constantly for more food, as was the way of all baby birds. But when Karl actually gave him an order, the bird obeyed. It was just that Karl didn't give enough orders or enough details so Hawk could take full advantage to twist them in the way that he wanted. Like the first mission, to scout and return. He did exactly that, and probably didn't miss much during the seconds that it took to ambush the bullfrog. Then he promptly tried to take a nap, because it wasn't forbidden, and that was what a hawk naturally wanted to do after eating. When they were training with the mages, Hawk never acted up, but Karl was giving him instructions every few seconds to keep him in place to block the sections that he couldn't cover himself. Without the open-ended orders, the problem didn't exist. The fight on the other side is almost over. The old one has taken away most of the people, but there are 4 young people headed south now. They're not coming this way yet, but they're looking for something, Hawk informed him. Hawk says that the others are headed south after their battle. Only 4 are left, and they're following the edge of the designated area. Karl whispered to the others. Only 4? One of the warriors behind Karl asked. Yeah, I'm not sure which 4 yet. I will try to get details, but for now I have an idea. Karl added. The rest of the group eagerly waited for anything that didn't involve crouching in a fetid swamp to become the new plan. We will keep up the fog expansion from the same point, but we are moving. They know where the extent of the combat zone is, so we are going to hide and wait for them to search the fog, then return and let the time elapse. Defending the flag doesn't have to mean fighting at all, we can frustrate them to death. Chapter 25. Found. From a comfortable chair in a small hut on the edge of the academy grounds, the old mage watched the scene in the training grounds in a crystal ball. That new leader is sneaky. I like the way that he thinks, but he might be too afraid of combat, he noted. Sergeant Rita snorted and shook her head. No, he's just avoiding any extra work. See the hawk he's got up in the trees? The 2 of them can communicate. He's playing cat and mouse with the other team because he knows there is a timer, and they won't double back on an area they've just searched. If they don't catch the trick, the time is going to run out with his people just sitting in the swamp, she explained. The younger mage nodded. His task was to protect the flag for the duration of the match, not eliminate the attackers. It is a valid strategy. It reminds me of when we collected that grimoire from the Thalian temple, and then just sat on the beach for a week drinking margaritas until the search teams moved on. The older mage laughed softly at the memory. Their world had a rich history of magic to go along with the dangers of the magical beast that lived in it. But as cultures shifted, the magically adept had gathered into their own enclaves, and left large parts of the world to rely on developing technology to survive. When they did survive, that was. Many of the magical societies in the ancient past had believed that the human population shouldn't exceed a few million for the entire planet, in order to keep the game preserves and rare species that they used as hunting grounds and reagents for their spells intact. So, when those left behind with no magic and insufficient weapons were eliminated, they didn't take any action to prevent the disasters. That bit got glossed over in the history books, described as a failure of allied nations, rather than magic users banding together to the exclusion of everyone else. But that was mostly because the few powerful magic users who stayed in places like the Golden Dragon Nation were instrumental to helping the civilization survive while they developed enough technology to stand on their own. Karl led his team south through the swamp, hiding behind trees as the attackers moved through the fog, and then waited as Hawk relayed their efforts to double-check the area, as the foggy area in the swamp was not only suspicious, it was the perfect hiding place for a group of warriors who didn't want to engage in ranged combat. Among the 4 attackers there were 2 group leaders, who were both warriors with ranged attacks, and 2 first-year mages. It was a well-balanced group of survivors, but they were outnumbered by the defenders and couldn't afford to be caught from behind if they missed someone. They've moved. I don't sense any life here larger than a bird, one of the leaders whispered. If your skill says so, then we can keep going, but I think that they will return once they believe that we are gone, so let's circle back. The other agreed. The mages weren't particularly happy about wading through swamp water all morning, but they got extra credit for just being part of the special training program, a reward for top-performing students, so they weren't going to complain and risk getting switched out. The attacking group headed north to check for the hiding spot of the last defenders, and Karl prepared to give the order to move again. There are only 15 minutes left, one of the warriors whispered. In that case, we wait right here. Hawk says they're going north, so they're not likely to find us at all. The group silently waited, as the attackers moved north. Then with 10 minutes left in the match, they turned back south, moving more quickly and searching for the last defenders. They're coming back. Hawk says they're almost to the fog now. Karl relayed as their scout explained the change. They were deep in the fog when one of the 2 leaders noticed the disturbed roots and groaned in frustration. They hid here at the start, but they must have heard us coming and moved. They're not north or east. This is almost at the western edge, so they have to be south. He whispered to his team. So, we search for them in the fog again? One of the mages asked. No, they should be outside of it. The fog hasn't spread that far. Just don't let them ambush us because they might have split up to set a trap instead of being in a tight formation. The attack group moved cautiously, but they were moving directly toward the spot where Karl had hidden the defenders. Unlike the first spot in the swamp, they were not in the water here. They were lying among the thick foliage on relatively dry ground, counting on Hawk's warning to prevent them from being caught in a disadvantageous position. Hawk, once the fight begins, you attack with Ren from above, but keep your distance. They can attack back, and I don't want you getting hit. Then Karl whispered to his team. Once we spot them, everyone to their feet, turtle formation. Dana, prepare your attack spell and I will as well. Go for the leaders first, they're the real threat. We will leave the mages to Hawk, since they likely can't take a hit. The warriors smirked. They hadn't seen Karl in action yet, but he had to have something going for him if he had been picked as a substitute team leader for the day. The attackers came into sight, and the defense group rose to their feet, forming up and lifting their shields. They're in a full circle formation. It looks like they're onto your tricks. One of the warriors quietly joked. The other had managed to master a movement technique that would allow him to move with incredible speed for a few seconds, so he could attack from unexpected angles. Karl, of course, had no idea. He had set the turtle shell in case the mages had tricks up their sleeves, so that the team could create a full dome of protection with guard. Chapter 26. A bird in the bush. Now. Both team leaders ordered at the same time, and guard barriers went up at the same time that 2 blinding sword lights tore across the intervening gap, and 6 red streaks came down from the sky toward the mages' backs. Karl slashed an uppercut toward the attackers, sending his own, Rend, attack into the incoming sword light. The collision dissipated the claws, but dimmed the light of the sword attacks. Before the second, Rend stopped them entirely. The warriors on Karl's team smiled in victory, as Hawk's attacks took down both of the mages, activating the defensive charm on their uniforms, and sending them out of the battle. Son of a bitch, what just happened? One of the attackers shouted. Unaware that they had been ambushed, they looked around frantically, unsure of where the next attack would come from. Hawk was still in the trees behind them, unwilling to fly out and make himself a target if he didn't have to. It distracted them for just long enough that Karl could launch 2 more attacks of his own, forcing them to defend, while Dana prepared her magic missiles. She took longer than most to cast them, but when she did, her strength was much better than average. The attacking team leaders couldn't do anything about the magical projectiles. As their blades were already out of position from trying to parry Karl's Rend, they took the hits, absorbing them with their enhanced physiques, then jumped sideways to dodge the next attack by Hawk. That's just low. How did you trick the monsters into being on your side? The boys complained, while Karl's team laughed. Didn't they warn you? Karl has a pet hawk. It's the talk of the first-year dorms. Dana joked. Their banter was interrupted as they were all surrounded by glowing magic, and moved to the staging area where they had started the battle. The match is over. I'll let you chat for a moment, but the victory goes to Defense Team 5, the older mage announced. How did we lose? The attackers demanded. You might not have noticed, but there were more than 2 sets of rending claws in the air when you evaded. You jumped right into the second set, and my defensive magic absorbed it for you, so it didn't flay your backs open. You, Karl, was it? How long will it take for your hawk to get back here? The mage added. Karl focused on his taming space, and Hawk appeared, disgruntled about having been left behind. The training area was part of the circle around the academy, though, so he had only been a kilometer away, and could have been back in a matter of minutes. If I didn't call him, only a few minutes. We were only transported a kilometer or so. That is an incredible spell, by the way, Karl replied. The younger mage smiled at Karl's enthusiasm. It is a magical item that came from an ancient ruins. The ability to transport more than 1 student at a time allows for a much more immersive experience, but the protective magic is entirely the providence of the senior professor. Well, we should get you all washed off. It's not often that a team decides to actually hide in the swamp. Normally they choose a more stand-up fight on the dry land. But I must say, that ambush was masterful. They didn't even realize that they were under attack, until the mages were already eliminated. Sergeant Rita added, Yes, while the laundry team might not appreciate your ingenuity, the execution was flawless. I think that the young sergeant has made a wise recommendation, adding a scouting and ambush specialist to the team leaders. Simply having warriors and mages who knew each other's style was a bit dull. The old mage agreed. Sergeant Rita nodded. All right, everyone, get cleaned up. The bonus will be added to your student cards before you're back to your rooms. Good work, everyone. It's been a long time since we had so many winners in such a challenging fight. Karl's team walked a little more proudly as they returned to the base. The extra credits could get them some cool stuff for their rooms, little luxuries, or even more special treatment in the academy. This group didn't really need that. They were already recognized as worthy of the extra training, but they were quite intrigued as to how the academy had known that Karl was going to be so outstanding right from the start. It had to be that rending claw skill. That was deadly, and he could block the attacks of 2 awakened ranked team leaders at once, without exhausting himself. The fact that there was also Hawk, who could do the same, was just an unfair advantage in the minds of the other students. What sort of class gave you a combo set right from the start? But if they got to be on his team again, there was a good chance that they would get the extra bonus at least once more this semester. So far, all of their battles had ended in a Pyrrhic victory, with the attackers only having a few remaining students when the fight was over. The bonus wasn't cumulative, each winning student got the same, unless the teachers decided that they didn't do well enough to deserve it. So having all 9 of them get the bonus was a huge victory for their pockets. How about we meet at the study hall after we shower? There are some good places to relax and study for the afternoon if you'd like to join us, one of the warriors asked. Dana smiled at Karl. What theory classes do you have? I haven't seen you in any of the magic ones, so it must be a physical attack skill that you use. Karl tried putting on his best innocent face, but the others caught it immediately. You don't have any theory classes handing out homework, do you? Are you in all practical classes? Dana demanded, with jealousy showing on her face. I have skill interception training in the morning, martial arts in the afternoon, and then Sergeant Rita assigns me lessons as she sees fit. It's not really a class, just a bit of study on things I should know, like monster anatomy. Karl explained. One of the boys laughed. Well, you've got it better than Dana. She's got theoretical magic and practical skills in the morning across from our classroom. Then she's in modern dance and cosmetology all afternoon. Dana blushed, while Karl gave the cute mage an assessing look. She wasn't the sort of stunning beauty that would grow into a supermodel, but even covered in mud, he couldn't deny that she was the sort of adorable that you just wanted to hug on sight. How he had missed it the first day? He had no idea. Perhaps it was one of the side effects of the divine injection, like his extra height. There was only one reason that she would have to take dance and cosmetology so early in her first year. They wanted to train her to be an idol, whether she had previously wanted to or not. Just be glad it's not you. Those teachers have a lifetime of shattered dreams that they want to live through the students. It's hell. Dana muttered. I'm not sure that I'd look good in eyeshadow and lipstick, but I will join you in the search for a good study spot. I've got a bunch of books waiting for me to read them. Karl agreed. Chapter 27, Best Study Spot. Once he was finally freshly showered, and the filthy uniform was sent to the laundry room, Karl headed down to the designated meeting spot, where he found only Dana waiting. It looks like the other two canceled on us. Their combat teacher met them on the way down, and he took them for some additional training after he heard that they were getting so good with guard skills. She explained. Well, then there will be more room for us to study. What do you have to work on today? Karl asked. Mana theory. It's one of the big ones for the mage-type classes, both to grow our own mana pool and to reduce the casting cost of the spells that we know. At first we're really inefficient, but it gets better all the time. The idea is that as we get better, most mages will get some insight into new spells or skills. It's just part of the mage class. Then we can use that to expand our spellbook without having to learn the spells in class, which is way faster, and the ones you get from insight tend to grow faster and more powerful, which will help rank up. She explained. That actually sounds like a lot of work. Mostly, I just need to practice my fighting skills and my physical abilities so that I can keep up with my growth. At least that is it for now. They don't know anything about the class marking that I got, so unless I get an insight like the mages do, I will only have the one skill, but it grows more powerful as Hawk does. My body does as well. The stronger he grows, the stronger I grow. Karl replied with a smile. Well, that's both a tough break and a huge win. You get stronger just by existing and training your pet. No intense study needed, but only having one skill would be a bit limiting eventually. They walked in silence for a few seconds, then Dana pointed to a pathway that led into a garden. That's where we're going. There are a bunch of gazebos with tables there, and we can do our study. Once I get a few more credits, I'm totally getting one of the academy laptops, or a tablet. It will be so much easier than handwriting these notes all the time. I don't think that I've used a pen that much since I was in elementary school, but the mages on the teaching staff are all ancient, and they think that tomes are the way to go. Just book after book of handwritten knowledge. Karl laughed. The majority of electronic devices had only come about in the last 20 or 30 years, so anyone who was over 60 tended to favor pen and paper, and some of the mages from the old tradition, before the divine injection, were hundreds of years old. So, change their ways anytime soon, even if printing pages made for much more legible tomes, and diagrams that everyone could clearly read. Part of the mystery was trying to sort out the bad handwriting, secret codes and shorthand of the author. It kept magic inaccessible through the ages so it wouldn't be misused. Now that there was such a huge influx of elites, with a dozen or more new mages every year, that mystery was being lost. But the old mages were in their golden age, teaching spells and skills they thought might never be passed down to people who would be viewed as heroes. Not potential traitors to the magical nations, or wealth hoarders. Like anyone else with power that the nation needed, many mages had only ever been loyal to themselves, demanding exorbitant fees and living in luxury. They weren't viewed horribly but more like the oligarchs of the tech revolution, as detached by their wealth and power, and not entirely trustworthy if you weren't on their social level. Actually, having a laptop sounds wonderful, but I don't know how to type. I came from the mines, and my family couldn't afford a computer, so I never used one before. I know most of the kids from the city use them all the time, but not us. Dana smiled and nodded. I forgot that you grew up there. My family ran a clothing shop in the city, so we needed computers for everything. Taking orders, tracking inventory. That was just one of the many downsides to living in a rural mining town. Infrastructure. Spending didn't make it to them, except for the railroad improvements that got the coal and metals to town. The twin mines were a core asset of the nation. One was a massive coal seam that ran the power plants. The other extended the other direction across a fault line, and held a load of precious metals. It was everything that a growing nation could need, but it belonged to the government, and none of that wealth made it back to the people actually doing the mining. Dana led them to a small gazebo tucked into an alcove in the hedge maze, and when they sat down, the enchanted bushes grew around the small building, blocking them from passing students and giving them privacy to study. This is wonderful, and it smells so good. Karl sighed, thinking of both the coal-dusted home and the filth of the swamp. Yeah, lilacs are my favorite to begin with, so it's difficult to beat this place. Dana agreed with a smile as she set out her textbooks across from him. Karl set out his current study guide on common monsters around the academy. This was the book that all the student groups who got to go out on expeditions were required to memorize, and Sergeant Rita had demanded that Karl learn it as well, even though she had no intention of letting him leave the academy grounds so soon. What she wanted him to learn was all the abilities of the monsters so that he could formulate a plan for his own growth. Once he had that, Karl assumed she would make good on her promise to find him another monster cub to try to add to his collection, one more durable than Hawk. Chapter 28, The Maze. Studying monsters was fun, but between the smell of lilacs and whatever shampoo Dana had used, Karl was finding it difficult to focus. Hawk didn't care at all, as he found his nest more comfortable than the lilac bushes were likely to be. But Dana smelled wonderful, and her presence in this private gazebo had Karl more flustered than he would care to admit. But he did his best not to be a creep and work on his studies, carefully making notes about each of the monsters in the area that might be somewhat worthwhile, while memorizing the others, in case he ran into them in the future. The more that he knew, the more likely that the sergeant was to relent on her stance of keeping him here for training, instead of letting him go outside. Not that the academy wasn't beautiful or well-equipped, but Karl had rarely been outside the mining town while he was growing up, and he had seen many kilometers of wilderness on their way here. Just getting to see it with a group would be an adventure, like the camping trip that his father promised on that mythical day off that he never got. The two studied silently for hours, until the sky started to change colors as sunset approached. Well, that's our cue to go back inside. If we don't get going soon, it will be dark before we get to dinner, and they don't light any of the academy grounds except the paths between buildings. Dana sighed, annoyed to have to stop her work. You seemed really into your studies, Karl noted. Yeah, the other two are good combat partners, but lousy study partners. They don't take anything seriously, and they never stop talking. Just being able to sit and study is a pleasant change. She agreed. As soon as they packed their things and stood, the bush around the gazebo opened again, allowing them access to the maze. But the moment that they stepped out, the world got incredibly dark, as if the sun had already set an hour ago, and the gazebo had been providing its own light. Crap, I can't see anything, Dana muttered. I think it's just because we're behind the bushes and in a cloud shadow. Once we're back outside, it should be better. But I can see just fine, so if you take my hand, we should be able to make it out, Karl suggested. Dana's hand bumped his arm, then slid down to clutch at his fingers, and Karl realized just how dark it probably was to anyone else. None of the colors that he could see were ones he had names for, but the light was coming from the grass under their feet. It must be a form of bioluminescence that was outside the normal human range of sight, which meant that the darkness here was likely unnatural. They hadn't mistaken the time. Someone had cast a darkness spell on the maze. Dana's hand was surprisingly soft and warm in his as Karl led the way back down the path, and her breathing was becoming more frantic as she nearly stumbled in the grass. Don't worry, I've got you. Just relax and follow my steps, Karl whispered. Dana moved to his side, so Karl wrapped his arm around her shoulders, not letting go of her hand as they made the last few corners to exit the maze. Their spot hadn't been far in, with little chance of getting lost in the maze itself, but the walk had still been quite the pleasant memory. Dana sighed with relief when they made it back into the fading evening light, but she didn't move to step away from Karl until they heard someone softly laughing nearby, behind one of the trees. Congratulations, you are the first ones out of the maze of romance, and such a cute young couple as well. The person behind the tree laughed. Maze of romance? Dana asked softly. Didn't you know? This is the Academy's most famous makeout spot thanks to the hidden bushes. We cast a darkness spell over them whenever we get bored to see who comes out as a couple, who leaves their partner behind, and who thinks that darkness blocks sounds, and takes things one step further. The senior classmate explained. Dana blushed, but Karl had a brilliant idea. He leaned over to whisper in her ear. If everyone believes that we're coming here to make out, nobody will bother our studies. We can be here all night, and nobody will try to stop us. For a second, she actually fell for the trick. Then she looked up at Karl, and her cheeks blushed a little darker as she realized what he was actually suggesting. The two of them, alone in the Academy's top spot for couples. It would be a scandal among the mage class students, and the boys of the warrior classes next to them would certainly whine about her and Karl being together, meaning that the other boys didn't have a chance. But she didn't want any of them, and Karl seemed content to let her actually study, at least most of the night. Dana pushed the thoughts of what they might do during the times they weren't studying, and nodded her agreement with his plan. Tomorrow's an off day, we can come after breakfast to study, she whispered back. In that case, I will pack a lunch. The two of them turned to leave, just as the sound of two people arguing came from near the exit of the maze. Whatever couple was coming out next was not happy with each other. But neither Karl nor Dana was interested in other students' drama tonight. They didn't even notice that they were still holding hands until Dana turned toward her unit in the dormitory, and was briefly pulled back by her grip. Sorry, I forgot. I will see you in the morning. She stammered, then ran down the hall to her room. Chapter 29. Sleepless Nights. Karl was nearly too excited to sleep that night, and he was at breakfast first thing in the morning, just after the sun came up, and he decided that it must be somewhat acceptable to leave his room. But he wasn't the only one that was excited about their first day off since arriving at the academy, and the common areas were already packed with students planning what they were going to do for the day. The consensus was that they should explore every bit of the grounds today, so that they could find all the best spots for the next time that they had a bit of time off, but that would put a serious damper on his plans for a calm day of studying with Dana. She joined him while he was eating, looking just as tired as he felt after a sleepless night. Good morning. It looks like we misjudged the best spot to study today. Dana greeted him as she sat down with a bowl of oatmeal and a beverage that was so incredibly bright green that Karl was certain it must be toxic. She softly giggled at the concerned look on his face, then sipped the drink. It's an energy drink. They keep them in the fridge over there for students who spend too much time awake studying. It's not as bad as it looks, she explained. Karl nodded reluctantly. They had them at the corner store at home, but he'd never seen one that color before. The miners liked the ones that were mixed with coffee or juice, depending which side of their shift they were on. Karl tapped his mug. I will stick with coffee, thanks. But if it's going to be far too loud to study in the garden, why don't we go to the patio in my room? It's plenty large enough, and there is a spell that isolates it from the rest of the campus. It's perfectly silent, and there is a good table out there. That actually sounds really pleasant. My room is incredibly loud. You can hear the explosions from the students on three sides practicing, and I swear if it was any worse you could hear them breathing. Neither of them noticed the many envious glances they were getting as they left the cafeteria, or the flurry of conversation surrounding whether they had known each other before they arrived at the academy, or if they had met for the first time on the way in. With all the studying that they needed to do during the first few weeks here, gossip was all that they had time for to distract themselves. The students were taken straight from school to the academy, so they had none of their old belongings with them except what they had at class. Some of the students from the larger towns had brought packed school backpacks full of memories, and they had to cram it all into the academy-issued backpack when they left the train, but Karl hadn't actually owned anything worth keeping. The only real restriction that the elites advised in advance was not to bring clothing, as the chosen students would be required to be in uniform at the academy, and outfits would be provided for special events. There was a single picture up on the wall, and the upgraded furniture in the room when Karl moved in, so at least his room wasn't as bare as some of them were, but it was the patio greenhouse that he was hoping would impress Dana the most. She stopped off quickly to get her books from her room, and followed Karl into his suite, staring in surprise at the dark colors and padded leather bed frame. Well, this is, unique. I take it that there is room to study on the patio? She asked. Plenty. After you. Karl replied with a smile and pulled the curtains open. Dana's eyes lit up as she saw the plants outside, and she rushed out onto the balcony to take a look. Hey, this is a moonberry tree, and one of the fruits is ripe. She gasped as she stopped under a tree with small fruits that were slowly turning from green to white. Oh yeah, I meant to look that up and pick it when it was ready. Do you know that fruit? Karl asked. Moonberries are supposed to be super healthy and good for the brain. I saw them one time being brought to a fancy restaurant downtown, she replied. Then go ahead and pick it, we can split it as a snack. Karl agreed. She reverently pulled the fruit down, and followed Karl down the path through the trees and bushes to the gazebo with the table. These gazebos are really popular here, aren't they? It's the same style as the maze, she noted. The chairs are comfortable though, so I can see why they picked it. The greenhouse, as they call the garden out here, has been passed down between residents of the balcony suites, I didn't bring any of this, I just water it and pick up the leaves for drying, since most of the magical plant leaves are good for something. Dana looked out over the school grounds and smiled. It really is absolutely silent here. I can see the students walking under us, but I don't hear a thing. This is a fantastic study spot. Karl smiled and opened his tactics textbook, the next in the stack of lessons that Sergeant Rita had left for him to do in his out-of-class time. This one would have been useful to have read before yesterday, which made him wonder if he was actually slacking too much on his studies. She hadn't set any sort of due date for anything, and she wasn't giving him tests, so he hadn't thought about it. But perhaps she was, and the training lessons were the tests. Karl felt like a bit of an idiot for not having at least read the titles of all the books he was given. If he had known what they were, he could have read the ones that seemed most likely to be needed for the next day in advance. Chapter 30, Snacks. Dana cut the moonberry fruit into pieces, and they snacked as they studied the morning away, feeling instantly refreshed every time they ate another piece. The tree only had a dozen or so fruits, so it wouldn't be possible to eat them every day, but one every off day to wipe away the stress and fatigue of the week didn't sound bad at all. The tactical manual was incredibly boring to read, and Karl was a quick study with the help of a refreshed mind and Hawk's input on the best ways to hunt prey, so his mind began to wander. There were so many different plants here, and while he had looked through the journal, he didn't memorize the use of all of them, especially the ones that didn't have any fruit on them at the moment. So he switched books, reading through the details of the journal on the greenhouse instead, and discovering that there were a lot more fruits like the moonberry, but most importantly, there were a variety of teas, tonics and potions that could be made with the various plants, though some required a particular magical affinity. The previous resident had been what the seniors called a witch, and she had been quite adept at brewing potions, but Karl had very little experience with that. His kitchen at home wasn't big enough for more than one person to work in at a time, so he had never tried to usurp his mother's position making breakfast, and 2 of his meals a day were provided by the school and the mine, respectively. Pre-cooked and ready to eat. That was one of the advantages of working a short shift in the mine yard after school. You got a guaranteed hot meal, and it would be portioned for a hard-working adult. As he searched through the textbook, he noticed that Dana was getting increasingly excited, and beginning to glow slightly with some sort of magical effect. She'd already learned one spell other than her initial magic since she arrived at the academy, and it looked like she was about to grasp another. He didn't actually know how fast spells were usually learned, but from the chatter in the common areas and cafeteria, it sounded like most of the students were still working on their initial spell, trying to master it before moving on. But according to the cook and the guard on the train, everyone had different capabilities, so maybe Dana was one of the fastest learners. The cook made it sound like he had never managed to get through even the basics of the spells he could have learned, due to a lack of aptitude, but she seemed to be the opposite. The easiest way would be to just ask. "You're really moving through the spells, onto a third one already," Karl remarked. Dana looked up and smiled. "I've got an excellent memory, and while my power isn't as strong as some of the others, I am excellent at new magic. I had my first spell under control before we even left the train, but casting it twice was all I could do. Now, I can get a third casting in, or I can channel the fog slowly, but Gil, the strongest in our class, can cast 5 magic arrows at a time, and do it repeatedly. His power is insane, but he's still having trouble controlling the direction and stability of the arrows. So the early advancement is more about what you're talented in. I can see how having lots of power but no control would become a problem rather quickly in class. But having too little power, like the cook on the train, means that anything else doesn't really matter." "They must have high hopes for you if they're setting you up to be a public figure, though," Karl suggested. Dana rolled her eyes. "The dance instructor said that it's because I'm a fast learner. You don't need to be really powerful to be famous, you need to be versatile. As long as I can make it to the upper end of awaken before I graduate, it should be fine, but ascended would be best, according to the choreography teacher." Karl chuckled, and Dana raised an eyebrow at him. "What do you think that they're training you for? Not many get a dedicated tutor, and you've got a whole dedicated class schedule. They're obviously grooming you for something special." He shrugged. "The first thing that they told me on the train was that it would be better to have a golem to fight for me, and that's how they want to guide the combat mages who can learn it. So, they're probably hoping that I will join the military or the government to do monster control. I don't really have a skill set that is good for much, except combat or scouting, so that's most likely the only thing that they could think to do with me. And it's a unique class, so I don't even fit into the regular courses." Dana thought about it for a while. "Hawk learned another skill after you got him, right? I heard from the second-year mages that he can use wine barrier. Maybe you can teach him to use more skills, or you can learn to use more monster skills. That might make you more versatile. If you could do something like using the ability of the ascended version of that cooling aloe plant, you could heal wounds. That would make you into a top medic all on its own." Karl looked at the plant. "That thing can heal wounds?" Dana shook her head. No, that one can treat rashes, sunburn, and numb pain a little. It's really useful, but it's a common-grade magical resource. They sell it at the drugstore, and in the supply room downstairs. There's a higher-quality version of it, which can reach the ascended grade, and that one can actually cure all sorts of wounds, but not illnesses or disease. I saw it in a nature drama. Karl's family didn't own a television, so he only ever watched what was on in public, and that was rarely a nature documentary. He had taken a few classes on magical botany, but they were pretty basic, and didn't really cover much on medicinal plants. They were more concerned with the ones that might kill you if you happen across them in the wilderness. Well, I don't know much about raising them, but maybe it's worth looking into how to improve the aloe plant up another rank so that it can treat more wounds. There are plenty of special plants here, but the guide that came with the greenhouse said that they're almost all edible ones, snacks for the residents. Karl explained. Snacks that might help their abilities grow, but still snacks. Chapter 31, Stress-Induced Learning. They managed to study smoothly until mid-afternoon, when they were both too hungry for more research, and they headed down for an early dinner. I should practice my stamina training, and then meditate for the evening to improve my mana. But can I come visit again? Dana asked with a gentle smile. I would love to have you over any time. Karl agreed. Studying was much more pleasant with her around, and she knew the strangest things. It was good to have a friend here at the academy, and the more that he learned about the way that mages advanced, the more ideas Karl got about how he could expand his own skills. Meditation sounded like it might be worth something as a technique. The crystal ball in the train car said that it could look into his beast space, so there should be some connection between that and the method to improve it. If everything was driven by the monster inside, it would be totally contrary to the other elites, whose whole goal was self-strengthening in some way. What do you think, Hawk? Is meditation the way to improve the space you're in? Karl asked. Dunno, but if it can be bigger, with trees and mice, that would be good. Don't forget the mice. Karl was not about to put mice in the space alive, as he was worried it would bond them to him, and he would end up with a tortured earth mouse as a companion, right until Hawk killed it. That would be unfortunate, to say the least. So when he returned to the garden after lunch, he lay down in the hammock in the shade of the pair of coconut trees, and closed his eyes to focus on the beast space. At first, nothing seemed to happen, as he tried to envision a pine tree for Hawk to rest in. The space was just there and empty, but Karl could feel that it had the potential to be more. He just didn't know how. The next thing he tried was focusing energy into the space, like when he wanted to use rend. Adding energy while meditating might improve the space somehow. The energy had to go somewhere. Or so he assumed. It felt like that was doing something, but even after an hour, the changes weren't visible. It feels better in here. Keep doing that, Hawk encouraged. That led to Karl channeling energy and meditating on the image of the tree that he wanted to create for Hawk to live in. During hour 2, there was a sprig of a tree growing from the ground near the nest, a single pine branch in the darkness. It really was working, just not instantly as he had hoped. At the end of the night, the tree was almost as tall as he was, but Karl was feeling refreshed and empowered, as if the improvement had granted him some extra energy. That would be easy enough to test. Today was a class day again, and his first lesson was in skill control with the mages. The weekend seemed to have done them all a world of good, and they were all looking much more fresh and ready to practice today than they had been the last time he saw them on Friday. Welcome back, everyone. We have an extra defender with us today. Along with Karl and Hawk, we will have Tori from the graduating class here to help motivate you all. The teacher announced with a smirk. Tori was a tall blonde girl around 18 years old, the graduation age for the academy. Ascended rank, according to her bronze badge, so she would be stronger than any of the students in this class individually. And wore her hair in fancy ringlets, along with the short pleated uniform skirt that was somewhat rare among the students, as almost everyone preferred the pants. She looked like the sort of girl that should be extremely popular in school. But from the looks on the faces of the students here, either she was one of the mean girls, or she was hated for some other reason. Of course, it could be because they struggled in their classes that made them resentful. But she was graduating as an ascended mage, so she wasn't some super prodigy that made everyone feel inferior about their skills. Now, are we all ready? Excellent. Begin when you are ready. Karl called Hawk, who flew up into the air, while Tori began to form small blue spheres, one after another, which floated around her in a circle. It was fascinating to watch. She just formed them in her hand, then let go, and they hovered around her, slowly orbiting. Then the attacks began, and Karl realized why everyone in this class disliked her. The orbs released small bolts of magic that intercepted the spells and knocked them off course, or in the case of the weaker mages, nullified them entirely. But the orbs didn't dissipate. They kept slowly sending out more attacks, and the number of them increased as she worked to form more spheres. Karl quickly noticed that they did very little to the fire and water mage attacks, but the solid attacks and the magic missiles had a terrible time trying to stay on course after she intercepted them. The water attacks were fine. Hawk had a personal vendetta against them for flowing around his rend and that left Karl to deal with the fire mages. After a dozen spheres, Tori stopped making more, and had to focus on just maintaining the spell. It would only be a matter of time before she was exhausted, or the spells needed to be refreshed. But currently, a solid 3/4 of the attacks made by the class were being intercepted. Karl was working on pacing himself as well. He didn't need to overpower the spells to block them. Rend tended to split apart attacks and destabilize them even at lower power outputs. That allowed him to use far less than full power, and still accomplish the blocks. With supervision and a bit of practice, he was getting very good at defending against attacks, but Hawk was improving even more quickly. The small bird was making a mockery of the water mages, attempts to land a hit, and they were starting to get creative in how they used their magic. Finally, one of the mages managed to turn his water bullet into a collection of small raindrops, which hit the target like a shotgun. After the Rend attack only took out a third of them. The mage had mastered a new spell entirely on his own out of pure frustration. Chapter 32. Efficient Nutrition. After lunch was combat training, the physically taxing counterpart to the mental workout that the morning skill training was. Karl was certain that if they kept this up for much longer, he would be completely exhausted and just operating on autopilot within a few weeks, but Sergeant Rita didn't seem too concerned. "Isn't it a bit much to have high-intensity classes all day long? It's only 4 in the afternoon, and I'm so sore that I can barely move," he complained once the training was done for the day. "Fortunately, you have the garden on your balcony to help refresh you until your body adapts. Give it a few weeks, and this will be completely natural to you," Rita insisted. "Is that even how it works?" The sergeant sighed at his whining and helped Karl to his feet. "That is precisely how it works, and the harder that you push yourself during the first few weeks, the faster you will adapt to the training schedule. Short-term suffering for long-term gains." Karl sighed. He couldn't actually prove her wrong, but he had a sneaking suspicion that as he got stronger, the training would get harder, so he would never actually get to adapt to the training level. "All right, I'll go meditate and get some dinner then. It seems to help with the mental space where Hawk stays." Karl reluctantly agreed. The sergeant didn't argue with him any further. She just took out her notepad to write down her observations about his practice, and the remark about meditation helping. Karl knew that it would likely make it into his routine now that she knew, but it was for the best, as he was going to need it to keep the Windspeed Hawk happy in his living space. Compared to that, the extra effects of growth were just a bonus, as the Hawk was very vocal in his mind when it needed or wanted something, so letting it get bored would be a disaster for his mental health. The cafeteria food seemed to be a bit different today. He had ordered the pasta special with a side salad, but the meal tasted a bit different than he remembered, and the energy content was definitely higher. Only a few bites in, Karl was feeling like someone had electrocuted him and energy was pouring into his body. He finished the meal and was going to go for a jog to burn off some energy, but it seemed like it would be more worthwhile to meditate and try to integrate some of this energy into the taming space. Hawk was the main source of his power and advancement, so the more that he could do to help the beast grow, the better off he would be by the time that he graduated. But Karl was beginning to understand why some classes never managed to advance or even unlock their skills. If he hadn't picked up that egg and found compatibility, would he have ever guessed that petting monsters was the answer? Probably not. You'd have to be an idiot to try, and the academy certainly wouldn't have given him the opportunity to touch a living monster, just on the off chance that it worked, and he didn't get killed. Once he settled down in the hammock, his preferred meditation spot, and began to focus the extra energy in his body toward the upgrades for Hawk, he found that the excess was transferred very quickly, and in only an hour he found himself hungry again. He could meditate as usual, but the tree was growing quickly in that mental space, and there were some blades of grass around it now. If he just kept loading up on energy, he could probably do much better now than he had before. What had changed wasn't clear, but he could ask the kitchen staff if the menu changed. It might just be meat from a different monster that was more compatible with him. If that was all that it took, he could request it all the time. The kitchen worker looked at him a bit strangely when he returned so soon after a heavy meal, and Karl gave her an apologetic shrug. "It seems that with the breakthrough in my abilities over the weekend, I've got some catching up to do. Even an hour of practice leaves me starving, so I hope you don't mind if I stock up on food to go," Karl explained as he began to load plates. "Just tell me what you need, and I will bring it up in the service elevator." The older woman informed him with a smile. "Did you change the recipe of the pasta special? It seemed different than I remember," he replied. "Nope, same ingredient batch as last week. We didn't get anything in for that dish. Did you want to try a selection and see what works for you? I know that some of the classes get a taste for new things as they train. The berserkers in particular like extra spicy foods, and the more powerful they get, the spicier they want it." "That sounds like a great idea. If you can give me a bit of each of the specials to start, I will pick the ones that seem best." Karl agreed. She began to load a plate with a little bit of everything, and Karl took it back to an empty table, where he began to work through them one at a time. The effect was the same as the pasta. His body was just absorbing much more energy from the food than it had been before, and the excess was building up for him to channel into Hawk's surroundings. Karl smiled at the cafeteria lady as he returned his empty plate. I think that the pasta and the meatloaf are the two best specials of the day, but whatever changed in my body, they're all better for my training efficiency. How much do you need for the evening? She asked, lining up plates on her counter. 2 each should be enough for the night. I'll come early in the morning so that I can have a heavy breakfast as well. Chapter 33. Heavy Eating. The food arrived outside the room at the same time that Karl did, on a small cart pushed by one of the staff members. They had covered the loaded plates with foil to keep the heat in, but Karl could smell it following him down the hall, and Hawk was getting increasingly excited about the idea of both more food and an improvement in his living conditions. Thank you for that. I will return everything in the morning. Karl informed the kitchen staff worker. Just set the cart in the hall with your dishes, and we will come pick it up when we clean the halls. The worker explained. Then she walked back to the elevator, and Karl took everything inside so he could focus on eating and meditation. The food smelled delicious, and even the first serving, which had filled his body with energy to be burned off, wasn't enough to actually sate the hunger. Once he was settled into a comfortable meditation position in the middle of the bed, Karl began to focus on the improvements to the taming space. The excess energy was pouring freely from him into the space, causing the tree to grow, and the patch of grass underneath to slowly, but steadily, expand. Once that burst of energy was gone, Karl paused to pick a plate from the pile. The obvious choice would be the pasta dish, as he knew for sure that it was a good one, and he had it devoured in a matter of minutes, while briefly wondering how much he was going to regret his overindulgence in the morning. The energy flowed into him just as smoothly as it had the first time, and Karl poured it all into the taming space, then repeated the process with the meatloaf special. As he finished transferring the energy from that one into the space, a feeling of fullness, like he wouldn't be able to transfer much more energy, appeared in his mind. That was a good sign that this was not some bottomless pit where he was throwing energy with no end in sight, but the space itself was far from complete. As the space began to resist more transfer, Karl carefully moved the nest up into the tree so Hawk could have a more natural spot to sleep, and looked at the small grass patch at the bottom. At this rate, it would take months to even fill the rest of the space with grass, much less add a sky and everything else it would need to feel like its own little world. But the feeling of power in his body was being influenced by the abundance of energy, both in his body, left over from the meal, and from the beast space itself. Maybe he could get Sergeant Rita to test his strength next weekend, after he had more time to adjust. He might really have made it to the awaken standard, and not just based on the attack power of Rend. Now that the beast space was fully sated for the moment, Karl focused on seeing what he could do with the leftover energy. First on the list, since it was food-based, was to try giving the excess directly to Hawk. The bird's body happily accepted the power, but Karl couldn't tell if it was making any appreciable difference. It made Hawk happy though, so it really wasn't a loss. They were partners now, and a happy partner was never a bad thing. For the rest of the night, Karl focused on using all the energy that he could muster to empower Hawk, who had finally reached the end of his growth phase, and had started to increase only in power, but not in size. Karl managed to finish the remaining 2 meals at breakfast, as Hawk was feeling hungry again, and wanted the filtered energy in addition to its meat and the daily allowance of berries to flavor his food. With the amount that Hawk ate, Karl felt like he might have restricted the consumption of junk food too much. It made a good seasoning for Hawk's meals, and it didn't hurt his appetite, so there was no real reason not to let him use them all the time. On the way back to the room from the patio to wait for Sergeant Rita, Karl went and picked another 3 mountain gooseberries. Now that you're fully grown, you can have more of the berries. They won't make you stronger, but I know that they taste good, Karl informed the overjoyed Windspeed Hawk. Good stuff. I will put them on everything, Hawk agreed. That gave Karl an idea. The meat that Hawk was eating was just plain meat. Normally, the discount cuts that his mother bought would marinate in a sauce overnight. If he squished the gooseberries into a bowl of water and threw the meat in with them, it would coat everything, just like Hawk wanted, without running them out of berries. He would set that up tonight, so Hawk's meals would be ready for tomorrow, that it was time to get to work, and when he opened it, he noticed that Rita was giving a curious look at the cart full of empty dishes. Something changed in my appetite yesterday. It seems to be back to normal now, but I was just ravenous, and my body was taking in all the energy that it could get, Karl explained. That's relatively normal. It usually happens to warriors when their body advances a rank and needs to adapt to a new power standard. I suspect that you actually made it to the awakened rank in body last night. Or Hawk did. And the energy needed to come from you. One of those 2 answers is most likely the correct one. How is his growth coming? Rita replied. He looks fully grown for a Windspeed Hawk. He was growing quickly again last night while I was feeding energy into him, in the space in my mind, but then it seemed to settle. called Hawk out onto the bed, and Rita crouched to get a better look at the proudly preening Hawk. He looks more mature now. The softer feathers are gone, and the pin feathers are larger and stronger than the last time I saw him. Your skill is brilliant. 1 week to bring a windspeed hawk to maturity. Even if your ability was just to train combat birds, I can guarantee that the Academy would still rate it as a top-notch success. Chapter 34, More Resources. Karl smiled at the sergeant. If it's a great success, that means there will be more resources, right? We're still finishing the ones you gave us. But now that Hawk has reached full maturity, his growth is slowing to a crawl, and it's going to take more than just my efforts to keep him growing at this sort of rate. Sergeant Rita laughed. If you can keep growing at that rate, what would the rest of the elites call themselves? I think it's natural that you would have to slow down at some point and consolidate your powers, but if you can keep feeding Hawk extra energy, he should progress toward the ascended rank from awakening in a relatively short time. I will find you what resources I can, though I'm not sure what the Hawk can use now that we've tried the two that seem the most beneficial to it. Well, if there is an upgraded version of the Strength Stone or some more powerful infused blood, that would be great. I don't know if the Air Stone will do much. He's still digesting the second one he ate, and the first was so powerful that it caused a huge breakthrough. But if there are other air-type resources, maybe they will help him as well. Every time that he improves, my body improves as well. I just need to train my skills and stamina to keep up, so resources for Hawk seem to be the most effective way for me to grow. Karl suggested. Hawk was definitely a fan of that plan. He didn't mind if Karl got strong, they were a team, but if the plan was to make him the most powerful windspeed Hawk, then it was definitely a good idea. Their next stop was back at their usual training grounds, and Hawk was looking forward to being able to show up the mages of the class with his new skills. Now that he was fully grown, and his power was getting better, he could block many more shots to protect the targets. Karl could tell that it wasn't actually about the target, it was more about Hawk wanting to show off his skills and get praised or cursed by the mages. Both were fine in Hawk's mind, as long as they were recognizing his might. That was the important part in the Hawk's mind, reminding them all that he was the predator here, and all the mice were his. I swear that Hawk is picking on us. It gets better by the day, just to remind us all that we're beneath it. One of the mages announced, sweaty and exhausted at the end of the class. It's a windspeed Hawk. Do you really think that it has some innate grudge against mages? One of the others scoffed. Everyone turned to look at the water mages, whose fluid attacks drove the bird particularly crazy, and then back at the questioner. I mean in general. It's pretty obvious that the Hawk has a hatred for water attacks, but I doubt that he hates mages in general. Karl smiled. If only they knew that Hawk really did see himself as innately better than humans, who couldn't fly, could barely see, and didn't even hunt their own meals. The fact that Hawk himself didn't hunt his own food was a matter of luxurious living in its mind, so that didn't count. At least to him, it didn't. Instead of returning to rest, Hawk decided to circle in the sky for the afternoon while Karl trained his martial arts skills. His great hope was that he would finally find something that was able to be hunted in this academy. Unfortunately, there were no rodents, no pests, nothing at all wandering around the grounds. The spells that the mages had put on the academy, and the constant use of powers had long since scared everything away from the academy itself, and he didn't have permission to go out into the fields around the grounds to hunt for a snack. Karl's words had been, "Be where I can see you," and that didn't extend out into the fields on the far side of the wall. If Karl had told him to stay where the others could see him, Hawk might have just given up and gone back to rest inside. But while the hunting didn't work out as he had hoped, Hawk did find a few good things. There was a nice tree along the side of the strength training grounds, where he could rest his wings in the shade. There was a carving on one of the buildings that almost looked like him. There was an old lady who kept taking pictures of him, and finally, the truck docks. Once he could figure out how those things worked, he would be in for a treat. Even from up in the sky, he could tell that the buildings behind the docks were just packed full of good stuff. Karl mostly ignored Hawk's adventures, and only occasionally reminded him not to make trouble for anyone, or take food from strangers. Not everyone would know that he was Karl's Hawk, so some might try to poison or attack him like he was a wild monster. Sergeant Rita had another book full of information for them to study, this time on monster biology, in hopes that they would stumble across something that might help Hawk continue to grow at an accelerated rate. Every elite wanted to be famous, powerful, or both. That was the whole point of the training regimen here. So, her job as a private instructor was to do what she could to help Karl keep advancing and live up to the potential that the senior staff believed he had when they observed him on the train. If the final result was intense early growth, leading to stagnation and a growth plateau, that just meant that they didn't understand the next step in his training. But the next time that they saw a class like this one, they could use his experience as a baseline and start growing the new elite from there. Chapter 35, Efficient Casting. Karl sat on the balcony of his room with a stack of textbooks, trying to determine if there would be some surefire way to help Hawk advance from the awakened stage to ascended without a large delay. From what he knew of the windspeed Hawk, their progression usually came from improved skills with rend, along with an increased ability power level. The mana-infused monster blood should help with the second part, and they were doing daily training, which no wild hawk would ever have a reason to do. Mostly because they hunted for food, not for sport, so they wouldn't use their skills 100 times a day. That gave them some sort of advantage over the wild growth rate, but there had to be more that he could do than just grind their skills over and over. Hawk had already learned the wind barrier from the headmaster's wind beads, so the windspeed hawk could absolutely learn new things from mystic resources. He just had to get his hands on them. A knock on his door distracted him from his confusion, and Karl went to open the door, finding Dana with a smile and a bag full of books, plus a small plate of food. I brought a gift for Hawk. Someone told me that they had them around their house in the farmlands, and the hawks really liked these, so I asked the kitchen to find one. She greeted him. That caught Hawk's attention, and he flew in from the other room to land on her shoulder and check out the plate. It was a small animal, skinned but intact and raw, but to the windspeed hawk, the smell was divine. It's an iron jaw mole. They're farmland pests, as they dig huge holes for their nests. They've got great jaw strength, as you would expect, but that's it. Unfortunately for them, they're even weaker than the earth mice in the fields outside the academy, and they've got no ranged attacking power at all. The trio walked back to the patio, and Dana set the plate on the table, where it was immediately attacked by Hawk. Mind your manners, I don't need you getting blood splatter on the textbooks, Karl reminded him. In response, the hawk pushed the plate to the far side of the table, but didn't slow his pace, happily tearing the small animal to bits. What are you working on today? Karl asked as Dana set out a pair of notebooks, but no reference text. Mana control. According to the teacher, I still use too much for every spell, and that inefficiency is why I'm having trouble with multiple spells and my channeling speed. For now, they've asked me to just focus on magic missiles and fog, and not to expand my spell repertoire yet, or I will ingrain bad habits into new spells. So, I want to get my efficiency increased as quickly as I can, Dana explained. Hawk looked up with interest. That topic sounded like it would be useful to him too. He could kill more water balls that way, and taunt the mages. Taunting mages was way more fun than Hawk had expected it to be, especially when they weren't allowed to attack him directly. That sounds like good advice. I need to find a way to keep Hawk progressing now that he's reaching full growth. All this good food, and the handful of special items they could find that were suitable for Hawks have brought him up to full grown in record time. But he is going to hit his natural bottleneck soon, and then it's up to training whether we can make the leap from awaken to ascended before the first semester is over. They studied in silence for a few minutes, while Hawk finished eating, and then the bird flew up into the trees and brought them back a singed pear, perfectly ripened. Karl remembered this one from the guidebook. It was supposed to help refresh the body and remove stress. A common enough effect for magical plants, but useful when studying. Karl cut it into thin slices, and Hawk took one small bite before ruffling its feathers and turning away. The pear smelled incredible, but it was too sweet, not at all to Hawk's liking. The humans could have it. Karl laughed at the Hawk's disappointed look and cut the pear into slices for them to snack on. Then Hawk stepped across the table and directly onto Dana's notepad. "What are you doing, little man? Have we ignored you too much?" she asked, and stroked his head gently. Hawk preened at the attention, then shook himself and focused. He raised one claw, and created a rend blade in front of him, then decreased the intensity to almost nothing before bringing it back up again. Then down until it was almost invisible. "Tell her about the waste," Hawk demanded. "He wants you to understand that the harder you push yourself, the more mana you waste. Try what he's doing with your magic missiles, and I think you'll see, hold it in place and keep decreasing the power. The mana cost drops exponentially," Karl explained. Dana looked skeptical, but she did what he asked. The first few missiles nearly fired out across the academy grounds, as she had never before tried to hold them in place, but after a few minutes, she could hold and guide them where she wanted, as she slowly reduced the power from the default full activation to barely a glow of light. "How did you know to do that?" she asked as she mimicked Hawk's cycle through the power range. "It's instinctive for Hawk, and he taught me. By the logic of a windspeed hawk, you should hunt with just enough power to take out your prey, so you don't waste more energy than you get back," Karl explained. "So that's it. This is a huge breakthrough. I can see where I was going wrong. I was just focusing on the spell activation sequence and letting it go. I thought that I was doing well by controlling the direction, but if I focus on the mana flow, I can do so much more with it. There are likely so many things that we can learn from magical creatures that we have never thought of ourselves. The teacher's directions aren't even this detailed, and I've never seen another student actually reduce the power of their spells. They just increase their endurance and cast everything at full power every time, but with better control as they grow." Karl thought about that for a moment and shook his head. "No, the senior students have learned to control and split the power as well. I guess they just thought that it would be too difficult for a new mage. But it makes casting spells way easier. Even if you do it at half power, you should be able to cast at least 5 missiles for every one that you could before. Chapter 36. Practice makes perfect. Dana and Hawk spent the rest of the evening practicing their skill control together, while Karl focused on finding more about the growth cycles and power increase triggers of various magical bee species. There were so many, but Karl was certain that if he worked on it, he could find some sort of pattern to the triggers. It should be either something to do with their skills, their body's alignment to an element, or some sort of environmental factor. He didn't believe that it was completely random, and that it was all up to luck. With study, they should be able to trigger the advancements deliberately. The meditation and movement of energy to Hawk was certainly going to help, though he couldn't tell how much. But every meal since the advancement had given him a surge of energy, as he was absorbing the nutrients and embedded mana much more efficiently than a regular human would. That should be something normal for the elites, as the kitchens did deliberately prepare that sort of meal for every student. So the real difference should be that he could share the excess with Hawk, instead of wasting it. Once it started to get dark, Dana finished making notes on what she had learned, and then returned to her room for the night, while Karl prepared to eat one more late-night meal and meditate on transferring that extra energy to Hawk to help him grow. The only problem was that they would have to wait until there was a noticeable change to find out if these methods were working. And even then, they wouldn't necessarily know for certain which of the methods were the ones that had the largest impact. There was no exact measuring method, which was why they had just loosely grouped monsters into categories based on their power rankings. But that also meant that near the boundaries of those rankings there could be some uncertainty, unless the body or power went through a notable change. For example, when a devil cat went through the process of moving from awakened to ascended, it grew a second tail. That was a pretty simple and surefire way to tell. Many birds would gain a distinctive pattern on their feathers as they grew more powerful, and most mammals would increase in size in a sudden growth spurt. Wind speed hawks didn't go through most of that. They kept their appearance, except for the claws. Once a wind speed hawk reached the ascended level, their claws would turn from a dull black to a translucent obsidian, and that claw material was an exceptional resource for elites learning similar skills. It could be ground up and mixed with monster blood in the same way as the strength stones, and drinking it would increase skill understanding. Haha, yeah, make them eat my claw clippings. They grow back quickly, Hawk giggled in Karl's mind, equating the broken claw parts to human toenail clippings. Just a shed waste product that it no longer cared about. Well, if we can help you grow to that level, we can help the others out then. We will show them how far ahead you are, just by being yourself. Karl joked, stroking the bird's ego for a moment before he began to meditate. In the morning they both felt refreshed and a bit better than they had the day before, so that became their routine. Mornings with the mages, afternoons of martial arts training, and then evenings of book studies, while Karl worked on learning all that he could about magical beasts and the triggers that could cause him to advance, while Hawk worked with Dana on her mana control. His rate of growth was incredible, and while he had an advantage to begin with thanks to his species, Hawk was rapidly outgrowing anything that could have been expected of a juvenile windspeed hawk. Normally they wouldn't need to use the rend attack more than a handful of times in a day, as it was primarily for hunting, and occasionally for self-defense. But by the end of the week, he could keep it up for hours at a time. Dana was also progressing at a crazy pace with his help, and she now had full control over her magic missiles. It was quite impressive to see her hold them in place, or move them around the room with her mind. The process still drained her much faster than she would prefer, but it was a vast improvement on the first day that she started working with Hawk, when she didn't understand at all how she was supposed to control the mana flows. So, it was with greatly improved confidence that they headed for the meeting spot for the next practical skills meeting. The same group of 54 students were gathered in the field, waiting for the teachers to arrive, and Karl took his spot next to the other team leaders. Sergeant Rita arrived a few minutes later with the 2 mages, driving one of the academy's cargo buggies filled with gear. We have something new and fun for everyone today. These are the new experimental products from the Weapons Development Department at the Golden Dragon National Research University. What you all are going to do today is go on a little field trip. The danger will be a bit higher than usual, as you will be leaving the academy grounds entirely, and not just going to the outskirts, but the university has asked us to test whether these new weapons with their fancy technology can actually improve the user's strength by a whole rank, Sergeant Rita announced. The mages were more than a little skeptical, as their powers were based on mana flow and control, which were both internal factors. They didn't use weapons in the same way that the warriors did. If it was just for the warrior classes, it would be a great safety measure for elites in general, but not specifically for them. However, when they took the tarp off the cart, there was a box with everyone's name on it. The university really had come up with something for everyone, and the students began to become excited to see what it could do. Chapter 37, New Claws. Karl made his way to the stack of boxes, where Sergeant Rita was organizing everyone into a single file line to get through the stack more efficiently. She handed him a large box, and he stepped aside, trying to decipher how to open a box with no visible latches. The answer turned out to be a fingerprint scanner in the middle of one side, hidden beneath the paint. To students who grew up in the city, it was obvious, but the small towns didn't have any need for such high-tech security in their daily lives. They just taped the boxes closed and called it secure. Inside the box was a new set of gauntlets, similar to the ones that he already had, at least in external appearance, but they were lighter than the training units, and the claws on the fingers seemed to be made from some sort of actual monster claw, instead of alloy. What sort of difference that was supposed to make to his rend attack was a mystery, but there might be something else hidden under the nondescript black metal upper glove that covered his arm nearly to the elbow, which would help with mana channeling, or serve as some sort of amplifier for his skills. The only way to know was to test them, so Karl stepped away from the crowd, where the warriors were happily beginning to wave their new swords around, and gave them a flex to send a claw attack into the air. The power activation feels much more natural, even than when he is doing it barehanded. The gauntlets weren't strictly necessary for the skill, unlike a sword skill. He had fingernails of his own that would do the job, but with these new gauntlets on his hands, the power seemed to flow to the monster claws, and form much more smoothly than he could manage on his own. It didn't feel like it was more powerful than usual, and the energy he put in was the same, but his recovery felt like it was faster than usual, as if the weapon was returning some of the expended energy to him. With these gauntlets, Karl was certain that he could fight all morning with ease, and not have to take nearly as many breaks during the defensive training with the mages. It would certainly drive his classmates insane to have that many more skills coming up to block their attacks, but they were getting better anyhow, so it could be good for them. It only took a few minutes to get all the weapons handed out, and for chaos to spread through the field where they had gathered. There were sword attacks and spells flying all around, a large stone golem standing to one side, and the ground was trembling from someone's magic. It was insanity, but the teachers were content to wait until the students had all begun to calm down before they said anything else. All right, calm down, everyone. You know what's coming next. But this time there is a twist. This week, we will be putting you in pairs. There are 2 of each number in the bag. Pick one paper and find your partner for today's exercise. You will all be working individually in a large region, so don't expect backup if there are issues. Sergeant Rita explained, while the 2 mages looked excessively pleased with their ingenuity. The device that the university had made for the mages varied from person to person, but mostly, they were in the form of a small rectangular frame full of crystals and tubes that could be hung from the user's belt. Aesthetically, they were a strange choice, but better than the hooded coat, with the wires running all down the inside that one of the mages was wearing. Dana had one of the boxes, a flatter one that was a little larger than a paperback novel. That gave Karl a great idea. If they were allowed to keep these prototypes, he could suggest putting a regular book cover over some of them, so that they blended in with the Academy's usual apparel a bit better. That should also protect them from damage and dirt, which clearly wasn't a concern for the design team working on magician-enhancing tools. Sergeant Rita, what are these gauntlets made of, do you know? Karl asked as she approached him with the bag of numbers. Just various monster parts combined, as far as I know. It's supposed to be something about combining the aspects of magical beasts to create magic items, she replied with a shrug. Karl took a number from the bag and waited for the rest of the students to choose. He had drawn number 17, but the look on the teachers' faces said that simply shouting your number to find your partner would not be tolerated, or at least not before the numbers were all passed out. So Karl decided to wander and check numbers with the others who had received their cards. He was at the edge of the group to begin with, and his path simply followed the sergeant through the crowd. The others were doing the same, but in an organized manner. They were beginning to line up based on the number of their paper, with number 1 moving over toward where Karl had been standing in the beginning. Karl caught on quickly and moved to roughly where he thought pair 17 should be, and found himself standing next to Dana, who was holding a card identical to his. Well, that makes it easier. We already know each other's basic skills, and they should work well together. You take the lead, Hawk Scouts, and I will deal damage from the back. She informed him with a smile. That works for me. How is your new tool? Is that massive stuff really better than what you were using earlier? Karl asked. It seems to be, but we will find out once we actually have to use them. The box is a focusing device, and you use it when you're casting the spell to intensify the effects. It's a bit difficult to use properly at first, but with some practice, it should increase my magic power by quite a bit, Dana replied. Now we just need to find out what we're going to test it on. Chapter 38. Are we there yet? Once everyone was sorted, the mages began their spell casting again in preparation to transport the group somewhere. This version seemed far more complex than the first time that Karl had seen it, and the effort was visibly draining on the 2 mages. That must mean they were going quite a bit further than the outskirts of the academy, which had been a simple and effortless spell for just the elder teacher. But they appeared in the target location just as smoothly as they had the first time, and Karl found himself standing next to Dana in a ruined warehouse, still stocked with bags of dry goods, and one slowly leaking barrel of honey that had attracted a huge number of bees. "We should move before we anger them. I don't fancy being stung by bees today," Karl whispered as Dana took in their surroundings. Hawk was eager to get out and see what was going on, but until they knew what sort of danger level they were facing, Karl didn't want to send him up blindly. Dana gestured toward a large hole in the wall that seemed to lead out to a main road, and the duo began to move, making their way out into a ruined village. "This just happened. I can still smell fresh blood and gunpowder," Karl whispered. Both smells were unpleasantly familiar after a childhood of helping at the mines, and with his enhanced senses courtesy of Hawk, he could pick them out much more clearly than ever. "What do you mean?" Dana replied softly. "This village was attacked in the last day or two. That's probably why we are here, to help clean out the monsters that have tried to move in. I will send up Hawk now so we know what we're up against, and then we can come up with a plan. It's a good thing that you have been working on your mana control, because I think that you're going to need magic missile far more than the fog today. This would be a brutal crash course for the first-year students, even if they were the hand-picked best of the batch. They had only been at the academy for a few weeks, and they were mostly working with one or two abilities that were still at the common grade. That should mean that the threat level here wasn't too high, but if it were just common grade monsters, the townsfolk should have been able to chase them off. So the response hadn't come quickly enough, and the elites had dealt with the stronger monsters too late, leaving just the dangerous local wildlife for the students to clean out. "There are angry pigs. We're killing them, right? Then eat them," Hawk reported. "Tell me exactly where they are in relation to me, and how many." "I also need to know how strong each is, or how many of them are awakened or higher," Karl replied, training the Hawk how he wanted the scouting reports to be structured. 9 pigs all injured. 1 with awakened power. 200 meters in my direction from the building. Oh, there are more monsters south. If you go that way, there are 6 goblins, none awakened. They're lazy, making a campfire. You know the routine, work first and then eat. Lead us to the goblins and keep an eye out for more monsters. The book said that goblins travel in large bands, so there are likely more of them around," Karl replied. "There are some wild pigs that Hawk wants to eat, but there are goblins on the south side of town. That would explain why things went so badly here. Even if they're weak, they're smarter than most wild magical beasts, and they come in large numbers. We are going to have to clear out the 6 that are left here first, and then we can look for more stragglers and anything else. Anything else meaning survivors, but it would be uncouth to say that out loud so early into their mission." Dana nodded grimly, not really ready to see a true monster in person and in the wild with just one other student beside her, but she knew that this was the training mission, and they had been sent here specifically to take care of this threat. So Pithown, looking for movement and anything else that the other 2 might find. Work first, and then eat, so the faster he helped them get all the work done, the better. That meant that he couldn't miss any of the targets. I found more goblins. In a house, 4 doors up from you and across the street. I can see 2 of them from my perch. Karl relayed the message to Dana in a whisper, and then kept walking. "What are you doing?" "If they know that we have seen them, they will call for assistance instead of trying to ambush. Hawk has his eyes on them, he won't let them actually ambush us. Just stay close to me, and when they rush, you cast magic missile," Karl whispered back as he walked. Karl crossed the street, watching the building that Hawk had marked with his enhanced peripheral vision without turning his head. The goblins didn't have great eyesight, so they would assume that if he wasn't looking at them, he hadn't seen them. And sure enough, as soon as he passed, they charged out with a battle cry. It was just 3 wounded common-grade goblins, and 2 of them fell to Hawk's rend, before either Karl or Dana could respond. Karl took the last with a flex of his fingers, and the town fell silent again. "Hawk, keep searching, that cry might have alerted the others," Karl directed. The Hawk flew away, and Dana gave it a look of admiration. "He's got great reflexes," she muttered. "He's definitely a good friend to have on a day like this. He's gone to scout for more goblins, in case something heard and responded to that battle cry." Chapter 39. Goblins. Karl kept them moving south toward the edge of town, even when he felt the occasional pull of exertion, as Hawk took out lone goblins that had been hiding in town. He was not happy about the situation, as they smelled terrible and were inedible to him, but there was the promise of iron-tusked boars in the distance as soon as he found and eliminated them all. "They really prepared a brutal test for us today. Hawk has found 5 more wandering goblins so far, and we're still not to the larger pack of 6. Take out whichever ones you want when we arrive. Your spell is slower to cast than rend, so I will let you lead off the attack, and then I will keep them from getting to us." "How are you doing on the multiple missiles effort?" Karl asked. "I can still only control 2 at a time, but once I get the spell started, it should be much faster to send the next volley." "Are there any awakened rank goblins in the pack?" she replied. "According to Hawk, they're all common grade followers. There is no sign of a stronger leader. The elite who came here first likely dealt with the stronger foes and then left the rest, or they ran and came back," Karl replied. Karl caught a glimpse of flames in the distance, on the outskirts of town, and put a finger to his lips to signal silence from here forward. The goblin camp was loud, preparing for something. And they didn't even have a guard out when Karl led the way to the edge of the clearing where they had set up. Once they were close, he crouched, getting low to the ground so that his uniform didn't stand out quite as badly, and did his best to move silently. It was clear that there had once been many more goblins here, but presently only 6 remained, easy prey for the 2 elites. Dana focused and put a pair of magic missiles into the back of 2 of the goblins near the fire pit, while Karl took out the one closer to them. Then he aimed for the one who reacted the fastest, and another who was trying to run. Dana got the last of them in the back, and Karl rose to his feet to go make sure they were really dead. There would be nothing worse than having what they thought was a defeated enemy come from behind and ambush them. But as he made his way through the camp, Karl immediately began to regret moving in for a closer look. He had forgotten what goblins eat, which was mostly the flesh of the villagers they slaughtered, and the stench was overpowering. But after motioning for Dana to stay put for the moment and watch for reinforcements, he checked all the bodies, giving them all a quick stab with a pilfered goblin sword before moving back to their hiding spot. They're finished. Let's move back into town and take care of the rest of the targets. Then we can kill the pigs and have some lunch before waiting to see what else we are supposed to be doing here. I think that this should be it, but I was expecting a bit more guidance, he explained. So was I. When they said that there wouldn't be much of a chance that we would be meeting the other students, I didn't think that they meant we wouldn't even be in the same town. What does Hawk say about the situation? Dana replied. Nothing else is moving. I even went up high, and there was nothing else around but the pigs. I even stopped at the houses, and there was no sound of heartbeats or movement inside. Does that mean that we're done and we can have lunch now? Hawk replied hopefully. Meet us before we go deal with the pigs. There's an awakened one there, and it might not be safe for you to go alone. Who knows what sort of ability he might have. The wild iron tusk boars were happily rooting through the town's garbage pile when Karl arrived, with Dana right behind him and the hawk circling overhead. The largest of them was Hawk's target for lunch. It was newly into the awakened rank, and gave off a sense of power that Dana recognized long before Karl did. It has magic. I'm not sure what, but it can use some sort of magical spell, she whispered. All right then. We ambush it. All 3 of us at once will attack the largest boar, and then we will deal with the others. How is your stamina holding up? Have you rested long enough since the fight with the goblins? Dana nodded. I held back so the expenditure wasn't nearly as high. I am ready to fight. She moved to Karl's left, then climbed up on top of a small stone shed and lay on her stomach to get a good angle of attack. That should keep the boars away from her for a moment, until they could knock down the wall, but she wasn't so high that she would get hurt jumping down. Hawk, your dinner is served. Attack the big one when Dana does, with as much as it takes to kill it. I will deal with the others. Dana fired a pair of magic missiles into the awakened boar, and 6 streaks of rend came down to meet them, converging on its neck as the beast reared back to block the missiles with its tusks. Then Karl attacked, throwing rend attacks into the closest 2 boars and moving forward to attract the attention of the remaining 3. They were all close to awakened in power, and their hides were beginning to toughen, but it wasn't enough to keep his attacks from penetrating. Then Hawk arrived, sending out 2 more attacks into the back of the charging boars, while Dana targeted the last survivor, a greedy one who hadn't stopped eating as soon as the others had. Well, that was anticlimactic. I thought that it was going to be a much harder fight, Dana noted. Don't jinx it, we are still not back at the academy, but I will cut up these boars so that Hawk can get a fresh lunch, and we will bring them back with us. How he was planning to do that was a mystery to Dana, but after Karl pulled a textbook from his coat for reference before beginning to butcher the pigs, she assumed that he had some actual plan. Then, the first of them disappeared, just vanished in front of her eyes, and Karl moved on to the next. Chapter 40. Not a day trip? What the heck was that? Where did they go? Dana gasped as an entire 100-kilo boar vanished for the second time. There's a mental space granted by my powers. That's where Hawk stays when he's not out playing. I can store things in there like meat and it doesn't go bad. There's only one small issue that I've found. Only food can go in there. I tried to put my textbooks in, and it wouldn't work, but meat can go in and out no problem. Karl explained. What a strange restriction, but it is for your pet, right? So perhaps it's only things that are good for the pet that can go in and out. Why don't you try with a resource that you know he can't use later and see what happens? Dana suggested. That is brilliant. Perhaps the magic of the beast space will help me learn what will be best for Hawk. Trying to find a way to help him advance more quickly is my current topic of study, other than the basic training. Karl explained. Glad I could help. But shouldn't someone have shown up by now? It's getting close to lunch, and these practice missions usually only last an hour. Karl shrugged. Well, technically, they've got us all day. So I suppose it's not a big deal if we have lunch here at the nearest house. No, scratch that. I heard from Hawk what is inside. Let's just eat out here. Karl used his sword to cut some sliced pork to grill over a fire, using branches as skewers, while Dana prepared a fire. Give me just a second. I know the spell to create a small flame, I just haven't mastered it yet. We don't have to make fire the hard way, or go rummaging through houses looking for a fire starter," she explained. The village had been ransacked by goblins, so whatever they found inside the houses was not going to be pleasant. Dana was aware of the stories about goblin atrocities, but she really was not intending to find out firsthand what it looked like up close. It took 3 tries before she managed to get sparks to form and the dry branches to light, but after that, the fire started to burn quite well, and the duo waited for the heat to build so that they could begin to roast the meat. "Do you think that this could be some sort of surprise survival test? Tomorrow's the day off, and we don't have classes for another day and a half, so there wouldn't be any delay to our learning if they had us stay here to hunt for an overnight trip," Karl suggested. "I hope not. I don't know about you, but I didn't bring any sort of camping equipment," Dana joked. There was a whole town behind them, but without any sign of survivors, and no visible battleground, being able to search the town itself for supplies was questionable. There was no telling how much was left in town, and how much had been taken with the ones who fled. "Well, if nobody comes for us by dinner, we will have to go looking for supplies to get through the evening. I don't know if we want to stay in town, as the ruined town will draw more monsters searching for food." "That is a good idea. We should get settled in as if we were waiting for a conventional pickup after a mission. That seems like the best option, since this class is intended to prepare us for rescues and missions after we graduate," Dana suggested. The 3 of them settled in around the fire, waiting out the time until the meat was cooked, and deliberately ignoring the fact that there was a ruined and abandoned village right behind them. They would have to face the fact that numerous people likely lost their lives here in the recent past, but for now, they would focus on their lunch and the possibility that they didn't get all the monsters that were nearby. But 2 hours later, after they had finished eating, and Hawk had searched the town twice over, going into every open house to make sure that there were no survivors or other hidden monsters, but there was nothing. In fact, there were very few bodies at all, though there was quite a bit of blood in some of the houses, according to Hawk. "Should we go back to where we started in the middle of town? Perhaps there is some sign there that will let us know what we're supposed to be doing. I feel like we should have gotten some message by now, and that maybe. We weren't supposed to be sent to an empty town. I mean, think about it. We're both technically still common grade, though I am already at awakened and peak power. They shouldn't have sent us out into the unknown unsupervised for too long. It would make more sense if we were here to deal with the iron tusk boars. Maybe there was supposed to be someone here to meet us, but they were gone before we arrived because of the goblin attack. So you think that someone was supposed to let them know that we were finished? That makes some sense, since it is sanctioned by the Academy. Perhaps we could find something that would let us contact them. I mean, even a cell phone would do the job, and there should be a working landline in some of the buildings," Dana suggested. Karl got to his feet and sent Hawk back up to scout the town, in case there was anything coming for them, while they walked back to the town square. It was an eerie feeling, now that there was nothing around and moving. No birds, rodents, nothing at all. The town was just completely silent, but there were lights on, so it hadn't been completely destroyed, just left uninhabited. Just as when they arrived, the center of town was empty. Karl wasn't looking for monsters, but signs that someone knew they were coming and might have left behind a message for them. Chapter 41, Low and Slow. The first thing that Karl noticed about the center of town was how clean it was. There was no sign of battle here, no indication that there had been a last stand to defend this place. So, logically, the majority of the inhabitants must have simply left, or fought to the end in another part of town. Reluctantly, Karl checked the large stone building nearby, whose doors were left open to the elements, and found that while the interior was a bit messy, there was no sign of a battle here either. So either they left in advance, or the attack happened at night when nobody was at work. If the battle did take place at night and made it past the perimeter security that every village should have, it would make sense that there was very little to see in the streets. The goblins would have invaded homes, and by the time that the alarm was raised, most of the town would have been killed in their sleep. The government building still had power to the computers, so Karl whistled to catch Dana's attention and gestured for her to come inside. "Do you know how to work this? I've never seen that operating system before," he asked. "Oh, no problem. We use the same one at school. It's even still logged in. I wonder why their computers don't have a timeout feature when you're gone too long," she asked. She tapped a few keys and then clicked on the home button and smiled. "It looks like they did leave us a message. There is a text file in the middle of the home screen. Dearest explorers and salvage teams, the residents of this village intend to return within 30 days of the posting of this notice, making the town's property ineligible for salvage. A surprise goblin attack with the threat of ongoing invasions forced us to evacuate to Safe Point Alpha, as designated on the government maps for this location, and once the region is deemed safe, and the elites have finished their work, we will return. Mayor Dingwall." That's dated this morning. We were likely already gathered for the morning briefing when this was posted, but I think that a lot of the blood we saw was a fair bit older than that," Karl noted. Dana thought about the timing of the message and its implications, and then looked back outside. "They said that it was likely there would be continued attacks. We only found a handful of stragglers, plus whatever goblins Hawk killed inside the houses. That doesn't really constitute an ongoing threat, does it? I think that tonight they are likely to come back again, looking for survivors and loot. I think that you're right. They are going to come back, not just the small scouting squad that they left here, but a whole goblin tribe looking for supplies. Monster biology says that they don't like being outside during the day if they can avoid it, so probably be after dark. That gives us about 7 hours before they might start to arrive, assuming they attack with the twilight. But what can we do to fortify and prepare for them? This building is solid stone, with a stone roof, so it's not too bad. We could lock all the shutters and wait here, or we could barricade this place and return to it after we hunt goblins in the town. So I won't be expecting someone to be hunting them while they're scavenging for food, Karl suggested. The problem with that is I can't see in the dark. Maybe you can, but I definitely can't. I would be working blind. I'm not a close combat fighter, so I can't really stay behind alone with my skills. Dana reminded him. Why don't you create a huge fog bank that hides the entire town? It will make the goblins easier to hunt one at a time, so I can send Hawk to ambush any of them he finds out in the open, and then we can fight whichever ones manage to make it here. They won't realize their companions are under attack right away if they can't see them, and the shouting won't lead them straight to us, so we can fight them in smaller groups. Unless there's a better building here in town, but it looks like the rest of them are mostly made of wood, and I wouldn't trust that the goblins won't burn them down to get us out if they're desperate. Alright, that plan works. I will start building the fog now, since it lasts until I want it to dispel. Once it hides the whole village, we should be a little more safe. How well can Hawk see through the fog? Dana asked. Keep it closer to the ground and it's fine. If you can see for 10 meters in the fog, that means that if it ends at 10 meters in the air, Hawk can see through it just fine. Even 5 meters off the ground should be enough to blind the goblins and still leave them visible from the air. It was a devastating advantage to attacking from above, and the goblins wouldn't be expecting a monster attack on their raiding party. Not many monsters would attack goblins, as they weren't edible. They would only attack if their territory was invaded, or the goblins made the mistake of getting greedy and targeting them. We should prepare a fire as well. Lanterns, something that will allow us to light the room so that we can see properly around the entrance once the fighting starts. The power might go out at any time if they're attacking. Goblins are pretty smart, so some torches would be a good idea. Dana added. There's an auto repair shop just down the street. I will get a bunch of oil and rags, then tie them around branches. That will work for torches to light the area, but I will look for an oil lantern as well. I'm not sure that they will have one here, but they were pretty common in the mines. Chapter 42. Well rested. The mechanic's shop was just down the block, and Karl approached as silently as possible, in case there were still goblins inside. Hawk said that he hadn't found any, but he was also under orders to either stay high in the air or out of sight, so that he wouldn't get attacked before the real battle started. The building was an old cinder block building, darkened with years of soot all around the 3 bay doors, with a small office to one side. What he needed would likely be in the shop itself, but he also wanted to find a proper lighter and some food that wasn't just roast meat. There should be a vending machine inside, and if anyone came back to see it broken, they would just assume it was the goblins, since they trashed everywhere else in town. But strangely, the glass doors were intact, the windows unbroken, and the shop itself seemed undamaged. That could be an issue if it was all locked up, but when Karl tried the side door to the actual shop, it opened smoothly, revealing a dimly lit set of 3 bays, each with a car parked in them. Karl went to the first, and found a cigarette lighter in the cup holder, which went to his pocket. Then he noticed a grease barrel on a 2-wheeled dolly. That was perfect. It would burn slowly. It stuck to the rags for torches if the power went out. And there was a whole drum of it here on wheels. Karl loaded a large bag full of rags on the grease barrel, then went through the door to the front of the shop, where the distinctive smell of a workshop faded, and a pungent odor of herbs prevailed. Maybe that had something to do with why this place wasn't trashed. It was worth a shot, and Karl quickly found the source of the smell, bags of herbs soaked in fuel, giving off a rather obnoxious odor. There were spares in the front office, ready to be assembled, so Karl grabbed 2 and a small can of fuel to activate them. Then he made his way to the vending machine, which was unlocked and open, seemingly prepared for the likelihood that someone would be here before they returned. So, he grabbed a few bags of snacks and stuffed them in his coat, just in case they were here all night. Hey, is anyone here? We're elites from the academy, here to deal with the monster issue. Karl called, just in case someone was hiding in this well-protected shop. There was no answer, and the room was deathly silent, so Karl returned to his work. He needed at least a few long sticks for the torches, and those should be found in the parts department. Any long metal or wooden rod would do, and as luck had it, they stocked cargo bars for securing freight inside trucks, 2 meters long, made of light metal and easy to disassemble to shorten them up a little. They would make great torch bases, so Karl grabbed 4 and brought them to the grease bin along with the scent buckets. There was a large length of chain nearby as well, so Karl added that to his pile of goodies, and headed back out the way that he came in, carefully closing the side door so it didn't make a loud noise. Dana's fog was already spreading out from the government building, covering most of a city block and pouring down the streets. Given a few more hours of work, and she would certainly have the whole town covered, making Hawk's work easier this evening. I've got what we need. Snacks, torch materials, and even a couple of bags of herbs that should get soaked in fuel to keep monsters away. The shop was completely untouched, so I'm pretty sure that they work. We can set them up in the entryway to the building and see if they keep the goblins away for the night. Karl explained. Perfect. Once I finish with the fog, I will need some sleep, so if you want to rest now, I will wait for Hawk's signal that something is coming. It's going to be a long night. Dana reminded him. Good point. Hawk's warning should wake me up, but if it doesn't just poke me or something, I'll rest on the couch at the back of the lobby, out of sight of the doors, in case something passes by. He had left the door open a crack, the same as they had found it, and there were only a few lights on in the lobby, but there was still a chance that a monster passing by the door would notice them. Wait, first put the herb bags where you think they need to be. It will be too late to mask our scent if we do it later in the evening. She reminded him with a grim look. Karl was still hoping for the best, that there wouldn't be anything coming back tonight, but Dana was prepared for the worst, and that was a full goblin tribe arriving to clean out the town tonight and finding them holed up in this one stone building. The bags were quick to prepare, and the scent rapidly filled the lobby, making Dana's nose twitch in irritation at the pungent odor. But if it kept monsters away from their resting spot, it was a good thing, and they might actually be able to rest until Hawk gave them the signal that something was coming. He was resting in the beast space right now, preparing for his night of activities, but he would come out once Dana was finished with the fog, or the evening approached. Some foods could only be hunted at night, and the windspeed hawks as a species had a great sense of when the transitions would be, as that was the point when the nocturnal animals would be active, but groggy and not quite as alert as usual. But he didn't get to sleep that long. Dana woke them both up around 6 in the evening, an hour before sunset, to let them know that the fog was finished, and it extended out past the edge of town. Now she was going to rest until the attack started, while Karl and Hawk could take over. You know what to do. Head up into the sky and make sure that nothing is going to sneak up on us. Let me know if you see anything moving out there. Chapter 43, From Above. The Hawk took off into the afternoon sky, making a larger loop around the town to see if there was anything approaching, while watching for anything that might take the opportunity of the fog to move about. He was pretty sure that he hadn't missed anything during the day, but there were always ways to hide from him, so maybe like a mouse in a hole there were hiding monsters in the town just waiting to come out. He had gone 10 kilometers out, moving in a spiral pattern as he circled the town, when he found what they were waiting for. I found it. A whole bunch of goblins are headed to the town now. They're just putting out their fires and starting to move. Do you want me to follow them? He asked. Karl frowned. That was close to the worst-case scenario that they had imagined when they prepared for the evening. Keep tabs on them, but make sure that is the only thing coming our way. We can likely deal with a pack of goblins, but if there is something stronger than a common monster, we could be in trouble, he replied. Karl had an impression of where Hawk was in relation to himself, so he knew that goblins weren't too close to the town yet, and he had some time before they arrived, but not enough that he could count on making any real fortifications. What he should do was call the academy, and make sure that this was part of the plan. Since they didn't know if the teachers were aware the town was empty when they were sent, it would be best to make sure. All he had to do was find the academy's phone number somewhere, assuming that it was even listed. Contacting the elites wasn't something that a regular person could just do casually, so the number might not be easily available even with a computer here in the lobby. They should have most of an hour before the goblins reached the town, so he would wake Dana up in half an hour to get freshened up, and have something to eat before the fighting started. The goblins are splitting up. They will be going all over town, but not in a big pack. Hawk did his best to explain the situation as the goblins got closer to the town's low wall. All right, you can start working once they are in the fog and separated. Just don't get hurt. I will wake Dana now, Karl replied. He gently shook the mage awake and gestured toward the break room in the back of the lobby. There are washrooms back there if you want to get clean and grab a drink before the fight starts, he whispered. How long do we have? Karl listened to Hawk's running updates and did his best to calculate. I would say about 5 minutes until they're actually in town, and 15 or 20 before they reach this side of town. They're about to reach the outer fog now, and they have slowed to a slow walk as they search. Dana disappeared into the back room and came back a few minutes later with a lunchbox in each hand. They're still good, or at least they smell like it. They were in the break room fridge, but I'm sure that whoever's lunch this was will forgive us. Do you know the academy phone number, or how to find it? We should probably call them to make sure this is part of the plan, Karl suggested as he finished the container of leftover spaghetti and the 2 sandwiches. Whoever brought this had a serious appetite. I can try finding it, but I'm not sure that it's a public number. Let me know if anything is getting close. Dana agreed. She sat at the computer to search for the Academy's contact information, and Karl moved to watch the outside of the building on the monitor at the other desk. There were only a few security cameras, but they circled the building, and there was an extra one at the entrance. Wait, we forgot to check the other doors. Give me 1 minute and I will make sure that none of the side doors are unlocked. Karl hissed as he realized that they had missed an important step in securing their base. There was only one other exterior door, a fire exit at the back of the lobby, but when Karl reached it, he realized that it wasn't and couldn't be locked. But he had some supplies, so there was a chance to barricade the door. He went back to the front and got one of the cargo securement bars and the length of chain he had taken from the auto repair shop. The bar could be set across the hallway, and the chain looped around it and through the handle on the door. The hooks on either end of the chain would hold it in place, and the handle looked solid enough, bolted through the thick metal fire door. Karl didn't know for sure how strong a goblin was, but there was no chance that he would be able to pull that door open, even if he had someone along to help him. It took a few tries to get the bar in the right spot across the hallway walls, but once he had the chain pulled tight, the door was very secure, and they no longer had to worry too much about anything sneaking in behind them. They're in the fog. I will start to eliminate the goblins now, Hawk reported. They're in town. Hawk is starting to work now, but we've got a bit before they reach this side of the city. They're probably going to try to loot the houses as they go, so it might take quite a while before they reach us. Karl whispered. They're not all stopping. A bunch of them are running further into town through the fog. They could be near you soon. Do I scout or do I hunt? Hawk asked. They're not doing a methodical search. They're spreading all over town and coming our way. Get ready. Try to give us a warning when anything gets close to us, but hunt as much as you can. Chapter 44, Night Fight. Karl checked the placement of the scent bags in the lobby, making sure they were going to fill the room to deter goblins, then put another one out in the back near the lunchroom, in case they had to retreat. Making it harder for the goblins to pick up their scent would make it easier to ambush them, and the more that they could kill before the tribe realized anything was wrong, the better. They're coming right for you. Maybe they can smell you? Hawk asked a few minutes later, as he watched the goblins headed directly for the middle of town, next to the government building where Karl and Dana were hiding. Thanks. We're on it. Dana, climb up on that desk and open the window above you. You can fire magic missiles from there, right? That should give you a better angle on the goblins that are coming for the town square. I am going to step outside and close the door behind me, so I can attack them properly. Karl whispered. Dana didn't approve of that plan, but if they were going to fight the goblins, it was better if someone drew their attention away from her. If Karl was inside the building, he couldn't do it. But if he was outside, and her scent was blocked from the goblins while she attacked, it could work well enough for them to clear out most of them with little risk. The real danger would be that they would get tired from the exertion of multiple spell castings. They would be restraining their powers, so the exponential mana cost as you approached your limits wasn't as much of a hindrance. But there were still limitations on how much they could do. Even Hawk couldn't hunt all night long without a break. That wasn't in his nature at all. What Dana needed to focus on was making the magic arrows more like actual arrows. Normally they were glowing spears of magic, but she didn't want them to glow tonight and give away her position. The first goblins came as a pair, skulking through the streets searching for something that they would never find, as Karl's rend tore them both apart at the same time. Their bodies fell into a bush along the side of the road, next to the building that they thought would hide their presence, and Karl returned to waiting. The smell of goblin blood would certainly bring others to him, which was precisely what Karl wanted at the moment. They were all spread out across the town, so they wouldn't arrive in a group, but if they arrived a few at a time, they would be no match for him and Dana. Given his physique, even if he were just to fight them, Karl was fairly certain that he could take 1 or 2 goblins at a time without using skills, but there was a serious risk that he would be wounded, and neither of them knew any healing skills. Karl heard the rustle of a branch when there was no wind in this fog, and turned to find another trio of goblins trying to sneak up on him. A streak of faint light hit one in the back, punching a hole through its chest, before Karl tore the other 2 apart with rend. Even at a quarter power, which put virtually no strain on his body or energy, the 4 streaks of light shredded the goblins with ease. They might be strong for their size, but they were soft, and their hide was no match for his attacks. In the sky above, Hawk had realized the same thing. He used only the bare minimum of power to take out his targets all over town, saving as much as he could for later. Karl always gave him a reward for doing a good job, and it had to be an excellent reward if he managed to keep up the battle until all the goblins were gone. Unlike Karl, who simply fought where he was, Hawk had started his battle on the downwind side of the town. That way the scent of goblin blood would be blown back across the areas he had already cleared, instead of wafting over the village, as Karl's kills were doing. Not that the goblins were all that concerned. Most of them were still focused on loading large bags of stuff from houses, and Hawk just had to wait to kill them until they came back out. But as they moved through the houses and didn't hear their fellow tribesmen anymore, they were becoming concerned, and that was causing more of them to move toward the smell of blood. You have more incoming. They can smell your fight, Hawk warned as he took out both a goblin and an earth mouse at the same time. Karl probably hadn't banned him from eating his kills. At least Hawk didn't remember him doing it, so he happily ate the mouse before looking for more goblins. It was a good night. There was work, but there were also mice, and a promise of rewards later. Maybe he could even convince Karl to give him a whole vial of that blood juice that was so good for his strength. Dana tapped on the windowsill to get Karl's attention, and pointed through the fog to where a group of 4 goblins was trying to sneak up on them. It was a terrible effort, as their eyesight was not good, and through the fog, Karl could see much further than they could. What they were going by was a smell of blood, but there was none on him, or in the building where Dana was hiding, so they were on the wrong side of the square, out in the open when Dana's spell took 2 of them out before they even noticed they were in danger. Karl was about to attack when instinct told him to move, and he sidestepped while turning, barely avoiding being hit by a flying dart fired from a goblin blowgun. Using his full strength, Rend killed the creature and 3 of its companions at the same time, slicing them into pieces that fell into the grass. Dana took out the other goblins across the park, and Karl gave her a thumbs up in approval. He would have to be extra careful of those darts, in case they had some sort of poison on them. They didn't look like they would kill if they didn't, and that made them his largest concern in the increasing darkness. Chapter 45. Easy Pickings. The darkness was also a benefit to Karl, as he could hear the goblins running into various things around town, where the lights in the houses had been broken or turned off. They might have a sneaky dart gun, but if they couldn't see him, then it wouldn't really matter what sort of weapons they had. They wouldn't be able to hit him. With that in mind, Karl shifted into the shadows of an alcove and waited for more goblins to be attracted by the noise and the smell of blood. He could hear Hawk hunting in the distance, the short shrieks of goblins as they were assaulted from above, cut off before they could get a full word out. But Hawk's narration said that he was still high in the sky, using the dark to his advantage while attacking down into the fog. The goblin tribe didn't stand a chance tonight, and they were so easy for him to kill that Hawk was barely trying, just using multiples of very low-powered attacks to eliminate the pests without tiring himself. Bird-type monsters were the reason that goblins lived in caves, and they had no real way to deal with an irate bird whose territory they had invaded. They could only wait for it to swoop or run and hide until it calmed down. Another pair of magic missiles from Dana took out 2 more goblins on the edge of the central square, while Karl saw another scurry into the corner by a set of stairs. It had seen its comrades fall, but couldn't see the attacker, so it was hiding and waiting for its chance. He couldn't afford to let it warn the others, so Karl crept up to the stairs and then tossed himself into the air using the railing so he could see down at the hiding goblin. The height shocked him. Karl wasn't really used to the additional strength of his body, and he had thrown himself nearly 3 meters in the air, but it gave him a good view of the target, and Rend, took it out with ease. Then Karl caught the edge of the roof beside him to slow his fall, and carefully dropped to the ground, limiting the noise he made on the sidewalk. The soft thump didn't seem like it would carry far, and Karl returned to the shadows in front of the government building to wait for more goblins to approach. Their eyesight might be terrible, but their hearing and sense of smell weren't, so they had to know something was up by now. The stench of goblin blood was all that Karl could smell, and he didn't even have any on him. Then the sound of bare feet slapping on the concrete as they ran in his direction caught Karl's attention. There was a larger group coming for them, and as they reached the square, they started to shout, calling for reinforcements as they searched for the culprit. Karl stepped out into the street and cut down 2 of the closest goblins from a block away, where they were barely visible through the fog, even to his eyes. Dana hadn't started firing magic missiles yet, so she probably couldn't see them. But the goblins understood which direction they were under attack from and turned to run toward Karl, waving rusty blades and clubs as they screamed. Swinging his arm in a wide arc, Karl sent out a 3-meter-wide quartet of attacks, which scattered the goblins, with some leaping to the side, some dropping to the ground, and an unfortunate few being torn to shreds. That made them stationary targets, as the first magic missiles hit them, and Karl picked off a few more with smaller attacks that would be harder to see in the dark. More bare feet were running toward them in the fog, and a shrill screech of hawk hunting came from overhead as he followed his targets back toward Karl. It took a moment to activate Rend, and Karl couldn't do it as fast as Hawk could, but for a moment the goblins were held at bay, creating a mess of bodies in the middle of town, and covering the blood and black blood that stunk of rot and metal. Then the goblins were too close for Karl to keep them away with Rend, and he decided to switch tactics. He drew his blade and chopped at the closest one, breaking its arm and knocking its crude wooden shield aside before the blade cut deep into its neck. Dana focused on the goblins closest to him, keeping them from surrounding or bypassing Karl and heading for her, while Hawk worked his way in from the back. It was impossible to tell how many were left in the fog as Karl traded blows with 3 more. Goblins, trying to get an attack in without leaving himself open. They were surprisingly strong for their size, but not strong enough to be called awakened monsters, as they were learning as they failed to stop Karl's counterattack. A wave of sword light, in the form of rend, sliced through the goblins in front of him, giving Karl some breathing space, but the larger attacks were hard on his stamina, and he wouldn't be able to do that too many more times. Instead, he retreated toward the government building, using smaller rend attacks as he went, and the goblin pack began to falter. "I can't keep this up," Dana warned from the window above him as Karl reached the door to the building. "That's fine, you don't need to. Lock the window and take a break. I will defend the doorway while Hawk works outside. I think he has a bit more in him." Karl wheezed, winded from the exertion of fighting a larger goblin pack. "I have been going easy on them. Small attacks is all it takes, and they're too dumb to fight back," Hawk gloated. "Just keep it up and get rid of the rest. Don't let them find a way into this building." Chapter 46, Don't You Listen. Hawk circled the square, targeting the goblins who tried to leave the area in other directions, while seeing Karl standing in the doorway of the building, under the lights, drew more of them forward. Dana slumped as she climbed down from her perch on the windowsill, and went to sit in one of the chairs in the break room to recover and get some energy back. The snacks weren't much when you were used to roasted monster meat, but there was some of that left as well, and the break room was well supplied with energy drinks and a free coffee maker. The goblins were hesitant at first to approach Karl, after seeing him kill so many of their own, but mostly they were waiting for more numbers. Numbers were strength to goblins, and once they had enough, their courage was unbreakable. Karl leisurely cast rend at the best targets, forcing them to keep moving, or become lumps of meat, while Hawk gave him steady updates. "We are down to less than 10 of them now. Most are in the square, but there are some on the other side of town who are running away," Hawk informed Karl after 5 minutes of the cat-and-mouse game with the hiding goblins. "Don't let them get out of town. If we're going to make the area safe for the locals to return, we can't have them sending survivors back to wherever they came from. I will keep fighting these while you're gone." Karl sensed Hawk turning to find the cowards, and looked for a clean shot at the remaining attackers near the building. They were trying to sneak up on him, staying in the bushes around the other buildings, but that wasn't hard for Karl to pick out. What he didn't want to do was to attack too fast and tire himself out before they made a large push toward the door. Hawk said that there were less than 10, and with the one he had just killed in the rose bushes, that should be less than 6, but he didn't know how many were still hiding somewhere nearby, and how many the Hawk had found running away. The bird was too distracted with his hunt to give updates, but there was nothing moving near Karl right now. So he waited, and then waited some more, until finally one of the goblins came sneaking around the corner of the building, and tried to jump him. Karl didn't even turn his head as he flicked his finger and sent a blade of energy to cut the creature's head off, dropping it on the steps with a thud. Hawk finished his work, and began to circle the town, looking for more targets, but there were none to be found. Everything in town was either dead or in hiding, which meant that all that remained was for the local police force, or militia, to do door-to-door searches, and clear all the houses before the residents went back in. Hawk landed on the roof, and Karl opened the window for him, so he could come inside when he was ready. "I'm going to close the door and rest for a bit. Hawk, keep a lookout at the front of the building so nothing surprises us. Dana will switch with you in an hour or two," Karl informed the bird, making sure that Dana could hear his side of the conversation. They both needed the rest, and though they wouldn't be getting much sleep today, just relaxing and meditating would help a lot. That's precisely what Karl had planned. Some roasted monster meat to get the energy flowing through his body, and then meditation to refill his and Hawk's energy storage. With a bit of luck, they would feel refreshed again in a few hours, and they would be ready to face the next day, after calling someone to come find them. For the next hour, Karl rested and meditated, regaining most of the energy that he had burned through, while Dana did the same. Then they both got up to check in with Hawk, and make sure that nothing had been happening around town. Make one more flyover of the place, and if there isn't anything changed from last time, you can return to the beast space and sleep for the rest of the night. I think that we've gotten through most of the threat now, and I will take care of getting us back to the academy in the morning," Karl informed his feathered partner. Hawk flew off, making his rounds over the town, while Dana went to search the computers in the office to find a useful phone number, and Karl guarded the door. "I've got something. There is a government emergency line here, direct dial red phone. Do you want to make the call or should I?" she asked. "You can make the call. Let them know that we're students sent out on a mission. The town appears to be clear, and that we could use a ride back to the academy." Karl listened to the one-sided conversation and tried not to laugh as Dana struggled to get anyone to believe her. "No, we are students from the academy sent here to clear the monster infestation. Of course, I know the town has been overrun, and it was evacuated. That's why we're here. We are elites from the academy. Yes, no. Let me try this again. Sergeant Rita and Professor Mills sent us here on a mission using a transport spell. We have finished clearing out the goblin tribe, and we need a ride back. Just contact the academy, don't make me take this to your supervisor. Oh, he's right there, is he? Put him on the phone. This is the awaken rank mage Dana, assigned with the awaken rank warrior Karl, to do monster control of this town. The goblin tribe has been eliminated, and we need you to contact the academy to pick us up. Our phone was damaged. Yes, over 50 goblins were found and killed. The entire tribe is dead, unless there are some that left the area entirely. There are no more signs of goblins here. Yes, I understand very well what making a false report and impersonating an elite could mean. But as I'm not doing either, please send for an academy transport. Fine. Sending for a military police unit works just as well. I will remain on the line until they arrive. At that point, Karl couldn't hold it anymore, and he began quietly laughing, using his arm to stifle the noise. Not for long, though. The sound of helicopters in the air alerted Hawk to incoming visitors only a few minutes later. Return to the B-space. I don't want any misunderstandings. They're all idiots, and they're not listening to Dana, Karl instructed. At least it will be light soon, so they won't be dumb and blind, Hawk replied. Chapter 47, Incoming Troops. Dana sighed over the phone and dissipated the fog so that the helicopter could see to land. Yes, I know there's an unnatural fog here. I created it, and I am dissipating it now. They will be able to land in under a minute. She was explaining over the phone. I will send Karl out to flag them down with a torch. That should be pretty recognizable, right? Yes, we prepared for a power outage, should the monsters be smart enough to cut the main power. You're not all that bright either, but you're right here on the phone with me, aren't you? Don't underestimate the monsters. Karl laughed as he grabbed a pole and tied a rag around it, then dunked it in the grease and lit it up. The torch created a bright flame with thick black smoke as the excess grease burned, but it was impossible to miss in the rapidly thinning fog. The helicopter didn't land, it just dropped a group of ropes, and a team of men in black uniforms with rifles in hand dropped into the town square and formed a defensive ring. They seemed a bit too paranoid by Karl's estimation. They should have been informed that the threat was already gone, but they seemed to take their jobs very seriously. Academy warrior Karl? The team leader shouted over the noise of the helicopter. That's me. The helicopter can land over there. We already cleared the town, so there shouldn't be any more goblins here. Karl shouted back. Instead of landing, the helicopter moved to a higher altitude and away from the landing zone, flying in a circle around the town, presumably looking for more threats. Let's get you to safety. Where's the mage? The team leader asked. Inside. But as I've told you, it's already safe. Look around you. There are no more living goblins. Karl repeated. The team leader hustled him back inside, but most of the team remained outside the building searching the square, which was covered in dead goblins from an evening of battle. I need you to put your index finger on the scanner for me. The team leader insisted, and Karl complied, scanning his identity the same way he had 1,000 times before, clocking in and out of the mines for his after-school shifts. Identity verified. Golden Divine Academy elite student Karl. Awaken ranking assessment under review pending formal exam. The man looked between his identity scanner and Karl, then at Dana and back again with a surprised expression. See, we told the guy on the phone what was happening, but it looks like nobody actually believed it. You are welcome to explore the town, though. It will still need to be swept to make sure that there isn't anything hiding in the houses that we didn't detect, and someone will have to clean up all the goblin bodies in the streets. I'm reasonably sure that's not part of our job description. Karl explained. There are more coming. We were scrambled in advance from the base when we got the report that there were some kids pretending to be elites in the town, but they were already scheduled to be dispatched here to clear the village and find the goblins. It should be 200 men, so they can scour a town this size on their own. Now that we have determined that you two are who you say you are, is there any coffee? The team leader replied. Right here. There's a free coffee maker in the lunchroom. We weren't sent with overnight supplies, so we owe a couple of people for a lunch, but other than that, everything in the building is still mostly intact. Karl informed him with a smile. Oh, that's an easy fix. You don't have them yet, as you're still students. But once you graduate, you'll get a code generator app for your phones. Just write out the redemption code for anything that you need to use in the line of service, and they can apply for reimbursement from the government. I will put in for it today. It will make their overall damage claim easier to process with one pre-approval code in place. The team leader grabbed a couple of napkins from the counter and wrote down a string of numbers and letters on each of them before stuffing them into the empty lunchboxes. Then Dana put them back in the fridge where they found them, and the rest of the team started to enter the building. Sir, the area is clear. No sign of life anywhere in the area. We will secure the building now. One of the soldiers informed them in an extra serious tone. Can relax, they're real elites from the academy, not kids playing pretend, were they? You shouldn't be. I'm not sure why we didn't get the message, but when they say that they killed off the goblins, I believe them. The team leader informed his men, who began removing their face masks and lining up at the coffee machine. Best news I've heard all day. I can't believe we got chased out of bed at 5 in the morning because some pencil pusher didn't know what to do with academy elites, who don't have an authorization code yet. One of the men grumbled. The team leader set his mug down and nodded in agreement. You have to understand, they're minimum wage assistants. The ones who answer the phone, that is. They live off the minimum subsidy for elites, and answer the phones at the call center for elites and government officials, but they're not elites themselves. They don't have much else, so they like to go on a power trip at work. Just give them your student ID number the next time they ask, and it will automatically transfer you to one of us. Their job is to deal with local bureaucrats requesting assistance, but when we call, they're just a receptionist. I'm assuming that the two of you are starting your final year, preparing to go into the military, the team leader asked. Actually, we're in our first year, and they were preparing her to become an idol. We are both in the practical skills special class, since we're a bit ahead of most, and they sent us here for training without any explanation. I would assume that they thought that there was still someone here to greet us, since the town was evacuated only a few hours before our arrival, but it is what it is. The situation is dealt with now. Chapter Special Forces inbound. The Special Forces team all turned to look at Dana with smirks on their faces. Oh, they're preparing for the next Archmage, are they? An idol's career is notoriously short, and her attitude is shit, so they're going to have to replace her sooner than expected. Don't get me wrong, her power is top-notch, and she will be one of the top elites for a long time, but as an idol, you can't be that horrible to your fans forever. One of the Special Forces team members laughed. Does everyone just know everyone then? Dana asked as the soldiers laughed. Well, there's only one academy for the elite students, you see. Other than the team leader, who was a bit older, we're all about the same age, so we were in school together. Once you're through the first year of cram classes, you'll find that there's a lot of time to socialize and get to know each other. The most popular people in school become famous outside school as well, and there are only 100 or so of us per year who graduate at Ascended or higher. You're both reaching Awaken in your first year, so you're almost guaranteed to be part of that group, and you will know a lot of soon-to-be famous people. That's just how it is as an elite. That made sense. Only one rank above Ascended was Commander, and they were the sort of powerful people that everyone in their hometown would know by name. Either because they became politicians, or because they were so fantastically wealthy that they owned half the town. The lithium mines had a commander-rank warrior who took the experimental treatments during development of the serum as the mayor, but most towns only had a few elites stationed there for security. Between the government stipend for powerful elites and their connections, it wasn't hard for them to get wealthy in only a few years and live in luxury wherever they had been stationed. Other than the two that were on duty at the door, the rest of the Special Forces team gathered to secure the two young elites and drink coffee while they waited for the main force of the army to arrive. Did you find anything stronger than a common monster here? The team leader asked as he got up to pour another cup. Just one iron-tusked boar that was clearly awakened. If there was a leader among the goblins that wasn't at the common rank, I didn't notice. They're a bit difficult to tell apart in the dark, especially with the fog, but I don't recall any of them surviving a direct hit. Karl replied. Why did you choose to cover the town in fog anyhow? Wouldn't that just make your job harder? One of the Special Forces team members asked. Not really. It makes it harder for the goblins to see where they're going, so they're attacking blindly until they're almost on us. But I've got a hawk as part of my class skills, and he's great at hunting in the fog. You see, if it stays close to the ground, he can see down into it, while they are looking forward and unable to see much. Karl explained. Oh, so it is like the druids that have an animal companion instead of a beast form? One of the others asked. Sort of. It's a windspeed hawk, and he's just made awakened rank. An actual magical beast, not just a hawk? Now we're talking. That would explain your confidence in hunting in the dark. Those things are a menace, the man grumbled, remembering a time when his team was attacked by one. They all sat and waited until the team's radios announced that the trucks were reaching the town limits, and the army was spreading out to do a full search of the town. Well, that's the end of happy fun time. They will want us all on standby in case they find something. They've got rifles, but they're not elites, so they will call for us if they find anything more than a lone injured goblin. The team leader explained. Then he led them all out into the open area in front of the building, what Karl had deemed to be the town square, which he now realized was actually used as an open-air market, but all the stalls had been packed away until its next open day. Today was Sunday, the usual off day for most laborers, so it would have likely been opened, if there were anyone left in town. But the empty space had made it much easier to fight last night, and eliminated most of the good hiding spots for the goblins to sneak up on them. More goblin corpses here, requesting sanitary cleanup. Goblin cleanup at 6th and Main as well, and at 7th and Main. Karl smirked as the reports of bodies strewn all over town came in, and the Special Forces team tried not to laugh. You really did just set a windspeed hawk loose in the fog, didn't you? There are dozens of them here, which makes sense for two elites fighting together, but there are random bodies all over town, one at a time. You would have to be pretty sneaky to get them like that without alerting the others. The team leader commended them. It was an excellent tactic. With Dana's fog, not only didn't they see Hawk, they didn't see the bodies of their tribesmen either, so they just kept doing what they were doing until he had time to get to them. A few minutes later, the command vehicle, an armored sedan car, reached the center of town and promptly ran over a goblin corpse, spreading the stinking blood all over the undercarriage. "I hope they don't want us to get in that. The smell is going to linger for days," Dana muttered. "Don't worry about that, you will be returning with us to the academy. I already sent for approval from your teachers," the team leader whispered. Chapter 49. Street Swept. A sharply dressed officer in his formal uniform stepped from the sedan car with a grimace on his face for the smell of dead goblin that his driver had just run over. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you both on your debut mission. I am Base Commander Colonel Ryan, in charge of the purge of the town today." He greeted them, sounding much more enthusiastic and less professional than either Karl or Dana had expected. "Greetings, Colonel Ryan, but this isn't our debut mission. This was a training mission from the academy. We're not up for graduation this year," Dana replied with a sweet smile that seemed to relax the officer even more. "Not a debut mission? Well then, I guess there's no need to plead for tickets to your inaugural event. But to have sent just the two of you for an incident of this magnitude is incredible. To think that a pair of elites in training could be this powerful," he gushed. Karl didn't miss how the Special Forces team all rolled their eyes at his flattery, but with the enhanced peripheral vision, he didn't have to turn his head to see them clearly, so the man didn't notice that Karl's attention wasn't on him. "I have 200 men scanning the town now in pairs. They shouldn't take long to do a door-to-door sweep and search every home. Then we can return to the base to wait for one of the older elites to come pick you up," the base commander informed them. "Sorry, Colonel, there are already arrangements in place to bring them back with our team. We will be extracting them to the academy as soon as we have verified that the mission is complete and the town is safe for residents to return to. Unfortunately, there will be no time for photo shoots or any publicity events this time, but I'm sure you understand. Security is paramount for the academy, after all." That was when Karl realized what the colonel was after. He was trying to make friends among the younger elites, networking to expand his connections in the future. It was probably part of his job as a base commander to be in the know about everything that was happening at higher levels, but it was a bit strange for both Karl and Dana for someone with that sort of influence to have an interest in them. With so many soldiers moving through the town, it almost felt like things were getting back to normal. There were people in the streets, hurrying about their business, workers with wheelbarrows cleaning up. Even a fire truck had been pressed into service to clean the streets of goblin blood, as the stench was becoming unbearable in the sun. But in the minds of the common soldiers, it only reinforced how terrifying the elites were. These two were still students, and already they were tearing through entire goblin tribes that would have taken their whole unit to safely deal with. Everywhere they went, there were more goblin bodies, and even Karl hadn't bothered counting how many of them Hawk had dealt with since they arrived here. All that really mattered was the number that were still alive, and when they could be finished with this assignment and go home to a proper meal. In the distance, at the town's garbage dump, a filthy fire was sending thick black smoke into the air as the soldiers used diesel fuel to ignite the bodies of the goblins, purging them so they wouldn't spread disease through the area, and eliminating the worst of the evidence that monsters had actually overrun the town. From what Karl could hear on the radio in the base commander's car, they were instructed to clean up as much as possible so that the residents would feel safer when they returned, as if the disaster had been mostly prevented, not dealt with after the fact. The small political niceties that helped the people feel confident that they were being looked after, and in this case, it could have been much worse. If they had waited for the army, the goblins would have looted the majority of the houses and caused massive amounts of property damage during the overnight hours. The Special Forces team leader observed the progress with satisfaction. They will send a cleaning crew through in the afternoon, as it appears that the town really has been cleansed, but the soldiers will remain for most of the week, just in case. We can start getting ready to head back. Was there anything else that you wanted to make a note of before we leave? Yes, these herb packs. I want to either know what is in them, or bring one with me to analyze at the academy. They seem to be an effective monster repellent, and it kept the goblins from trying to go straight for us in the government building," Karl noted. The team leader opened the bag in question, sniffed, and then nodded. "I have the recipe for this. It's a pretty common pest deterrent, but the herbs for it only grow in a few areas of the country, this being one of them. I didn't know that it would work for goblins, but it works very well on insect-type monsters, as well as regular bugs. The local mosquito repellent deterred goblins? Perhaps it just masked the scent of humans so that they didn't realize the area was inhabited. But if it worked, and Karl gave the team leader a thumbs up to signal that he would want that recipe later. Excellent. Then we are off to the academy. Base Commander, we will return this evening with a full report for you," the team leader announced. "Thank you, Major. I will look forward to the detailed exploits of these two outstanding trainees." The helicopter returned as they were speaking and landed on the roof of the building, which was accessible through an internal stairwell that was marked smoking area. "You look more excited now than you did when we arrived," one of the team members noted. "I've never been in a helicopter before." Dana and Karl replied in unison, then burst into laughter at their synchronized thoughts. Well, we can change that. Hop in and fasten your harness. The academy won't forgive us if you get injured on the ride home. The team leader informed them with amusement clear in his expression. Yes, sir. Chapter 50, Career Paths. The helicopter lifted off and turned toward the east, flying high over the treetops, and roughly following a river. It's beautiful from up here. Dana spoke into the microphone, nearly drowned out by the noise of the helicopter. It's like nothing you'll get to see on the ground. You two did good down there. I don't know what the academy originally sent you to do, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't for the goblins. I checked while we waited, and the other teams of students all went to take out a handful of magical beasts, and then called for a ride home the first afternoon. The team leader informed them, now that there were no more curious ears around to overhear them. I thought that might be it. There was a group of wild Aran tusk boars near the town. That was a nice light start to the day, and at first we thought that might have been it, but then we realized that all the houses were empty, and they hadn't just brought everyone inside to wait. Karl agreed. So you just started to scout the town for goblins and then killed them all until we showed up? One of the other Special Forces soldiers asked. We thought that we might have underestimated the teachers, so we cleared out all the goblins and then called in on the hotline in the government building, but they didn't believe us and threatened to send the military police. That ended up being you, and they asked that we stay on the phone until you arrived so they didn't have to put out a search warrant for us. Dana laughed. The soldier rolled his eyes in amusement. They're a bunch of idiots. I'm sure the boss went over proper protocol already, but calling them is usually a last resort. Getting in contact with a military unit or the academy directly will make your lives a lot easier. Do you think that they're going to give you a promotion after this? I see you've still got the first-year common grade badges on, but there's no way that either of you is still common grade. We saw the fog in the bodies. That is definitely beyond the skills of 2 common trainees. We will see. If they do, it will be great. You know how it is at the academy, power gets respect. So, if we can get them to give us the black badges, we will at least be able to show off to our fellow first-year students. Karl agreed. The Special Forces team laughed at their own memories of school. They were also among the first to advance, so they knew very well that there were plenty of social benefits that couldn't really be quantified about being the first with the black badges. Then later, when you moved up to the Bronze Ascended badge, usually in your second year, you were among the real powerhouses. With the body enhancements of the warrior classes, Ascended rank brought about huge changes to their physique, and it was at that point when they could be called truly superhuman. Karl could already jump up onto the roof of a single-story house, but that was still plausible, by elite standards. When you could throw someone over the house, then you were getting into the feats associated with the Ascended. We're not far from the academy now. It will be about another half an hour before we arrive, but you should prepare yourself for a lot of questions from the students. It is the off day today, and you're returning in a Special Forces helicopter. I wouldn't call that subtle, so your friends will want to know what you were up to. The pilot laughed as he gestured to a spot in the distance that should be the academy. The helicopter wasn't flying particularly fast, and the side doors were open, allowing the team members to let their legs dangle out the side while they were held in by a safety lanyard. Normally, that would be concerning, but Karl had seen them rappel down ropes from that same position, so it couldn't be too dangerous, no matter what it looked like. As they got closer to the academy, they could see all the students out in the yard relaxing and studying, and Karl could see all the heads turn as they noticed the sound of an incoming helicopter. It wasn't the sort of noise that you would hear every day, so it attracted a lot of attention, especially when it started to set down on the helipad next to the main building. The doors were open, so everyone could make out the 2 white and gold student uniforms among the dark green Special Forces outfits, and the innate need to know all the school's gossip kicked in. The teachers should be out here soon. They want a statement from you on what happened during the mission, so I wouldn't count on keeping your day off. The pilot informed them as the rotors began to slow to an idle. Yeah, I was afraid that would happen. But hey, if you guys put in the good word for us, maybe we can get those black badges right away. Karl joked. The men at the door unhooked themselves and stepped down to offer a hand to Karl and Dana as they exited the aircraft, while Sergeant Rita and 2 teachers that Karl didn't recognize were jogging across the field toward the helipad. It looks like we're in for it right away. Sergeant Rita is my personal tutor. Karl informed the team member beside him. She's not all bad, but if I recall, she really loved her physical fitness, so as her student it might be difficult to see. The man joked. She is pretty good, honestly. But I've got a class that nobody has seen before, so she's always pushing for every bit of new information. This report will be a long one. Karl explained. Dana seemed to recognize the other 2 teachers, so they must be from the mage classes, and they were gesturing for everyone to come meet them, not just Karl and Dana. Chapter 51, Safe and Sound. Karl, Dana, it is good to see you back in one piece. The mages said that they were monitoring your vital signs, and you weren't heavily injured, but we got the message that the town was overrun after we sent you. Tell me what happened after you got there. Sergeant Rita demanded the moment that they were far enough from the helicopter to speak somewhat normally. We found a pack of wild boars on the edge of town, so we hunted them and packed them up for meat. Then we went to take care of the goblins that were around town, and the group that they left on patrol. That part was easy, as it was almost all common grade monsters. We had Hawk clear the ones he found looting in the town, and then we went to the government building to see if they had left us a message or something. It's not like we're sent anywhere at random, so they should have known that we were coming, but we didn't find anything, so we assumed the mission wasn't over, and we set up a fog trap for the goblins that would return that night. We managed to eliminate the entire goblin tribe by morning, and then we called these fine gentlemen for a ride home. The Special Forces team leader smiled and nodded along, then gave Karl a gesture of approval. Short, succinct, but covering all the major steps of the plan. I approve. Excellent summary. The soldier chuckled. I will expect a full report by tomorrow morning. But before that, we all need to have a meeting. It appears that the base commander has some fine things to say about you all, and it has raised some questions here at the academy. Sergeant Rita informed them. And that is my cue to retreat. Have a good afternoon, cadets. The Special Forces leader laughed. Oh no, you're coming with us. We need a full report from your team on what they found when they got to the town, body counts, the state of the students' combat readiness, and anything else that the mages come up with. Since the students claimed to be awakened rank when they reported to the phone operator, we need to determine if they lied to a government official. The soldiers smirked at her assertive manner, as the sergeant didn't actually outrank them. She was just the messenger passing on the bad news that they would not be returning home so easily. Well, we've got just the thing for the testing then. We have an entire Special Forces team of trained officers at the commander rank who are willing to test the two students right now if necessary. I believe that not even the stuffiest of bureaucrats will question our judgment if we can show the results, he replied. With that much of a power gap in their level of experience, it wouldn't be a problem for them to somewhat accurately gauge the performance of the attacks made by Karl and Dana, but this particular team had their own estimation method. I will have Lieutenant Key set up a series of barriers, each one at 10% increments of his total power. There is no doubt that he is in the middle of the commander rank, but there is a big jump between ascended and commander. The power nearly doubles. If they can make it to 50% of his barrier at full capacity, I would say for certain they can put out ascended level damage. If they can make it to 25%, it should be at least awaken level damage. That's straightforward enough, and then we can just have them repeat it to prove they have the stamina for a fight. I don't think that will be an issue either, after seeing that they could cover an entire town in magical fog and kill goblins all night long. The teachers from the mage department were much happier than expected with that plan. They were around the same power level, and they would have used the same general testing method, but having an official examination done by the army would remove all questions about bias in the testing. They were the instructors of the students in question, after all. If someone thought that they had passed too easily, it could hurt the teachers' reputations. Sergeant Rita pointed to a building at the side of the compound. Let's do this in the practice gym. It's set up with all sorts of protective walls so nothing gets damaged, and we don't have the whole school as an audience. Karl shrugged, not concerned one way or the other. He knew that he could pass this test. But Dana was happy to get out of the public eye, just in case the teachers were not convinced that her magic missile was up to the standard for an awakened mage. She had been holding back quite a bit all night long, but the goblins were pretty soft targets, and they were easy to kill even with a third of her total power. Getting away from the crowd just wasn't going to happen. Karl realized once they made it into the gym. There were viewing boxes up on the second and third floors, and with the scene that they had made, arriving with soldiers and going straight to the gym with a group of teachers, they had gathered numerous curious students that were anxious to find out what was going on. Normally only the senior classes would be off campus at this point in the year, so seeing two new students coming back from somewhere was gossip-worthy all by itself. Seeing them coming back like this, and getting a full welcoming committee from the school that wasn't the disciplinary committee, was even more juicy of a story. All right, who wants to go first? The mage known as Keys asked as he set up a row of glowing squares along one side of the room. Karl stepped forward. I will go first. I will do it alone first, then with Hawk, since we're a team, but the testing is supposed to measure the elite. Chapter 52, Awakened Exams. Keys nodded toward the barrier squares that he had set up, and two of the other team members set up cameras, while the teachers took out a set of sensors. These measure energy disturbances. They will give us a pretty good idea of how much power you are using on each attack. We would like you to use all your power on each strike, even if you know that it will break the barrier. There is a sensor dummy behind that, made of armored plate, and it will measure the residual impact if your attack isn't dissipated. The teacher explained. That should be simple enough. I will send a full-strength rend at each of them, and we will see what the barriers say. Karl agreed. As soon as he stopped speaking, Karl sent the first attack at the barrier that should be 10% of the mage's total power. The barrier shattered without any hesitation, and the plating behind the barrier lit up with the impact. Not bad. Keep up the pace, and then we will have you continue your attacks on the barrier that you can't break to test your endurance. The teacher reminded him. The second attack likewise shattered the barrier without issue, but the third left the rend attack visibly dimmed. The fourth barrier seemed for an instant like it was going to hold, but it also flickered and collapsed, nullifying the attack the same way that Karl had been nullifying attacks against the school's mages during practice for the last 2 weeks. After seeing that, Karl knew that a simple rend was not going to take out the next barrier, no matter what he tried to do, and the teacher wouldn't call multiple concurrent attacks a win for actual attack power. So he held the rend on the claws of his new gauntlets, and slashed at the barrier with his hand. The brute force did what the ability alone could not, and the fifth barrier cracked, but held together for 2 attacks, and only collapsed when Karl hit it a third time. Karl coated the claws on both gauntlets, and fiercely attacked the 6th barrier, leaving claw marks on the magical shield that quickly reformed to a smooth surface. For 10 minutes, Karl beat on the magical barrier with no sign of it collapsing. Then he stepped back to catch his breath. That's what I've got. He informed the professors and the gathered Special Forces team. The Special Forces team leader nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Impressive. Combining the skill with a physical attack noticeably increased the total damage output, and you've still got your pen in reserve. There is no doubt that you are at the awaken level. Being able to reliably break the 3rd barrier, until you are exhausted, would be enough for that. If you could have gotten through the 5th in a single attack every time, we would call it the minimum for ascended. But you're not quite there yet, even with the physical and magical combined. We allow the warriors to enchant their swords, so the methodology is sound. You have our certification that you are indeed an awakened rank elite. The teachers and Sergeant Rita conferred for a moment, and then the longer-haired of the 2 nondescript teachers cleared his throat. The teaching staff is in agreement. You are promoted to the awakened rank, he declared. Student Dana, please step forward to begin your test. Sergeant Rita requested as the Special Forces mage recast the spells. The team leader leaned over to whisper to Karl as Dana mentally prepared. The reason it has to be 1 attack is that if there was an actual mage on the other side of that barrier, they would be reinforcing it constantly to keep their defenses up. If you can't break it in 1 shot, you can't hurt the mage. That made a lot of sense. The commander rank mage on the Special Forces team had just put the barriers there. He wasn't doing anything to upkeep them. But a magical beast with a barrier ability wouldn't let you just keep attacking without even trying to defend itself. Unfortunately for Dana, Magic Missile wasn't well suited to this test, or to combating creatures with magical barriers. It was more of a multi-target disperse damage type of ability, but it could be condensed to fire all the mana she could gather into a single spell. It would be best if she held back a bit until she knew what she needed to break the barrier, though. Unlike Karl, who had an easy time using multiple rend attacks, her magic drained her stamina rapidly at full output. But she focused her magic missile into a single full power bolt and shattered the first 2 barriers in rapid succession. Then the third, which nearly nullified her missile, but which shattered smoothly enough that the teachers gave a satisfied nod. You can split it into multiple missiles, and we will still count it as 1 casting. We understand the limiting nature of the spell, the professor encouraged her. So the 4th was a barrage of 5 missiles, the last 2 of which made it through the broken barrier. But the 5th remained solidly intact, only glowing briefly the same way that the 6th had for Karl. She tried multiple attacks, long sustained barrages, heavy single attacks, but nothing worked. The 5th barrier simply wouldn't break for her. That's good. We have seen enough to know that you can sustain awakened rank magical output. Congratulations, Student Dana. You have been promoted to the standing of awakened rank mage. Cheers went up all over the waiting rooms, as the 2 first-year students were officially promoted, and the teachers handed over the black embroidered student badges to go on their jackets. You're not free yet. I still want those reports done, and that means you too, Mr. the First Special Forces now, and too cool to call my family on the holidays. Sergeant Rita added, looking at one of the team members with a hard glare. The entire team burst into laughter at that, and Karl marveled at the twist of fate that must have been for their relatives. Having 2 successful awakenings in the same family was incredibly rare, from what Karl knew. But then it could just be that there weren't many big families in the mining town, so it just hadn't happened to anyone he knew. It was quite possible that certain families had much more luck than the average in awakening their talents. The so-called blessed families, as the nobility referred to themselves, but for a compatibility with the serum, and not their relation to royalty. Chapter 53 Mission Report. Sergeant Rita led them all out of the gymnasium and into a classroom, where the computers had already been brought to the screen for an official mission report. I want everything, on no less than 1,000 words, and then you can leave, she announced and closed the door behind her, leaving Karl and Dana with the bemused Special Forces team inside. So, that's the infamous cousin that you're so afraid of, is it? You know that you're stronger than she is now, and higher rank she can't bully you. The team leader joked. What does strength have to do with anything? That woman holds a grudge like no other. The man muttered, making his team members smirk. They had obviously been over this before. though they hadn't met her in person, and the air of friendly camaraderie set Karl and Dana at ease as they sat down to begin their reports. The tapping of keys filled the air as everyone got to work, ignoring the previous conversation of getting the unpleasant part of their day out of the way as fast as possible. The warriors had a clear advantage here, Karl included, in that their bodies were enhanced, so even if they were not the greatest typists, their hands were so fast that they could still easily type out the entire report as fast as they could frame it in their minds. The reports from the Special Forces team were more detailed and structured, as they had done them 100 times before, but Karl and Dana did their best to not forget anything that they had done or seen after they had arrived in that town. You two got quite the first mission, didn't you? I can't think of the last time I talked to someone who got to do something as amazing as a pair mission against an entire goblin tribe for their first time out. The team leader announced once he was finished his writing. Unless you count Jenny, but I think that we all know her story isn't quite as verifiable as this one. One of the others added with a short burst of laughter. Karl looked up in interest as they joked, and the team leader filled him in. She was a student a few years younger than us at the academy. She was with a 4-person team, looking for herbs in the forest for her first mission. According to her, she ended up meeting with a mystery man that she said was one of the local elites, who was in the woods for the same reason. Long story short, she was pregnant when she returned to the academy. She only found out 2 months later when she started getting morning sickness. He explained. Karl avoided the mental math that told him there was something wrong with that age gap, but since he didn't know exactly how old Jenny or the elite in question were, he decided to keep silent. For all he knew, it could have been a cover story for a relationship with someone else entirely. Dana looked up from her work. Jenny Starpepper? She's from my hometown. The team leader nodded. That's the one. Have you met her, kid? I heard he's adorable. Dana shook her head. Calling him cute is being extremely kind to him. He's just going into elementary school now, and they have to put mittens on him to keep him from clawing at people. The word around town is that his father was a berserker, and the rage skill got passed along to their kid, who can't turn it off. But that's mostly just gossip. She's married to one of the bankers now, and their younger two really are adorable. They all quickly finished their reports and chatted while they waited for Sergeant Rita to return. They could have gone looking for her, or simply left, in the case of the Special Forces team. But when they got back to base, they would have to work again, to do the report for their own commander, who would expect something other than a copied and pasted version of this report. And they were in no hurry to do that now that they were comfortable here. Can we meet your hawk? You've been talking about him, but I haven't seen him since we arrived. Is he flying outside somewhere? The team leader asked. Actually, my class created a separate space for him. Hawk, come out and say hello, Karl replied. The bird appeared in the air in front of him, then settled onto the top of one of the monitors and warily stared at the new people. Dana gave him a slice of jerky from her pocket, and Hawk's mood immediately improved. He would gladly meet more people if there was food involved. One of the team members nodded his head and whistled in appreciation. Awaken rank windspeed hawk male, and my ability says he's under a month old, but that's far too young for him to be fully grown. Karl nodded. My skills helped him grow much faster than usual. I hatched him on the train on the way here, so that's as old as he is. We're just hoping that I can keep him growing at this rate so that he can become a true elite among magical beasts. The soldier nodded. Well, it's not impossible with a bit of energy and some resources. All beasts grow based on what they eat. It's not a precise science, but what I do know, as a hunter, is that they will instinctively search out stronger creatures or plants to eat, and if they don't get them, their growth will either stagnate or they will get weak from starvation. The more powerful the beast, the more powerful the food source must be. That's why there are a limited number of truly powerful beasts. There simply isn't enough food for more of them in most regions. Oh? That's a useful class skill. Karl noted. Yeah, my talent is to know where and how to hunt things that I have seen before. I can see the hawk, so I know where one would usually find them, as well as some of their habits, and I built up the rest of the knowledge through observation and practice. He shrugged. Well, it's still useful to me. I was going to request some higher-ranked foods for him to try to force progression. I started absorbing nutrients much more efficiently a few days ago, so it should be good for both of us, Karl suggested. Just don't overdo it. If the difference is too great, you won't be able to absorb anything. It would be like going back to your first few days, before your body adapted, when you couldn't absorb proper nutrition from the foods. Chapter 54. Quality kibble is needed. Karl considered the information that the Special Forces team had presented him with. If it was true that the quality of the diet limited a monster's growth, it made perfect sense that most windspeed hawks never made it past the awaken rank. Their favorite food was the earth mouse, a common grade monster. Eating that every day would give them a steady source of nutrition, but of a limited quality. If they were going to advance further, they would need higher quality food, but their usual hunting targets couldn't provide that. They were capable of hunting larger targets, but larger bodies would bring scavengers and other predators, which would interfere with their usual hunting grounds, and force them to move. So, they would end up trapped in a vicious cycle where they could only rarely eat higher quality meals, and they would slowly grow to awaken rank as they got older. Hawk was certain that he would make it to the commander rank, just like these special forces men, but that was largely wishful thinking on his part, and unless Karl could provide the diet he needed, it wasn't realistic in the time they had at the academy, much less in the short term, to overtake Sergeant Rita like Hawk wanted to. But the academy should be able to provide him with at least that much assistance. If the food in the cafeteria was common grade monster meat, then just increasing it one rank should bring about a new growth spurt for the Hawk. That would be the first thing that he requested, other than more of the mana-infused blood with the strength stones in it. Hawk loved that stuff, like Karl had loved ketchup on chicken nuggets when he was little. Though, the bird's actual dietary requirements had slowed a lot since it hit maturity. Now it was relying more heavily on the energy provided by Karl, and not eating multiple times its own body weight in a day. Hawk was still a little glutton, but when the total amount was under a kilo of meat a day, it was much more reasonable. At the rate that they were going, the awakened rank boar meat would last Hawk for months, and it seemed that the meat left in the space would not spoil. Or at least it didn't spoil as quickly as it would in a refrigerator. Since we're here at the computers, we should send a letter home. I can send it to the mayor, and he will print it for my parents, since they don't have a phone or computer. You know that almost everything about your life is currently confidential, right? They will censor any information that outsiders are not supposed to have, like the location or layout of the academy, plus any details of your training. The team leader reminded him. That's fine. Just a little update to let my parents know that all is well is enough. I know that some of the other students are more eager to get away from home, but I was just eager to get away from the mines. Karl laughed. The shortest of the team members reached over to pat him on the head. That is, understandable. I came from an island fishing village. There are no options there but the fishing boats or the cannery. You work on one or in the other. The day I left was the happiest day of my life, but I still send a little something to my parents now and then. The others nodded in agreement. There are money transfer limits, but we can still send them enough to be doing well. My dad is an accountant in the capital, and he still loves his job, but he's one of the most boring people I know. My mom always tries to convince him to agree to going somewhere fancy for dinner when I visit, but he likes roast beef and potatoes so much he'd have them for every meal. One of the others laughed. Dana smiled as she wrote a short letter home, not directly referring to her rank or class, but letting her parents know that she was doing well, and that the academy was treating her well, with a beautiful room. She omitted the part about it being so loud that she preferred to study on Karl's balcony, but her parents would take that the wrong way, no matter where she was. Karl kept his nice and simple, telling them that he had finally gotten a proper growth spurt to catch up to the height of his classmates, and that he was making friends and meeting plenty of new people. The soldiers thought that was hilarious, given the circumstances, but it was the sort of letter that could be sent home entirely unredacted. Most would want to include details of their training or their rooms, which would be scrubbed by the academy staff before the message was sent. While they both knew that they wouldn't be getting a letter back anytime soon, as the academy wanted them to focus on their studies, not the life they had left behind, it was still comforting to know that their parents didn't have to worry about them. Karl looked over his letter with satisfaction, then hit send and clicked the button that confirmed the message would be viewed by academy staff before being sent to an outside address, even if it was a government email address in his hometown. Alright, that should take care of the important parts. Now I just need to talk to the kitchen to work up a new diet plan for Hawk, and I can start on the next phase of my studies. He informed the others, then sighed in relief. The team leader gave him a comforting pat on the back. That is always the fun part. We were the third year of serum injections, so when we were here, nobody knew anything about how to keep progressing. They hadn't even had any graduates yet the first year that we were here. But it's all about going with what feels right. For the mages, it's mostly focus and practice. For the hunters, druids, and rangers, being at one with nature is a major part of their growth. I think for Karl here, it will be mostly about keeping Hawk growing. The official position is that the serum is the future, but we've learned something interesting in the last few years. The classes can be passed on. Some of them can be taught to older people who never got the injection but have potential, and others can be inherited by children. I don't think that it will be long before they start looking for ways to optimize the serum to give the best classes to those with the most potential. Chapter 55. The Prince and the Overlord. Dana gave them an excited look. You think that is possible? I mean, if they could make a whole corps of golem mages, it would be huge for both the army and for major construction projects. I heard that was what they wanted to try to teach us all, just to see if we could learn the spell. More than just that. I think that they want to find an option that can be taught to people who aren't compatible with the serum. I know there have been some attempts to teach sword skills to students who don't have the compatibility with the serum. They've been a failure so far, the same as trying to teach them magic, but that could just be a lack of mana. Who knows, maybe they will happen upon something good, but that's in the future, and you two are too young to be worrying about your children's future. The team leader laughed. Their laughter was cut short when Sergeant Rita returned with the headmaster of the academy, as well as the old mage who worked the transportation magic and two men in expensive-looking suits. It is good to see everyone in such high spirits. We were just in a meeting about the incident when your reports came through the system, so these fine gentlemen came to speak to you all before they left. The headmaster informed them politely. If the headmaster was sucking up to them, these two had to be someone important, but Karl had no idea who they might be. There were too many important people in the world, from elites to government officials and even royalty. Royal Prince Axel, Overlord Drake, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. The Special Forces team leader announced, while everyone else gave a hasty bow for the royal. Karl did his best to follow along, but he had no idea if he was doing the formal bow properly. It wasn't exactly the sort of thing that came up in class as a kid. The burlier of the two men with his long black hair and a tidy braid smiled back at them. No need to stand on formality. We're here on business, not in our official roles. I wanted to see the promising newbies, and to hear firsthand how they feel about seeing the real threat to the nation. That must be Overlord Drake, as Hawk felt the man's power and warned Karl that he was dangerous. Overlord Drake, it's an honor. I must say, seeing goblins for the first time was more disgusting than anything. They smell terrible, especially when they're dead. Karl replied. Dana nodded her vigorous agreement, and the two men smiled back at them. That wasn't quite the response I was expecting. Weren't you terrified to have come across real monsters? The Overlord rank warrior asked. I don't think that it even occurred to us. The first group we found was only the 6 of them, and we were confident enough of taking them out. So by the time things got dangerous, we were already past the initial shock. Karl replied. Dana nodded her head and added, Goblins are horrifying creatures, but they're so filthy and disgusting that it kind of overpowers any sense of fear, you know? The prince, with a slight smile on his delicate features, shrugged his shoulders. I wouldn't know. I have seen many things since I graduated, but I have never met a goblin in real life. I am told that the smell of them is somewhat revolting. Why does he look like he's in charge? The big guy is way stronger than he is, Hawk asked Karl, unclear about the human hierarchy. His family rules this whole area, so he gets respect as a future leader, not for the personal power he has now, Karl replied mentally. Oh, like the cub of a big predator. I understand. That was close enough for Hawk to guess where everyone's proper spot in the rankings was. His mind to know what was prey, what was not, and what looked like prey but could bring a very dangerous threat your way if you tried to eat it. Was there anything that we could do to help the 2 most promising students of this class grow? The prince asked the headmaster, preparing to leave now that he had made his determination of the character of the people they had been speaking about. Well, Dana is a standard mage. Her first spell was magic missile, the same as yours, so anything that you can tell her about your own advancement might help. Or perhaps the Royal Library has a useful spell that might assist her. But Karl is a unique class. He has a deadly pet windspeed hawk that imparts power to him as it grows. That could be more difficult, Your Highness, the headmaster replied. What spells do you know now? Prince Axel asked Dana. Magic missile and fog bank. The prince thought about it for a moment and then held out a hand behind him, then realized that he hadn't brought his assistant into the room. If you have some time, I will give you a spell tome. It's a talent hand behind him, then realized that he hadn't brought his assistant into the room. That I learned when I strengthened my inscription skills. In theory, if you are compatible with them, you can read it and immediately learn a new spell to a proficient level, he explained. I have all the time in the world, Your Highness. Dana chuckled. Right, first-year student, you won't be going far, or at least you won't be gone long if you are. I will have my assistants deliver the spare one I brought to your room later. Drake reached into the inner pocket of his coat and held out a small red book. It looks like this, but likely thicker than this one. This is the attack skill that we have been trying to teach all our warriors. It's a wide-area attack skill, great for clearing groups of monsters. Perhaps Karl would like to try. Karl looked at the cover of the book, which was just blank red leather. What is it called? He asked. Rend. It's not a difficult one, but it is powerful, thanks to the bleeding effect that it has on targets that survive the initial hit, and we are hoping that all the warriors can learn it by the end of their 2nd year. Drake replied. Karl sighed and shook his head. Rend is the basic skill of the Windspeed Hawk. It is currently the only skill that I do know. Chapter 56, Shredded. In that case, I think that I might have something good for you. After Rend, there is an advanced version of the skill known as Shred. They're similar in function, but Shred is much more deadly at the same rank, and leaves jagged wounds that make it difficult to stop the bleeding if they lack magical healing. I will get someone to bring you a skill book to see if you can learn it, or teach it to your hawk. If either one of you knows it, you shouldn't have too many problems fighting above your level as an awakened warrior. Overlord Drake announced. Better than Rend? Is he being silly? Rend is the greatest skill in the world, Hawk complained. It's an improved Rend used by more powerful creatures. Trust him. It's a good thing, Karl replied. Then he bowed politely to the powerful warrior. I would appreciate any help we can get. I don't know what the limits of this class are, but if we can learn some more powerful attack magic, it would be incredible. The headmaster reached into a bag hanging from his side and pulled out a book that looked the same as the one for Rend, but with a bit of silver trim on it. I have a spare copy with me. Just send the new one to my office and I will give this one to student Karl, the headmaster suggested. That is much easier. My assistant should still be waiting there, and he has one with him. It looks like the lull is over, if these two are anything to go by. It has been a few years since any really outstanding students began their training, and we were beginning to worry that it was only luck that brought us a flood of geniuses in the first few years. Overlord Drake announced. The headmaster handed over the book, which was warm and soft in Karl's hand, and everyone stared at him expectantly. Go ahead, try to open it and see what happens. The headmaster insisted. Karl gently flipped open the manuscript, and a flood of power flowed into his body. Skill learned, shred. Pet skill learned, shred. Hawk popped out of the beast space and landed on Karl's shoulder to show off, making sure that everyone could see the blood-red feathers streak through the cream color of his legs. Wow, I was not expecting that. But where did the book go? Karl asked. It vanishes if someone who can instantly learn the skill uses it. I have to tell you, that was a shock to the inscriptionist teams when they first learned of that little bit of information. They cried for a week when they found out that the books they were making would just vanish to strengthen others, since they couldn't use them themselves. Drake laughed. So, there are limitations? Karl asked. The prince nodded. Very strict ones, though we don't really understand why. Certain books can exclusively be used by those with certain types of mark, but it varies from skill to skill, and even ones that are similar might not work for the same person. But when there is one that works like this, it saves so much time, and the user will be able to activate the skill at full force, the same as they could for their first skill, with none of the failures or power activations in the learning phase. Dana was beginning to get excited about the prospect, and the elites that have an affinity for inscription can just make these. That is incredibly powerful, even if they're not a combat class. The prince shook his head. They need an original copy to work from. The only ones they can make are ones that we have managed to find an original working copy for, or that were created with the help of an elite that has mastered the skill well enough to teach others. The total number of spells that we have tomes for right now can be counted on my fingers, but Rend, Shred, and Golem are the ones that we focus the most on, since they are all advanced skills, and are harder for elites to learn on their own. Things like Guard and Slash we don't need to use a book for. You can just teach the warriors the skills. Dana nodded in understanding, and the prince got a curious look on his face before he took out another book from his pocket. How about you try this one? It's not one that I can use, and our marks are the same, but I haven't actually had anyone else try it since it was copied out. He suggested, passing her the book. Dana focused and flipped the cover open, showing an intricately detailed set of notes and diagrams. That's what I thought would happen. It's a vine whip spell that we found in some ancient ruins. We gave the headmaster a copy for the library here as well, but we haven't found any class but the druids, the ones with the animal paw mark, that can actually use it. Karl examined the book, trimmed with the same silver the shred tome was before speaking. That makes sense. The one working as a guard on the train said that his powers didn't activate until he touched a tree, so their bonds to nature would make them the perfect candidate to use a vine spell. If there are others that are animal-related, I might be able to use them, while the mages should be able to use ones that are related to their first spell, right? I'm not sure what the mages' limits are, but from what I have seen, everyone has their own niche. The prince nodded. Exactly, we all have our niche, but nobody knows exactly how to tell what the limits are. If there was some way to accurately define the powers of the elites, or tell what skills they would be able to use without having an identical class mark test the ability as a reference, it would save us so much time and effort. Too many of us have wasted months trying to learn a new ability that was simply impossible for our class. He was going to continue, but a knock on the door interrupted them, and a group of men in servant uniform stepped inside. Your Highness, there is an urgent matter at the capital, we need to go. The first man to enter announced. That is fine. Pass this young mage a copy of the golem spell so we can see if she can use it. Then we can leave. Chapter 57. Dana accepted the golem spell book and hesitantly stroked the cover, hoping that she would be able to use this one the way that Karl did Shred. After a moment of hesitation, she flipped open the cover, and the book vanished. Prince Axel and the other mages didn't look surprised, but Dana was nearly vibrating with joy as she learned the spell, improving her repertoire to 3 spells in total. Now cast it, and we can see how it turns out. Each mage has a different golem, based on their proficiencies, and it's the best way to tell the forward path for them. Prince Axel explained. Dana cast the golem, which came out looking more like an ancient statue, white marble and distinctly lacking clothes, other than a loincloth. As soon as she saw it, she blushed bright red, and she was about to dismiss it, but the teacher stopped her. It will come back the same way every time. But a stone golem is a good one, second only to the iron golems in versatility. Most of the students get a clay, wood, or sand golem, which aren't as strong. The sand golem is quite difficult to damage. The clear visualization of the human form is actually a sign of superior mana control, which improves its agility, and it should be as physically strong as a monster at your rank, so it won't be weak in battle. The professor explained. Once you learn the mage armor spell, you can dress it in proper clothing, the prince whispered in a teasing tone. Karl examined it for a few seconds, wondering why it looked so familiar, even though he had seen numerous golem spells cast by students since he arrived, and one of the other team leaders in the Saturday group had a large mud golem among his spells. Then his mind went to the training golems in the rooms that the other two members of his team on the first day chose. That was where he had seen this sort of detailed golem before, but those were both armored, and not in some sort of semi-nudist classical art style. The teacher smiled at Dana's embarrassment, but his satisfaction was immense. Not only had 2 of their first-year students made it to awaken rank this week, but the senior elites saw fit to grant both of them and the school some new abilities to teach the students. Nothing was going to bring him down off that high today. How well can a stone statue stand up against a magical attack, though? Dana asked, as she had never personally fought against one before. The stone is magical as well. Though it looks like a simple statue, hacking at it with a regular sword will do nothing, and hitting it with an awakened rank spell will only do minor damage most of the time. The professor explained. It appears that I no longer have the advantage in numbers or in power. Karl joked as Hawk gave the statue an evil glare. Every Hawk knew that stones were hard, and it probably wouldn't break easily if he attacked it, so the big stone guy was a threat to his position as top pet. It was just a good thing that it couldn't fly, so it was unable to steal his scouting spot. Sergeant Rita patted Karl on the shoulder as she consoled him. Just wait. Once we find a suitable target pet, we will try getting you to bond with another monster. But the advantage that you have in growth rate is definitely way above most of your classmates. Drake, the burly overlord rank elite that arrived with the prince, smiled at Hawk and then sighed. I always like birds. I will make sure that the academy gets approved to try feeding him some special resources to see if he can either learn some new skills or advance faster. If nothing else, we can at least spare him some of the ascended and commander rank monster blood to mix with the strength stones. That concoction should keep him growing at a steady pace for a little while, until his body has reached the limits of its natural potential. The labs have tested that already, and it works on almost all monsters. The big elite explained. I would appreciate it. The faster he grows, the faster I grow, which helps both of us keep going. I think that once he has reached commander rank, it might be difficult, but Hawk has confidence that he can make it there with just a little help. Karl replied. Drake nodded in satisfaction. Good. Keep up that confidence, it's key to become strong. Once you lose confidence, you start becoming more cowardly. Once you start down that path, it's difficult to turn around, and you have to spend time undoing the mental damage you did to yourself. So the aura of dominance that all the stronger elites gave off wasn't just the arrogance of the strong, but a mental trick to keep themselves from falling off the path to greater strength. That was not going to be an easy attitude to emulate, but keeping a certain level of confidence shouldn't be too difficult. The prince's assistants were tapping their wrists, indicating that he needed to hurry up, so Karl and Dana both bowed politely and looked toward the door, hoping to excuse themselves from any more formalities now that they had gotten all the benefits without upsetting anyone. Yes, we should all get back to our business. Don't forget to dismiss the golem, they're not allowed in the hallways. Prince Axel agreed, then gestured for his assistants to hand over the information that they had brought him and walked out of the room. Sergeant Rita smiled at the students as the senior officials left. Well, I must say that went better than any of us could have hoped for. If you're done socializing with the soldiers, you should get something to eat and then meditate or practice to consolidate your gains. New spells and skills can be tricky the first few times even if you have used the skill book to learn them, so don't overestimate yourselves. The Special Forces team leader chuckled. Not that we would know, none of them were publicly available when we were in the academy. Chapter 58, Interrogated. Karl and Dana headed back for the main floor of the dorms, where there should be dinner served right now, and silently hoped that the other students had not noticed who got out of the helicopter. That hope was in vain. As the moment that they entered the cafeteria, they were surrounded by other students that they trained with, including all the others from the special training class. All right, Spill. What happened to you two that you came back a day late in an army helicopter? That is badass, by the way, but our mission barely took an hour. One of the other first-year students asked, while the girl beside him nodded. Well, you see, it was just a minor lack of communication. The town we were sent to, with the intention of having us eliminate a group of Iron Tusk boars headed by an awakened rank beast, had been overrun by goblins an hour before we left. It was too late for the academy to see the update, so we were delivered to an empty town with no idea what we were supposed to do. We just killed every monster that we could find and waited for someone to come get us. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to do that, so we called in the morning when we were sure that the goblins were all dead. Karl explained. And how does that relate to you both having awakened rank black badges now? one of the other students asked. The Special Forces team that came to get us vouched for us, and they let us do the test when we got back instead of waiting until the end of the semester, or having to beg a professor. We both passed, so we got the badges right away. Dana informed him with a smug smile. That's just not fair. If we had been the ones to get sent there, we could have been the first to get our badges. One of the other students complained. We nearly got killed by a single shadow cat, and it hadn't quite reached awakened yet. If we had to face off against a whole tribe of goblins, we would be missing persons right now. His partner reminded him. It wasn't that bad. The boy defended himself. Other than the 70 stitches, the broken hand, and the loss of your sword, one of the other students asked. It was just a little mistake. The cat caught me by surprise. The students laughed as Karl and Dana made their way to the counter to grab a meal, and quickly rearranged their seating pattern so that the two of them would be placed in the corner, where everyone could see and talk to them. It looks like you two are famous today, so you might as well enjoy your time in the limelight. Now, tell us more about the fight with the goblins. One of the students insisted. By the time that they were done, it had been nearly 2 hours of giving every minute detail of their overnight adventure, and Karl was becoming increasingly certain that they had narrated the details of each action that they had taken more than once. If Hawk could talk, they might have dragged it out for another hour, since the students wanted a blow-by-blow recounting of the entire fight on a level that not even Sergeant Rita's official reporting required. But it felt good to be popular for the moment, and with the black badges they would be entitled to some extra credits from the school every week to upgrade their rooms and lifestyle. Dana's first thought was to get some soundproofing for her bedroom, so that she didn't have to hear the neighbors training at every hour of the day. But Karl was stumped. They were going to bring him resources for Hawk free of charge, and he wasn't sure what he needed. Plus, his room was perfect the way that it came. Sure, he could redecorate, but that wasn't really necessary. And they had to be in uniform on campus, so even if he was a fashionista, it wouldn't matter. He could get some more notebooks, and maybe a tablet so he could digitize all his information, but that was about it. When they finally escaped the cafeteria to head to their dorms, the sounds of explosive attacks were echoing through the hallways. The noise was coming from the 2 doors on either side of the stairs, where the large square rooms for warrior training were. Dana sighed in resignation at not being able to sleep, but Karl had a better idea. There's a hammock on the balcony if you'd like. It's quiet, and the only one likely to wake you up out there is Hawk, unless it starts raining. I don't know if the spell around the greenhouse balcony actually stops rain, since it hasn't happened since we arrived, Karl offered. As soon as he said it, Karl realized that he should likely get an award for the most awkward way to invite a girl to spend the night in your room ever. But she clearly needed the sleep, and even when they got to his door, he could still hear the first-year students frantically training on their day off. The news that 2 of the students had made it to awaken rank had spread like wildfire, and everyone who thought they had a chance to be next was working hard, as well as those who were a long way from the goal, who realized that they might be the first to be shunted to the slow progression courses. Nobody wanted that. It was a necessary part of the academy's curriculum, and they weren't really the slow classes, they were the regular classes. But as time went on, the top third of the class would be moved up to special training, leaving the others behind. Karl was among that group for all of his training, while Dana was already there in the Saturday classes, with a good chance that she would be gaining a personal tutor in the next few days. They were already way ahead, and only gaining more ground on the rest of the class as they got the sort of special treatment that the true elites enjoyed. But while the special treatment that the most powerful got was enviable, the fact that they seemed to be together as a couple was enough to provoke jealousy in the hearts of many students. Chapter 59. Contact and Contacts. Karl woke up the next morning to the sound of laughter, stomping feet. It wasn't a combination that he associated with his room, which was normally silent, and for a moment he was completely disoriented. Hawk, he's not a perch. I'm trying to train the golem to fight. Dana's voice laughed. The sense of confusion faded, and Karl hurried to get dressed before heading out to the balcony, where a nearly naked statue was doing some sort of kung fu, while Hawk sat on its head and chirped directions that neither the golem nor Dana could understand. He says that the foot is too high, and it makes you vulnerable to leg sweeps, as he stepped outside to meet them. Oh, good morning. Hope you don't mind. I used the shower first. The plants are all watered as well, and I think that hammock is enchanted. I might not have slept for long, but I haven't felt this refreshed in a long time. I was meditating, but Hawk was bored, so we started to water the plants, and then I thought I should try out my new spell. The golem is good at smashing. I think if it's used by someone who actually knows martial arts, it will get better. The golem responds to mental commands, but I know almost nothing about combat in that sense, so all I can tell it to do is basic attacks. She rambled as she adjusted the golem's movements, so its steps weren't as high. If it works that way, you'll have to get the teachers to let you sit in on some of the fighting classes I attend. I use clawed gauntlets to fight, so it's almost the same as martial arts, even when I'm armed. Karl suggested. Or you can help me teach the golem. Once I understand the basics, it should be enough to get started. Dana suggested with a determined look at her summon. Alright, let's start with the 3 basic combat stances, and then we can move to the guarding positions, since he already understands the basics of punch and kick from the spell. Dana led the golem to mimic Karl as he moved, and the golem caught on incredibly quickly. They weren't intelligent in a true sense, but the spell allowed the golem to be slightly adaptive, and the more it fought, the better it would do the next time that it was summoned. The understanding was mostly the mage's, but either the system or the spell itself enabled it to retain skills it had gained when dismissed and resummoned. After about 10 minutes, Karl and the golem began to shadow box, holding back their powers so that they didn't actually injure each other, though they both had awakened rank physiques, at least in theory. Karl hadn't had to test that yet, but he hadn't been injured during training since the day that his absorption of energy from food had improved, despite taking just as many hits in training. However, kicks from sparring partners and a full power punch from a stone fist would be an entirely different experience, he assumed. Alright, now that I've had a morning workout, I need to shower, and then we should go get some breakfast before classes start. Will I see you again after class? Karl asked. I'll be back after dinner to study. I suspect that we're both going to be busy today with all that happened this weekend. Dana agreed. She was completely right. By 4 in the afternoon, Karl was completely exhausted from the upgraded training regimen, and Sergeant Rita still had more plans for his day. Now that you have been promoted to the rank of awakened, you are considered somewhat of a proper elite, though you are still in school. Normally this class comes up in the 2nd semester, but we need to start going over the duties and responsibilities that come with the position of an awakened elite, and the chances that you could be called to assist with attacks whenever you are off campus. Well, theoretically you could be called to them when you are on campus as well, but there are plenty of senior students to go through before it would be your turn, as we award credits for outside duties, and there is a waiting list. Rita explained. Wait, there is a waiting list for the emergency responses around the academy, Karl asked. That's the part that caught your attention? Yes, the senior students all want to have them to pad their resumes, and for the extra resources that they can get, especially if they're graduating at awakened or barely into ascended rank. But right now, it is important that you know the basics, like how to send a message to elite operations, the emergency contact numbers, and a few other things that would have helped you out on your last trip. I'm sure you're aware that the phone call could have gone more smoothly if you knew to give them your student ID number as an introduction, so you would be transferred to someone with a functional brain. But you could also have contacted the Elite Force station at the airbase directly and saved some time. Also, there were other elites in the area that you could have called on if things went wrong. They just didn't respond because the mayor sent the signal that they had all evacuated safely. With the civilians gone, the military could take their time. While the sergeant's explanation made a lot of sense, as it was undoubtedly safer to hunt for the goblins in the daylight, it would have made more sense to do the whole job the first day, and not wait until the second day to deal with the rest of the goblin infestation, after the homes had been looted overnight. But Karl assumed that this wasn't the only thing that they had to do, so he wouldn't hold it against the soldiers for showing up when they were ordered to. Alright, let's see that data. I will start memorizing it before dinner, and keep working on it after class until I have it all down. Karl replied, resigned to the overload of data that was coming his way. Chapter 60. Orders from Above. The information turned out to not be all that bad. He had a few dozen items and protocols to memorize, but once he had seen them, they were mostly common sense items, and they wouldn't be difficult to remember at all. He wrote down the emergency call numbers and essential protocols for meeting elites with high positions on a cue card, and took it down to have the supply room laminated on his way to dinner. But other than that, there wasn't much that he couldn't remember on the first day. The top of the class has finally graced us with his presence. How does it feel to be the most elite of the first years? One of the second-year mages from his morning skills training joked when Karl entered the cafeteria. I'm not sure, you will have to ask Hawk. Karl joked as the worker passed him the daily special, a fried noodle dish with large chunks of monster meat in it. That's probably true, his skills are insane. I heard that they're going to move up your studies again. Does that mean you're not going to get to practice with us in the mornings anymore? The blonde boy asked. I don't think they are planning to take me out of that training so soon. I heard from Sergeant Rita that they will change my close combat training partners, but they were already preparing to do that. Part of my abilities seems to be faster learning speed, so I'm doing really well in the mixed martial arts class, but I still can't block magical attacks fast enough or in large enough numbers that the morning class needs to change. Karl's reply made the other mages in the room laugh. If one elite could block all the attacks from 24 of them, did they really deserve to be assigned the same rank? Even if he could block half of them, it was already an unfair advantage at the same peak power level. But the nature of his skill, that the Ren could separate into multiple parts with a single cast, made it much easier to hit multiple targets, and the mages had to admit that both Karl and Hawk had impeccable aim. Again that evening, when Karl went up to his room after dinner, the hallways echoed with the sound of students furiously practicing, and he knew that Dana would be waiting for him to let her in. He didn't even have to wait. After knocking on her door, she answered instantly, as if she had been standing right behind it, and had her school backpack at the ready, packed with her books and a change of uniform for the morning. I asked about a soundproofing measure for the room, but it's not cheap. We would need to take on at least one more mission at the same level as the last one to afford it. She apologized as she closed the door behind her. Karl winced at the sound of echoing attacks from the neighboring rooms. It's still a good place to practice, and once the others calm down, it shouldn't be too bad. I can see why all the senior students like to spend time outside, though. Even here in the hallways it's loud, so in their rooms it must be terrible. On the far side of campus, in a meeting room facing a wall of security camera feeds, the school administrators watched the two young students walk into the second-floor greenhouse room. Are you certain that this won't lead to a premature pregnancy? I feel like we should separate them, for the good of their planned career paths. An older woman insisted. Despite the appearances, they're two pure souls. I think that even if they were sharing the same bed, we wouldn't have to worry too much about it. Besides, there are prophylactics available for free, and we can have their individual counselors recommend long-term birth control injections for both of them. The headmaster replied with a shrug. They're advancing much faster than the others, despite not having the strongest starts. Should we put a camera in the greenhouse room to see what sort of training they're doing? One of the other board members suggested. The headmaster made an annoyed sound and shook his head. Feel free to ask them, but I will not allow cameras in the students' dorm rooms. There are standards here, and I won't bend on that one. Every one of the elites had some secrets of their own, and when they were exposed, they could expose weaknesses of their class and abilities, which could put the elite in danger from the human sort of enemies. It was better that the students could keep those weaknesses to themselves, the headmaster had decided when he was appointed, and for 10 years, it had been working very well for everyone. Which one should be reassigned, or are we going to separate them into career training paths as planned? The leader of the Elite Career Training Oversight Board asked. The Beastmaster is going to become a strategic asset, if he can bond more than one pet. I say that we allow them a bit more flexibility than the other class leaders. Let them practice together. A solid bond between the two will help reduce his reluctance to go along with the testing later. The board's lead researcher suggested. The first old woman to speak gave a derisive snort. You think that having a friend is going to make him more likely to go along with your plans to throw him into danger and study the growth rate and reactions of the bonded monsters? I know that young men can be hormonal, but he's not an idiot. He will just run away from any real threats, and you'll never get your data. And if we send the cute, idle girl with him? The researcher asked. Absolutely not. I have over 7,000 hours of work already planned for her, including 3 albums, hundreds of public appearances, and an advertising campaign for whatever the cause du jour is in 5 years after she has graduated. The celebrity development officer of the board insisted. The lone military officer in the room just rolled her eyes. She's a mage, and a powerful one if she keeps growing at this rate. Just like the archmage, there is no reason that she can't have actual missions rolled into whatever song and dance nonsense you had planned because of her cute face. You are going to have to adjust your expectations. If she makes it to commander rank before she graduates, she will have too much authority for you to pressure her into showbiz anyhow. Chapter 61, Colonel Valerie Boris. Karl and Dana had no idea of the extent that the elders were making plans for their future. Instead of worrying about those sorts of things, they were busy studying and trying to find ways to grow their powers more efficiently. The fine control work that Dana had been doing with Hawk had helped her immensely, and Karl's growth rate didn't seem to be slowing at all, even though they hadn't gotten any new resources yet after his advancement. It was almost as if his powers were just reaching maturity, and like his body had in the first 2 weeks here, they were beginning to enter the growth phase, where he would start to truly blossom and show off the real potential of his unique class. While Dana worked on training the golem to operate as their frontline combatant, Karl worked on constantly improving the mental living conditions for Hawk. It felt like the more that he improved the space, the faster Hawk was growing, and even after a few days of work, he was certain that he could see the change in the bird. It wasn't getting larger, but the power was improving, and the luster of Hawk's feathers was improving, as if his health was getting better, despite there being nothing wrong with him to begin with. The minute changes in monsters as they advanced was a field with very little study done on it, as the leadership felt that being able to identify the general power rankings of the monsters was more important than guessing the exact progression rate of wild beasts. So Karl was only able to guess by what he was seeing, and if he was right, then after only a few more months, Hawk would likely make it to the ascended rank, and his claws would begin to darken and turn glossy. That growth level was feeding back to Karl, and his body was getting stronger every time he woke up in the morning. But more importantly to him, as a former late bloomer, it was not just getting taller, but he was getting toned. Not in a burly and muscular sense, more of a professional athlete, lean muscle mass way. The 3 of them, Karl, Hawk, and Dana, kept up that same routine all week, with their regular classes all day and a new addition, the social adaptation lessons, as Sergeant Rita called them, where they learned all sorts of small things about interacting with other elites outside the academy, as well as some geography and important figures that were not well known to the general population. A regular elite wouldn't be calling on someone like the president without a very good reason. But there were dozens of powerful and reclusive elites and older magic users that were important enough that they should receive an invitation to everything, even if you knew that they would never show up to your event. Ironically, the headmaster was on that list of people who should be notified of and invited to all major social events, even though it was common knowledge that he rarely left the academy. Not inviting him would be seen as rude, and his staff would be left in the dark about the event when others asked him about unexpected events that might have happened at it. Finally, it was time for the special class to assemble again for their weekly training. But when Karl and Dana arrived at the grounds, they found a pair of new faces among the crowd, and a new professor waiting there as well. In charge of the class raised a hand to get everyone's attention, and the group fell silent, eager to find out what was going on. Today we introduced two new promising students, Jenna and Brittany. Both are first-year mages with exceptional growth rates, and I hope that you all get along. The teacher paused, and the team leaders realized that the numbers no longer worked. There were 6 teams of 9. Plus 2 didn't leave them with even team numbers. That meant someone was probably leaving for special training or a mission again. Yes, as you have guessed, 2 of our students will be shifted to another specialized class. The government's Bureau of Elite Development has determined that they will be guiding these 2 towards smaller group missions, and therefore their days will be better spent with another. Professor? The old mage informed, then with a heavy dose of annoyance in his voice. These were his students, and he didn't like the bureaucratic meddling any more than anyone else did. He just didn't have the political power to stop them from doing it in this case. Karl and Dana will be training for individual and small group missions, and I wanted them to have a chance to say their farewells to the whole group before they go off with their new professor, Colonel Valerie Brallis. Boris. My name is Valerie Boris. The woman snarled at him, looking like every student's worst nightmare. Her uniform was so heavily starched and pressed that even standing here in the heat and wind, there was no sign of the creases relaxing, and with the sides of her head shaved under her cap and the gold-lensed aviator glasses she wore, she gave off an air of unwavering uprightness and adherence to military regulations that no teenager would possibly enjoy. She was probably still under 30 years old, and a powerful elite from the first batch or the initial testing, but her appearance made it challenging to tell her exact age. It is a pleasure to meet you, Colonel Boris. Karl and Dana replied in unison, causing the woman to turn and look down her nose at them. You may call me Professor Valerie, she replied curtly. Understood, Professor. Even Sergeant Rita was distinctly not looking at the woman, keeping her eyes forward toward the rest of the class, as if she was signaling that the 2 of them had nothing to do with one another, and that her duties were to the advanced group training class. The colonel looked around the field one last time, appearing dissatisfied with something that she saw, then gestured for Karl and Dana to follow her as she turned and walked away without another word. I owe not so evil woman an apology. This one looks much more evil. I bet she doesn't even believe in snacks. Hawk muttered in Karl's mind as they walked. Chapter 62. Small Group Training. Professor Valerie led Karl and Dana out of the field and behind the gymnasium building, where she had a military sedan car parked, with the driver waiting for them. Climb on in, time is wasting, and I am under orders to have you back here before dark, she instructed as she settled herself into the front passenger seat. It was obviously a sanctioned trip, as she had just been introduced as their instructor, but it seemed odd to both of them that they would be taken off school grounds on the first day by their new professor for small group combat, or whatever she intended to teach them. No words were spoken until they were out of sight of the academy grounds, and then the professor turned back to look at the students in the back seat. What we will be learning is not for the ears of the general population of the academy, or for the busybodies watching the security footage. As you were informed earlier, I am from the Bureau of Elite Development, a division of the National Security Agency, and I will be teaching you the essentials of how to operate as a pair. It is not guaranteed that you two will be working together after graduation, but the Bureau sees promise in you both, and we intend to guide your growth. There are certain things that they can't or won't do for you, but I am under no such restrictions. Academy. Have you both managed to get a grasp of the new abilities that you were taught over the weekend? She asked. Dana replied somewhat stiffly. Excellent. Today we are going to introduce you both to some real experts. Sergeant Rita isn't bad, but she coddles the students too much in the first and second years, the colonel insisted. Karl considered rebuking the woman, as the sergeant was an excellent teacher, and she had put in significant effort to help him get this far, but it was probably wiser not to anger the colonel and get Rita into trouble with her superior through no fault of her own. The car stopped at a warehouse 10 minutes away from the academy, on the outskirts of a small town. The door opened, and the driver parked off to the side next to a military bus. Follow me and meet the rest of the teams, Valerie informed them, then straightened her uniform with a gust of wind magic and strode away. You get used to her. The driver whispered as Karl and Dana were getting out of the vehicle, and the smile on his face helped assure them that this wouldn't be as terrible as they had been fearing. The colonel led them into a side room where 10 other pairs of elites were gathered. A few of the pairs were clearly soldiers, but most were in civilian clothing. Welcome back, Colonel. They greeted her in unison, all giving sharp salutes that made Karl and Dana feel out of place in a room full of professionals. At ease, everyone. Meet the new students, Karl and Dana. According to the Academy Board, Dana is slated for an abbreviated career as an entertainer, followed by an extended career, using that fame for messaging, while Karl is designated as a test subject for his unique class. Someone at the top sees promise in it, and they want to exploit it. The 2 students stood there stunned at the blunt revelation that their entire lives were actually being planned in that level of detail, only weeks after they had started at the academy. It was disconcerting to say the least, but from the responses of the others here, it was either not unusual, or it was not going to pan out the way that the board wanted it to. So they've come to us for what? An introduction to elite society, or did you have other plans? One of the men in civilian clothing asked. For small group combat training. They both made it to awaken rank already, and there is a good chance that both of them will hit commander rank before they graduate. Colonel Valerie explained. Oh, so we're going to pull rank and drop them out of their life plan. Now that does sound fun. One of the women in military uniform laughed, and nudged the man standing beside her. You know they're looking at us like we're working for Central Intelligence, right? The partner replied with a huge smile on his face that made him look much less frightening. Oh, yes. Introductions are in order. Everyone here is an investigator for the Bureau of Elite Development. We not only guide promising young elites, we also ensure that the others are living up to their duties, and solve problems when an elite reaches a bottleneck in their growth. The department normally operates in pairs so that information won't be lost if an investigator is compromised. That means they are the perfect people to teach you paired combat skills. They will also cover a number of other subjects during the semester that we will be working here. And if I determine that more intensive study is needed, one of your regularly scheduled days may be shifted to this training center. The colonel informed them. The woman standing next to Dana wrapped a friendly arm around the girl's shoulders and smiled. Relax, she might be a bit intense, but I'm certain that you will have much more fun here than you did in that regular training class. Dana giggled, and the woman gave her a questioning look before Valerie spoke again. I am not certain that we can guarantee such a high level of enjoyment. Did you know that their last mission turned into the elimination of a goblin tribe that was looting an abandoned town? Compared to that, I fear that our training sessions might be a bit dull. But we do have some advantages that the other professors do not. For example, Nala is an inscriptionist. Once you have mastered the spells that you are working on, she will be able to make you copies of new skills to be directly learned. Also, I have arranged for an outing in the near future, to look for infant monsters with high potentials, to complement Karl's windspeed hawk. The Elite Development is intensely interested in the possibility that you might be able to contract more than one monster, and gain additional powers from the process. Chapter 63, Modification. The odd collection of elites that were called here from the Bureau of Elite Development seemed like a cheerful bunch to Karl, and even more so after they were given no real restrictions on how to deal with the 2 new recruits. They were all used to working in pairs, which shows they had someone to watch their back as much as it was intended to prevent corruption, as the colonel had suggested, so giving them a warrior and mage combo was perfect for their preferred fighting style. Think that what we should start with is actually more of a skills development than tactics. We would work with students about to graduate, so they would have a half-dozen skills in their repertoire, but I am assuming that you 2 both only have 1 each. One of the warriors in civilian clothing suggested. I have 2 now, thanks to Overlord Drake and Prince Axel gave a Gollum spellbook, plus she knows fog in addition to her base magic missile already. Karl explained. The man looked impressed and turned to the ginger-haired female soldier beside him. It looks like they really are on the path to fame. They're meeting all the right people already. Don't mind Josh, he's jealous that you got to meet the prince. You can call me a niece and I will be helping you with your adaptation skills. One of the most important things you can do with your abilities is learning new ways to use them. The more creative you can be with them, the more useful even the basic skills will become. For example, the fog spell. It's not considered one of the more powerful spells. But did you know that you can condense it in just a ring to create a solid visual barrier? That alone will give you a huge advantage in combat, as you can block off the view of your enemies while you escape. If you block a spot in an alley, it becomes much easier to run into a building without being followed. Anything pursuing you will have to guess what building you went into. Or you can cast it over the outside of a moving vehicle and make them crash, she explained. Shumhi, Dana was shocked. Do the elites get into conflicts with other people a lot? She asked. We do. Most of the elites are a different story, but the teams here don't just guide the other elites toward more power, but away from taking the wrong paths in life. Sometimes we will be sent to deal with elites gone rogue, drunkards, and abusers, but the same techniques can be used against intelligent monsters. For example, the mithril tiger. They're smarter than most people you will meet, and if you want to lose them once they're following you, it will take a lot of effort. The full-grown ones are on the strong side of commander rank, and even 2-on-1, it can be difficult for elites at the same rank to take them out unless they're caught in the open. Annis agreed. Karl didn't quite understand the crossover between this conversation and his own skills. Rend and Shred seemed pretty simple, but the versatility of Fog seemed to be pretty high if you could use it to blind the target. That would take some real practice, but as long as it was possible, then there shouldn't be a problem for Dana to figure it out. The mages took Dana off to one side of the room to explain whatever they wanted to do first, while the other half of the group gathered around Karl. "Alright, we're going to try something different. Have you ever attempted to just hold Rend on your hands?" one of the men asked. "Yeah, that's not a problem. I can hold it in place on the gauntlets for as long as I need." Karl agreed and coated his hands in the Rend attack, lighting up the claws of the gauntlet with faint violet light. "Nice. You understand the basic concept that we're going for then. What you want to do is learn to set it in place somewhere, and not have it move. Think of it like a string, or a snare being placed," the soldier suggested. Karl conferred with Hawk, who thought that it should be possible, but if they wanted it to stay on an object that wasn't attached to their own body, they would have to see it. "Alright, I think I can do it," Karl agreed, and then focused on creating a Rend attack that crossed the space between two pillars, using them as anchors to keep it in place, the same way that he wrapped it around his gloves to enhance the claws. "Oh, that is superb. Well done. Now, to see if it actually works or just looks like it does." He tossed the metal bar against the thin beam of light, and it cleanly cut in half, clattering to the ground in 2 pieces. Karl gasped in shock. "That's brutal. I can see how that would be an incredibly dangerous way to use this ability. The only problem is that if I don't watch it to keep it in place, it won't stay. Rend doesn't want to be stationary, and Shred is even more violent. I doubt that I could keep that one stable at all." "That's fine. The more practical uses of this skill modification training are to create snares and trip lines for passing monsters, and to stop them from following you, if you can learn to do multiple stationary traps. You can block a path well enough that a pursuer won't be able to just step or jump over, and you will have time to either regroup or get away." "That is good enough for me. Not dying is always priority 1. Karl agreed. "I take it you came from the woods, where there are a lot of monsters?" one of the civilian-dressed women asked. "Nope, the mines, where we're always worried about the roof collapsing on us a kilometer underground," Karl replied with a chuckle. "So, not dying is priority 1. Getting the job done is priority 2. Chapter 64, Get the Goods. The rest of the day was spent on improving the new ways that the teams had come up with to use the Rend skill. Mostly Karl worked on his control to keep a strand of it stationary, but they also worked on disguising the skill, as some monsters would recognize the Rend ability and have a trick to deal with it. For example, some beasts with tusks could take the Rend directly and let it break against the tusk, doing little damage to their body. But if you made it look like a different skill, for example having the Rend form not as a streak of energy but as a disc or a spear, it would confuse them, and they might not be able to deal with it. Dana had done something similar during the fight. By dimming the light from her magic missiles, the small alterations to a spell could make just enough of a difference to get you through a tight spot or to get an edge on your competitors. "Alright everyone, you've had your fun. We will meet back here again next week at the same time," Colonel Valerie announced at precisely 4 in the afternoon, the usual ending time for classes. The Saturday classes were usually a bit more flexible with their timings, but Karl was fairly certain that her personality didn't allow her to run overtime without prior written authorization. If she was off schedule, she was definitely the sort of person that would be bothered by it. "See you 2 next week. Don't forget to practice, if they give you some leisure time. We will be making up a lesson plan for you." One of the mages laughed. The colonel hurried the students back to the car while the others changed tasks to planning for something, obviously in a rush to get them back to the academy on schedule. The drive was a quiet one, as Karl and Dana both focused on the things that they had been learning for the day. Learning new ways to use skills was entirely different from just learning the skill. Instead of just gaining knowledge, you had to work to change the way that you thought about, imagined, and solidified the spell. It was a different way of using the knowledge that you knew, a way that ran contrary to how you had been thinking about your skills. It was more of a test of mental flexibility and creativity than anything else, and for Karl, it was draining in a way that normal training was not. Eventually, he was certain that he would get used to it, but today he was oddly exhausted and glad that tomorrow didn't have any plans but staying in to relax and practice. When they were back on school grounds, the colonel put back on her, Professor Valerie friendly facade, and her expressionless professionalism turned to a polite smile that was somehow still completely devoid of emotion. "So what did you think of the first day of special training? Was it everything that you had hoped for?" she asked, looking at them in the rearview mirror of the car. "It was certainly something unexpected, that's for sure. I never thought about trying to use my skills that way, but it is going to make a huge difference the next time I come up against monsters like that goblin tribe," Karl replied. Hawk was in full agreement. Rend was his ability, he should be best with it, but they had weird human ideas on how to make it work that would be great for harvesting meat. especially pigs. Pigs were stupid, and he could make them stampede in rage, so they would trip over the rend wire, or get their tusks stuck on it, and he could attack their soft and juicy underside. Hawk, go have a snack. Your food daydreams are distracting, Karl reminded his partner. Hawk wasn't wrong, though. Plenty of creatures could be made to charge in rage, and they wouldn't be looking closely enough to notice the thin string before they ran into it. They would be too focused on what he was doing, and the trap could be set in advance. Dana turned toward her noisy room with a soft smile on her face. Let's see how the neighbors like me now. I've got some great ideas on how to make the golem and magic missile work together, so I will be practicing them late into the night. Karl laughed at her comment. The booming noise of the neighbors practicing their attack. Abilities could still be sporadically heard. They hadn't given up on their goal of being the next to reach awaken rank yet, but the stomping of a stone golem would be horrendous where the magic missiles were normally silent. I think that I will focus on trying to improve the actual power of my abilities. Stretching the attack out the way they want puts a lot of drain on my mental abilities, so I need to work on them first and control second. Karl replied as she waved goodnight. But before he turned in, Karl realized that he did actually have some academy credits after their away mission, and he didn't need to change his room, so he could spend them on some resources for Hawk. He headed back downstairs to the supply room and waited for the clerk to answer the bell. Welcome back. I saw you headed off campus this morning, so I didn't expect to see you today. What can I do for you? Possibly a uniform repair, the man asked. Nope, my uniforms are fine. We were just doing some off-site training, not a mission. What I need is an awakened or ascended rank strength stone, and some ascended rank monster blood if you've got it. Karl replied. The strengthening mixture. Be careful using too strong of a potion when you've just broken through. It's best to mix a little bit into a shot of water, and see how that works out for you. The clerk warned him. Thanks. I will be sure to portion it out slowly if you've got the good stuff. Karl agreed. The man opened the computer to some sort of inventory screen, and entered Karl's identification by scanning his badge, then frowned. You're still a bit short on credits. I can get you an ascended rank stone, but no blood, or both at awaken with the credits you have. Karl nodded. He had expected that a simple mission wouldn't get him too far, even if it was the most common of items. I will take the ascended rank stone, and I will mix it with the blood I saved from the mission. I still have a fair bit of awakened rank boar blood. Karl agreed. He actually had the whole boar, so he would be able to get half a liter or more of the blood out of it, enough to last Hawk for weeks at the proportion it should be mixed with the crushed stone. Pleasure doing business with you. Do you want that stone ground fine or coarse? I'm assuming you aren't going to try to eat the thing intact, the clerk asked. Ground as fine as possible. It mixes better that way. Karl agreed. And there you are. Good luck with your training. As soon as the transaction was done, the man disappeared into the back room, leaving Karl holding a small bag of powder, like some illicit drug transaction. Chapter 65. New Foods. Karl placed the powder in his beast space and mentally formed a bowl to pour boar blood into. Hawk was already prepared, and happily drained the beast, then slowly swirled the concoction with his claws, until he had the desired consistency, and an even distribution. A quick lick of the claws to clean them brought a happy trill. Then he began to dip the boar meat in the bowl like he had seen Karl do with chicken at dinner. Karl ignored the bird's antics and sat on his bed to meditate the afternoon away, continuing right through until morning, as Hawk adjusted to the change in food, and the feedback strengthened Karl's body and mind. It looks like we might not have to slow down, buddy, Karl informed Hawk when his alarm went off for breakfast. I told you, we will be stronger than that sergeant in no time, Hawk agreed. That was the first time that Karl recalled the bird calling her by rank instead of just evil lady. Or not-so-evil lady. Hawk was getting smarter, he was certain, and he was beginning to remember names for people. Fortunately for the both of them, today was the weekly day off, and they didn't have any major plans, other than continuing their basic training and meditation schedule. But a lack of plans didn't mean they weren't going to do anything. First thing in the morning. Before Karl had even gotten up to go to breakfast, the supply staff was at his door with a delivery of upgraded food products for Hawk, various meats, sausages with infused resources of some kind, and a pungent ointment that the label said should be applied to the claws to help them maintain their flexibility and not become brittle. That gave them plenty of work to do after Karl had finished eating, as Hawk was a fairly picky eater when the food product was not meat. The sausages had been created with humans in mind, so Karl would eat them himself if necessary. But some of the orders seemed to be completely plant-based. It looked like meat cubes, but when Hawk poked them, they were just wiggly and soft. Definitely not meat. Karl thought that they might be tofu of some sort, created with a magical plant to help strengthen the body, but Hawk resolutely refused to eat them. The spicy sausages were an instant hit, and Hawk didn't care that they had visible herbs in them. The cheese sausages as well. He made a mess of himself as he tore apart the juicy cooked meat tubes, but Hawk was instantly in love with the flavor of cheese. Karl made careful notes of the response to each food product, as well as Hawk's estimation of the absorbed energy content, and any reactions that his body had to the food. Only one caused an unusual reaction. The spicy sausages that Hawk loved gave him a stimulant boost and made him hyper, a fact that Karl noticed, but Hawk did not. They might be some sort of drug to the windspeed Hawk, but his thoughts were as clear as always, just faster and more easily distracted. Once Hawk had a sample of everything, Karl tried the rejects, and found that while they were edible, none of them were going to make his favorite foods list. They were all easy to digest, which was a small blessing, and Karl spent most of an hour meditating to burn through the energy before he got up to water the plants and check for any ripe fruits or flowers that should be harvested. He still had to use the manual for that, as most of them were only just beginning to change from when he had arrived, but a few were more prolific. The berry bushes in particular seemed to be constantly flowering and growing more fruit as they were picked, and the tea trees constantly dropped leaves that needed to be dried. That took him nearly to lunch, but he had a small collection of fruits in the bee space now, in addition to the berries that Hawk liked to season his meat with. I should go do something today. Karl mused to himself as he finished eating again and meditated away the excess energy to improve the bee space. It was really beginning to take shape, and he had most of a clearing worth of grass forming around the single tree already. Next he was going to create a small bush. Hawk liked to fly around the balcony and dodge the branches, so a bit more scenery would be good for him, Karl thought. How about a lake? A bit of water would be good so I can practice my diving for fish, Hawk suggested. That shouldn't be too hard. Just like the grass, he only had to focus on adding the lake bed to the nothingness of the space. Don't you think that it's getting larger in there? I swear that it used to be much more crowded, and you didn't have as much room to fly around, Karl asked as he began to work on the lake. I agree. I used to have to make small circles around the tree, but now I can fly for a few minutes before I have to turn around. Do you think that this place will get bigger as we get stronger? I could have a whole world to myself once we get powerful enough, Hawk suggested. Maybe that was the goal. The space was getting more powerful and larger with effort, and naturally, it would become an impressive home for the windspeed Hawk. But asking for a whole world was on a whole other level. Awaken level was only going to take him to 1 kilometer. So in diameter at this rate, and the density of the world inside the space seemed to be improving in a linear way, while the size had made a jump at some point that Karl hadn't noticed until now. That would be another item to add to his mental list of things to track. Chapter 66. One day off isn't enough. Dana came over after lunch, intending to study and meditate in the silence of the balcony. But Hawk had other ideas. He had far too much energy after his change in diet, and he needed to burn some off, so he wanted to play. By play, he meant practicing their skill control together, since his and Karl's were too similar to be entertaining. So, she studied new ideas and techniques between rounds, while Karl focused on expanding the lake to the size of a pond from a puddle. He worked on that until mid-afternoon, when the urge to go do something crept up on him again. We should see if there are other things to do on the day off. They have to have some sort of entertainment that isn't working, Karl suggested. There are movie rooms, the games lounge, and a few other facilities that we haven't explored yet, or we could go to the pool, Dana suggested. The pool was technically a training area for aquatic specialists, but on the rest day, it was simply a leisure spot for everyone to hang out, swim, and relax. The problem was that it meant there would be a crowd of people around, and neither of them were really the social butterfly sort. Being the first to awaken rank in the first year would draw a lot of attention, and they were hoping to let the furor die down for a few more days before they went out to mingle with people who didn't have anything better to do than ask questions about their training regimen. How about the movie lounge? Just sit and watch a movie and eat popcorn, Karl offered. That sounds excellent, but even better is the fact that nobody will crowd us and ask loads of questions because there is a movie playing. Dana replied, nodding in satisfaction. So, that was how they found themselves side by side in a dark room, eating junk food and trying not to laugh as a group of girls ahead of them in the small theater gushed about how handsome the star of the action movie they had picked was. According to the boy they had seen leaving when they came in, it was just starting again, for the third time that day, because the girls had put it on repeat, and nobody was brave enough to argue with them when it was actually a good movie. After the movie, they took dinner to go, and ate on the balcony as they watched the sunset. Karl couldn't help but feel that they might have just been on what would pass for a proper date, but by the time that he worked up the courage to say anything about it, Dana had fallen asleep in her chair while meditating. Karl moved her to the hammock where she usually slept, and placed her bag on the table where it would be easy to find, then turned in for the evening, and forgot all about the stress of academy life for a night. After waking up late and rushing to get showered and fed before class, morning training still managed to go even more smoothly than usual, with the innovative ways that they had come up with to modify rend. Instead of a simple claw streak, Karl focused on expanding and stretching them as they flew, and then cut a second pattern perpendicular to the first, creating a square grid of rending attacks that took out a whole swathe of spells at once. It wasn't perfect, as some managed to fly through the pattern, but with a minimal energy cost, he could block 5 or 6 out of 20 spells in a volley. Is that even the same ability anymore? I mean, it looks the same at the start, but that's all they have in common. One of the mages complained. It is. It's just an extended reach version of the attack. If you notice, it's shorter range as well, as I can't stop it expanding once it has started, so it destabilizes if it flies too far, unlike the original. Karl explained. So, it's similar to the process that led to creating the water shotgun, except not as extreme of a modification. I like it. One of the other mages replied with a gesture of approval. Even the teacher thought it was impressive, and horribly difficult to evade if it was thrown at you that way. The best that anyone could do was to block it. There would be no evasion. That would be a nightmare for the rogues and the agile monsters, who weren't well known for their ability to take a hit. Alright, that's it for today. See you all here tomorrow. The instructor shouted seconds before the bell rang, giving the mages time to finish one last spell. Karl and the mages relaxed through lunch, as Hawk preened and showed off his new red feathers, the change from learning a second skill. Everyone had seen them all morning long, but they hadn't had a chance to really admire them with the hawk flying around above them. You know, I have never seen a windspeed hawk with feathers like that. I've got my tablet with me, and the photo analysis doesn't even recognize it. It says that it's a mutation and not a strength progression for the species. One of the mages explained. One of the others gave an excited look, eager for all types of new information. So you think that hawk is on a whole new path forward now that he's learned another skill? Usually, monsters that reach maturity in the common and awakened ranks will have one skill at the most, and they rarely learn another. Since learning that shred skill changed his feathers, I think it might have been part of what he needed to break through the racial limits for a windspeed hawk. At least it certainly doesn't look like it was a detrimental change, and shred is supposed to be much more powerful. Karl nodded. Hawk thinks the same thing, that he will be able to advance quickly. With my help and maybe another skill as he gets toward the top of ascended rank, I think that he can make commander way before I graduate. The mages sighed. None of them in that class would be making commander before graduation. In fact, it was unlikely that more than a handful in their year would show that sort of potential. But Karl was already looking past the awakened rank and into ascended when they had barely started their first semester. Common grade? What was that? He had barely even touched on it before he had left it behind. That alone was enough to let his training partners know that he was abnormal in the growth department. They finished lunch and went their separate ways, leaving Karl to face a grumpy Sergeant Rita all by himself when he reached the training grounds for the martial arts class. Did you enjoy your new training regimen with the Bureau of Elite Development? A bit more exciting than the usual group training in the field? She asked, and Karl realized that she wasn't upset at anything that he could control. She was mad that her authority is his development. Guidance counselor and personal tutor had been usurped by people from higher up the government food chain. It was definitely different. They focus on working in pairs instead of in a bigger team, so the whole mindset is different. Really, doing both would probably be better. But there are only so many days in the week. Karl replied carefully, not wanting to volunteer to give up his leisure time. I am glad that you think so. Now, with your official advancement, we are changing your training partners to someone more durable. Meet Tank, he is the Berserker combat instructor, and you will be helping him demonstrate the ways for unarmed and agility fighters to deal with berserkers today. Karl decided that Rita was definitely taking out her frustrations on him. That guy was huge. Chapter 67, Tank. Good afternoon, class. I hope that you all ate well, but not too well. Rich foods will make you sluggish. The elite known as Tank greeted them. As you heard, my name is Tank, and I am a part-time teacher here at the academy. As for most of the year, I am out hunting monsters. Today's lesson will be a simple one. Like the berserker fighting style is simple. Now you may think that simple means easy to defeat, but you couldn't be further from the truth. I've heard that our volunteer for the day is quite durable, and he has an assistant. Karl, please call for your windspeed hawk, and I will begin the demonstration. Karl stepped up to the giant berserker, and the teacher dropped into a combat stance. First, go with your instinct, and guide your hawk to assist you. It will help the others see how the usual tactics against the martial artist won't work on a berserker. Professor Tank instructed. Karl immediately threw a net of crossed, rend, attacks, and stepped to the side intending to kick the knee out from under the teacher, while Hawk went for the obvious attack to the back of his armored head. They had learned that the neck was well defended in the training outfits, and this man was likely too powerful for the attack to work. But if Shred hit the back of his helmet, it might leave him dizzy. The execution was flawless. Shred hit his helmet a split second before Karl's foot hit the teacher's knee, but that's where everything went wrong. The hit to the head triggered the berserker's rage, and Karl's foot simply bounced off the huge man's leg. Then, faster than Karl could react to even begin to dodge, one massive meaty hand had backhanded his chest, sending him flying. Professor Tank smiled at the class, while Sergeant Rita helped Karl to his feet. He was in a daze, disoriented from bouncing across the ground. That, young students, is called unstoppable. The reason I showed you that first is because it's an ability that can be synthesized with magical drugs, so those of you who are in the army might run across it among other nations' soldiers in the future. Unstoppable is a basic skill of the berserkers. Most start with it. You cannot knock them over without immensely overpowering them. Any part of their body is equal to their entire mass. Also, while the attack to the back of the head from the Windspeed Hawk, Shred, I believe it used, will trigger Berserker Rage, which increases their power and movement speed multiple times. Now, the common grade Berserker students in your year aren't all that scary yet, but they will be, instead of what you would normally do, which is taking them down with a throw or leg sweep to put them off balance and make them stationary targets for abuse. You want to aim for vital areas, soft spots, and nerve clusters. That will slow the Berserker down until the damage piles up enough that rage wears off, and they start feeling the pain, he explained to the class. Karl frowned. So, basically, we dodge and avoid getting turned into paste until repeated attacks start showing their effects, but no leg sweeps and avoid hits to the head. Tank nodded happily, like a child receiving a present. Just like that. Also, avoid the face and the crotch. Not because the attack won't work, but because it tends to cause an instinctual bump in the rage effect, and you might get hurt during training. The other students laughed. Of all the bad ideas they had generated so far, punching a man 3 times their size in the dick was one of the fastest to be dismissed. The hits to the face were only second to be dismissed, because half of them couldn't reach his face without jumping. Karl prepared to continue, then asked one last important question. Does the Berserker class make them huge, or are you just naturally that size? It makes them more muscular, but the height is all natural. I'm not even the tallest of my brothers. Tank gloated. Were they from some species that Karl didn't know? The people at the mines were shorter than average, as it was a benefit to be smaller in the narrow shafts, so the larger families had moved on generations ago to find more suitable work. But Karl was reasonably certain that humans weren't supposed to grow more than 2 meters tall, much less 2 1/4. Karl tried again, ducking under the professor's guard to land a kidney punch, while Hawk went for his lower back and then the backs of his knees. Karl had to tumble to the side to dodge the counterattack, but Tank was holding back on the speed that he had shown earlier when enraged by the hit to the head, and Karl managed to land a solid hit to the sternum before a kick sent him flying again. But this time, he was able to twist enough to land on one knee and slide to an ungraceful stop. Don't underestimate a berserker's strength. Karl here is awakened, with the physique of an agility-type magical beast, but even with that advantage, a berserker at his rank could shatter ribs with a solid hit. While they will usually wield weapons, that doesn't mean that their melee abilities are any less damaging than your own classes, especially when they are in solid armor, Tank explained as Karl circled him, looking for an opening. Tank threw an attack, and Karl blocked it with Rend. That gave him an idea. He had ranged attack powers, but he wasn't fast enough to get away from the professor to use them. However, he could wield them as a shield, as well as the way he had been using them as short-ranged attacks. The professor threw another punch, which Karl knocked up over his head, just as Hawk hit the elbow and completely redirected the strike. Tank was unstoppable, but those attacks would have either cut through or thrown someone his size to the ground with the amount of power that the duo had put into them. The deflected arm left his side open to attack, and Karl quickly sliced 3 times, while Hawk distracted the berserker by attacking his chest and stomach, soft areas that he had to block with the one hand that was in position. That's much better. I didn't think you had it in you, but that Rend really packs a punch, Tank announced with a smile. Now, in the advanced armor, those attacks didn't cause me anything more than a bruise which will heal in seconds, but against an attacker at your rank, even wearing awaken rank armor, that last combo might well have taken an arm off before slicing open his side and making his insides become his outsides. The berserker finished. But most of us don't have slicing skills like Rend, one of the students complained. You're a monk, right? Bring your weapon and come up here. Karl, you can take a breather while I demonstrate how to fight a berserker using pressure points. The whole class gave the boy sympathetic looks for becoming the next volunteer. But Tank wasn't planning to wait at all, and was impatiently gesturing for the boy to come forward. Right, berserkers didn't feel pain. So although he had bruises from the attacks, he didn't feel them. Chapter 68, Cocktail Hour. Karl watched carefully, and Hawk rested in the beast space as the fights continued, with the huge professor giving each of the students a chance to try against him. Karl had been the only one who really stood a chance, as the rest had all been training only against their own styles, or had specialized in grappling and submission techniques, which wouldn't work on Tank. But you didn't get to pick and choose your targets in a fight. There was a threat, and you had to deal with it, so this sort of training would be incredibly valuable to them later. Karl knew that there were many species of giant humanoid monsters as well, orcs, trolls, ogres, owlbears, and many more. This sort of training would work on them as well, with only a little modification. It was hard for Karl to imagine what a troll or ogre might look like in person, but after seeing Tank, it became a bit easier. Ogres were supposed to be close to 3 meters tall, so they would tower over the berserker the same way that he did over the agility warriors in this class. That was a terrifying thought, but they also wouldn't be in armor, so there was a chance that Rend would actually cut them apart as it was intended to, as long as they weren't too much more powerful than he was. As the day progressed, Professor Tank showed off a dozen different fighting styles, and the students began to wonder if he had taken this job just because he was a battle junkie, and there weren't constant threats at a level where he would be sent out. Fighting the students gave him a chance to let off some steam, even if he couldn't go all out. But there were other students here as well, and some of the stronger ascended rank seniors from the other training group of the class were enough to actually make him work for his victories, not like Karl in the first-year class, who he just toyed with. The mixed martial arts instructor raised his hand to get everyone's attention. All right, that's it for the day. Professor Tank will be working with a different class tomorrow, but don't forget the lessons you learned today. Integrate them into your fighting style and prepare for his return later this week. That would be easy enough. None of them were likely to forget this day anytime soon. Karl headed back toward the dorm rooms to begin the studies that he had been assigned on monster biology, intending to spend the evening focusing on finding ways to make Hawk stronger. But when he rounded the corner, he found Colonel Valerie standing at the door to the dormitory waiting for him with her trademark frown on her face. "Student Karl, follow me. We have numerous things to do today before dinner," she announced as she started walking. Karl sighed while Hawk gloated and dug into the pile of meat in the beast space. The new strength stones with the awakened rank boar blood were doing great things for him, but Karl had to rely on the feedback and work while Hawk ate. The colonel led him toward the next building and into a private classroom, where one of the pairs from the last training day were waiting. It was a warrior and mage pair, like him and Dana. They had a large selection of pills, loaded needles, and food products set out on the table waiting for him, making Karl pause at the door in concern. "Are we not concerned about interactions between multiple treatments?" Karl asked. "Not particularly. All of these are known to work together occasionally, and we are not sure how many, if any, of them will actually work on you." The colonel replied with a shrug. "You know that deadpan voice is why everyone thinks that you're a heartless bitch, right?" The other woman in the room asked, forcing Karl to nearly swallow his tongue to avoid laughing. That definitely wouldn't go over well with the uncompromising colonel, but despite her hard glare at her subordinate, she did relent a little and explain her idea. "These treatments aren't as nefarious as they look. Each of them is carefully chosen to enhance an aspect that you have already shown an aptitude beyond the normal in. The pills are mental stimulants more commonly used on psychics and visualization-type mages. The injections are all magical equivalents of steroids, and the foods are specially prepared combinations of materials that are intended to trigger skill understanding breakthroughs." The other two in the room nodded in satisfaction, as if that was enough of an explanation for Karl to just accept that he was going to take over a dozen treatments all in one sitting, possibly with a short break in between for everyone to take notes. "All right, where do we start?" Karl asked reluctantly. "With the mental improvement. From what we have deduced based on your reports, you meditate to improve the conditions and power stored in the mental space that Hawk inhabits, correct? So improving that mental ability should help both of you. Compared to a physical enhancement which only treats you, it is clearly the better option." The lone man in the room nodded in agreement. "These are all well-known and tested treatments. Both of us have taken them already without side effects, though they didn't do much for me other than increase the speed that I learned new skills." The speed with which he learned to improve his skills was a huge part of Karl's combat power, so this could actually be a big break for him, Karl decided as he picked up the first little paper with a single glowing green pill on it. "That is a dragonite pill. It's made with the empowered bones of long-dead dragons that have crystallized. It is mostly for mages, as it gives a notable improvement in mana growth, but it also has incredible effects on intellect and mental strength." Colonel Valerie noted as the other two moved to their laptop computers to take notes. Karl popped the pill in his mouth and was about to wash it down with water, but the pill dissolved, and his mind seemed to be flooded with golden light. Power seemed to be flowing into him at an incredible rate, and the world within the beast space began to grow at a visible pace. "Well, it definitely worked. It's like a golden light in my mind, and I can see the improvement in the beast space already," Karl explained, so the others would know what was happening. "Excellent. Give it a few minutes to settle and we will move on." Hawk trilled happily as he flew around in the space, absorbing the energy until the feeling of the space returned to close to its original state. Now that it is settled and Hawk absorbed a lot of the excess energy, it feels like the improvement is noticeable, but not as strong as it felt at first, Karl added. "So it helps the Hawk as well? That is impressive. We will prepare another dose later so that you both get the full effect," Valerie noted. "Perhaps we should double the dose of everything that we have spares for," the female mage suggested. "That is a valid theory. If Karl and Hawk share everything, we are actually dosing both of them, so the increased dosage could be necessary for some of these treatments to work properly." The warrior noted, running his fingers through his short brown hair. Chapter 69. pills and pokes. The colonel took out a briefcase from a safe in the room and set out another whole array of pills, except for the one Karl had already taken. Dragonite is a restricted substance, and difficult to get. We don't have a second dose, and it's not something that the Academy usually has access to, she explained, then gestured for Karl to continue. Karl took the next 2 pills, and a warm feeling washed over him while his thoughts seemed to become a bit more clear. It wasn't a big change, and everyone seemed disappointed, but Valerie gestured for Karl to move on to the next. That one smells good, Hawk noted as Karl picked up the pills. Let's hope it works. I have no idea what it is supposed to do. The pills dissolved the same as the Dragonite pill had, and suddenly the proper method for activating his skills became clear in Karl's mind. How to make them more efficient, more powerful, faster to activate. Everything about the 2 skills became clear, and then the whisper of a third skill entered his mind as Hawk gained new insights into Windshield. Karl couldn't use it yet, but as Hawk's understanding improved, the feedback coming from Hawk's advancement was giving him glimpses of the method. That one is incredible. I understand my skills so much more clearly now, and even Hawk is having a breakthrough in understanding, despite his knowledge level already being incredibly high, as Rend is an innate skill to his species. Karl explained. Wonderful. That pill can be hit and miss. Some people don't understand much, while others make great strides. We will keep a note in your file so more will be available once you have learned more skills. The colonel replied. The next pill vanished with a swirl of energy into the air around him, as if his body was forcefully rejecting the pill. Well, that was different. Something about that one is incompatible with him, despite the effect being nearly the same as the second one you took. The mage commented as her fingers flashed over the keys, making a note of the strange energy phenomenon. You don't think that it's a matter of saturation, do you? Like when you eat too much and can't eat more? Karl asked. The other 3 shook their heads. No, we typically give this entire course at once, either the strength or mental improvement, and that has never happened before. The colonel replied. The next few mental improvement pills were absorbed without fanfare, or any immediately noticeable effects. That was disappointing, but the last pill in the line looked more like a gemstone, and Hawk was getting excited just looking at it. This is a crystallized mana drop from a higher-ranking beast. Normally it is for increasing mana pools in the mages, but it should also be useful for your Hawk, so we brought it with us, she added. Karl took the object in his hand and Hawk immediately stole it, pulling it into the beast space where he tucked it in his nest. You know, I'm supposed to eat that, Karl reminded him. It will be better here. I can slowly absorb all of it this way, instead of you getting a stone in your stomach. Hawk says that it's better to slowly absorb it in the beast space to help his growth. I can feel the energy flowing into him, but it could take some time before the effects are obvious enough for me to tell what it is doing. Karl explained. Well, that's fine. We have a bit of time while we move on to the potions. I hope you're not afraid of needles because about half of these are injected, while the half without needles are taken orally, but the plunger-type bastard reduces waste on the walls of the container. Valerie explained. Well, I'm not the biggest fan, but if it's all for the sake of rapid growth, I'm not going to argue, Karl replied. The mage smirked. Make a note, subject's mental state has improved his understanding. He now understands in advance that expletive-laced inside thoughts are the key to interacting with the colonel. Colonel Valerie glared at her, but Karl realized that the 2 were actually good friends, in some strange way. The man loaded the needles into a mechanical injector and gestured towards Karl's chest. You need to take your shirt off. We will inject them into the upper arm. The other optimal spot is the buttocks, but it's a bit forward to ask you to drop your pants without warning. He joked. Karl removed his jacket and the simple white uniform shirt and set them over the chair beside him. All right, this will hurt. I'm not going to lie or sugarcoat it. Just mentally prepare yourself, and we will wait for the injection to settle before we move on to the next. Karl nodded and turned his head away before a pain shot up his arm and across his chest, feeling like his body had been set on fire. Here, drink this. You will need it. The mage's voice was a distant whisper, but she poured the drink into Karl's mouth, as he clenched his eyes closed to keep the painful light out of his eyes, as his body burned. The drink seemed to contain some sort of energy, and the burning of his body faded as it absorbed the power. Then, the power began to flow back into his mind, and Hawk suddenly shot up in size, going from Hawk size to larger than a turkey or a condor in a matter of seconds. Hawk was a gangly and malnourished giant, but he was slowly filling out as the bird frantically tried to fill its ravenous belly. Hold up. Something in that one made Hawk grow uncontrollably. He's huge and starving, but there is food for him in the space. Give it a few minutes before we do anything else. Karl explained, still holding his eyes closed, though he was unable to meditate with the pain. All right, notify us when Hawk is stabilized, and we will give you the second dose. Colonel Valerie agreed. Hawk panicked a little at that news, but Karl had already known that the colonel wouldn't give up on a treatment that was producing results so easily. Chapter 70. Big Hawk. It took half an hour before Hawk was settled, and the kitchen had already delivered a special order of monster meat for him to eat during the second dose by the time that the pain in Karl's body faded. Just keep your eyes closed. The food bowl is beside your hand. Just move it into the space for Hawk. Your body has stabilized along with his, but there is one more dose of that to go. Colonel Valerie insisted. You ready to be a giant hawk? Karl laughed, while the bird trolled happily at the influx of ascended monster meat the kitchen had brought him. Not all of it was his preferred flavors, but at the moment Hawk didn't care what animals it had come from, as long as there was a lot of it, and it was all energy-rich to make up for the energy that he was lacking. It only took a few more minutes for the bird to demolish the food shipment and decide that he was ready for another round of the special treatments. Karl nodded to signal that he was prepared to continue, and the pain spread through his body from the left side this time, overwhelming his mind. But the effect on Hawk wasn't as extreme. He didn't grow anymore, but his body filled out with powerful muscle. Now he looked like a proper hawk again, but larger. He finished the meat bowl and flew up around the space in joy, then cried in despair as he realized that his nest was too small for his new body. Karl worked to change the shape as quickly as he could under the circumstances, while Hawk made sure not to lose his precious new stone before he settled down into the tree. Satisfaction flowed from his mind, as power flowed in from the stone in the nest, and then the space itself seemed to change. It was growing, but it reached a plateau where Karl had expected the quality to improve. Only that wasn't what happened. The space seemed to split, and the growth went to a second space, separate and barren, the way that Hawk's had been when he first bonded with Karl. Do you think that spot is made for someone else? Like we have improved the size of your resting spot enough that it's time to improve a home for a new friend? Karl asked his feathered partner. I think so. I can't go into it, so it's not a separate bedroom for me. Hawk replied, annoyed that not all the growth was going to his space. There was still room to fly, but he was much bigger now, so shouldn't the room to fly have expanded proportionately? What happened? The warrior asked after a few minutes of Karl trying to stabilize both his mind and the new beast space. The mental space seems to have reached a plateau. The injection increased the size along with Hawk, but then it stopped, and split into a small second space. The quality didn't improve. I will have to do that myself with meditation, or more of the first set of pills, but this is a whole other space. I think that I might actually have the ability to add a second pet now. Karl explained. Karl opened his eyes and noticed the smiles on the faces of the 3 Bureau of Elite Development workers. Their gamble had paid off, and if Karl could now add a second beast, his effective power would multiply. The second thing that he noticed was that the table was empty, with 2 used multiple injectors and 2 empty shot glasses on it. He had assumed that he was 2 out of 12 injections into the process, but they had injected them 6 at a time, and the second shot was the second dose of everything. No wonder that hurt. It was like my body was on fire, but the second time faded much faster, and Hawk didn't have an explosive growth spurt. Instead he filled out to proper windspeed Hawk proportions, but over a meter tall, and with a wingspan that looks like a little over 3 meters. Karl explained. Colonel Valerie gestured impatiently, and Karl called Hawk out to stand on the empty table behind him. The mage whistled in appreciation, and Hawk preened, accidentally puncturing the steel desk with his claws. Well, the claws haven't gone translucent, so he's likely not at ascended rank yet, but he is a huge pretty boy. She cooed, then stood up to go pet Hawk's head. It's definitely a mutation again, like when he learned Shred. But this time, it was physical growth. There is no record of this happening to a windspeed Hawk before, but then I doubt that anyone would have been crazy enough to give a wild one that same sort of treatment just to see what happened. The warrior noted. Interesting. Hawk, could you please claw at this barrier for me? The mage asked. Wait, the room is too small for him to fly around and attack the barrier, and it won't hold up to an awakened rank rend attack if he succeeds. The warrior stopped her. Right, sorry. We can do actual improvement testing tomorrow after the regular classes. I'm not sure if you noticed, since time passes differently when you're absorbing that much energy or in pain, but it's been over 2 hours already, and it is almost dinner time. The mage agreed. Just enough time to finish up as planned. Colonel Valerie agreed with a gesture for the food on the tray. Hawk delicately sniffed at them and then shook his head. There is no meat. I'm going to rest, he announced, then vanished back into the beast space. He says there is no meat, so he's not interested. Karl explained as he examined the various dense squares and puddings. Each of them should help with the understanding of a skill. The rest of the squares were passed out to the relevant classes today with promising results, so go ahead and try them one at a time and let us know if anything happens. The colonel agreed, looking a bit less severe for a moment. The results really must have been good if the head of the Elite Development Department had a soft spot when they were mentioned. Karl bit into the first one, which tasted a bit like burning rubber smelled, then waited before shaking his head. If anything happened, he couldn't tell. One after another, he went through them until he got to the one that smelled like freshly welded steel. As soon as he bit into it, he could feel the energy, But then the flavor became familiar, and a glimpse of insight on how slash was an introductory and inferior version of rend filled his mind, giving him ideas on how to use lower power attacks with more energy efficiency. That one is slash. I see it as an inferior rend, but I think that I could use it, or something like it, using rend as the base skill, and then stripping away most of the benefits to use a more energy-efficient attack. Karl explained. The warrior looked vaguely offended while his partner chuckled. Well, that's one way to look at it, I suppose. If you use rend as the basis and strip away the bleeding effect to have just the sword light, it would create something like slash. He eventually agreed. Now, let's see what else you can get out of this pile. A few more were eaten with no real changes, but the last one tasted like stone dust, and Karl sensed the familiar feeling of a golem, but the energy was so foreign to him that his body immediately rejected it. I think that should have given me insight into the golem spell, but my body just rejected it straight away. The taste was familiar, like the magic of the spell activating, but my body isn't compatible with that, Karl explained. Interesting. All of these should taste like regular food, but none of them seem to have tasted like that to you. Perhaps it's a result of your bond with Hawk, who is more sensitive to all sorts of magical abilities and threats. I will put it in the report with a note to investigate. The mage informed them. That concludes the day's special programming. We will bring you a fresh uniform, then you can return to your room. Chapter 71, Lean and Cut. Karl looked down at his body, and noticed that while he was only a little more bulky, he was absolutely shredded. There wasn't an ounce of visible fat on his upper body, and he could feel the itchy feeling of a beard coming in on his face. That was a new experience for him, as he never really grew more than a bit of a scraggly mustache before, but this felt like a full beard. Karl judged his body, then his uniform, and put the shirt and jacket back on. They were a bit strained in the arms and chest, but they still closed. Oh, I see where this is going. Undo the top 2 buttons, and you'll get all the ladies with that physique. The mage joked. Colonel Valerie gave a faint smile, then shook her head. That fitment is not within Academy regulations. We will get you a fresh uniform and a razor before you leave this room. Daniel will help you shave if you haven't done it before, and I will take Alice to guard the door to prevent any curious eyes from seeing you before you are ready. The uniform was brought in, and the 2 women left the room, while the warrior gave him an assessing look. We should cut your hair as well. It got really shaggy with the rapid growth. Don't worry, I've got practice, and I will keep you looking good for that little mage girl. The sly wink that Daniel gave him made Karl blush, but the warrior was all business, as he took out the electric shaver from an academy bag and dug a set of clippers and scissors from his own kit. It was a shorter process than Karl had expected, as the hand speed of an elite was so much higher than his mother, who usually cut his hair. In 15 minutes he was dressed, the waist hair was in the trash, and everything was clean to Daniel's satisfaction. Well, that's the best I can do. The rest is up to you. Good luck with the romance. The warrior laughed as he gave Karl one last twirl to make sure his haircut was perfect. Thanks. Honestly, this is overwhelming. Everything is changing so fast that I don't even wear out clothes anymore before they are discarded for a new size. Heck, I didn't even have that set long enough to launder them before outgrowing them. Karl laughed. You should be settled now. Well, close to it. The first advancement or 2 are the largest changes. Now you've just got to grow into your body. You're powerfully built, but it's still immature. Give it a few more years of regular training, and all that fancy muscle will become much harder, and you will be able to apply it more effectively. Old man strength is a real thing with the elites. Daniel laughed. It's a real thing with the miners as well. Some of them are much stronger than they look. Karl agreed with a smile on his face at the memory of an old man from the 3rd shift showing up a supervisor from the city who couldn't get a rusted gate open. And the 3 adults split off with a short nod toward Karl, who headed straight for the dining room. It was filled with excited voices of students who had gained something from the day's treats, and the ones who had special training for the day because there wasn't a special advancement food for their skills. The first-year mages in particular were freaking out, as 4 of them had mastered Golem in one class, while the rest of them were on the way to learning the spell. It was a huge moment for the mage trainees, and they had earned the right to gloat for one day. The warrior classes mostly worked on improving basic skills with the food, and Karl wondered if Dana had gotten special treatment as well, as she already knew the Golem spell. She might have gotten the same food buff that the others did, to elevate her skill with the spell, but she had been in the special training with him on Saturday. Then she came into the room, accompanied by one of the women from the Elite Development Department, who looked concerned that she would collapse. Are you all right? Karl asked, walking over to take over the assistance needed to keep Dana on her feet. Yeah. We did a bunch of mental enhancement training, and it left her a bit dizzy. Not all the treatments went as expected. The older mage explained with a meaningful look at Karl. That look meant, don't discuss this in public. So Karl nodded and helped Dana through the line to get dinner, which the soldier Dana came in with carried to their table before sitting down to join them. It looks like the special training was much kinder on you. I expected you to be in worse shape, the woman commented. The last few lessons helped a lot and allowed me to focus. Not all of them worked, some of them were completely ineffective, but enough of them worked that the colonel almost smiled. Karl replied. The woman smiled. Well, now that is a new one. She doesn't do that much. In fact, we all thought she had her sense of humor surgically removed when she got her oak leaves. That was a reference to the rank insignia for the lieutenant colonel, one military rank below where Colonel Valerie was now. Jill, be nice. You know she will chew you out the way that she did Dave if she hears you, Dana whispered. She's too busy berating him to come back this fast, but I will see you soon. Probably tomorrow to get the updated notes on how you're doing. Karl, it is good to meet you. I will be taking over as Dana's personal tutor, so we will be seeing each other every morning. The petite blonde informed Karl with a smirk that made Dana blush. It took a moment to register, then Karl was blushing as well. The mage knew that Dana usually slept in his room, and not knowing how Karl's room was laid out, had made the logical leap to the fact that rooms normally only had one bed in them. Chapter 72, Hawk's Concerns. Karl didn't let that little bit of judgment change his plans for the evening, though. Hawk wanted to show off to Dana now that he was so much bigger, and she wanted to get a decent night's sleep while the other students were going even more crazy with their training regimen. They had all gotten a bump in power and skills today, and that had renewed their flagging faith that they would be able to progress to awaken before the end of semester exams, when the ranks would all be reviewed. As soon as they were back on the balcony, Hawk popped out of his space and landed on the table, being careful not to damage it with his claws. Holy crap, is that Hawk? What happened to you, buddy? You're massive. Dana gasped before pulling the bird into a hug. One of the treatments caused an extreme growth reaction. It took him a lot of food to recover, and he's still working on filling in the muscles, but he's definitely an impressive beast now. Karl explained. Well, now he's going to need a lot more food, but I'm sure that the academy can keep his belly full. Dana laughed. That would be another issue after he graduated, Karl realized. The elites got a stipend, but he would be spending a massive amount on food if he couldn't regularly hunt for powerful monsters to keep Hawk fed. Then there would likely be a second monster as well, since the beast space had split. That meant 2 ravenous beasts looking for sustenance, and it would have to be suitable to their rank, which would not be easy once they were much more powerful. It wasn't like any grocery store actually had overlord rank meat in stock, or even commander rank for that matter. Once you got past ascended rank, the monsters became incredibly dangerous to even larger towns, so their population was controlled in the inhabited regions, meaning that Karl would have to go looking for them if his energy wasn't enough to sustain his team. Hawk squawked happily as he tried to explain the new things that he had learned, so Karl translated for him, while the bird had a deep conversation with the mage. I also got plenty of gains, though not in quite the same way. Look at this. Dana announced, then cast the golem spell, which created 2 copies of the stone golem, both as impressive as the first had been. One of the treatments gave me the insight to multicast spells that I know. So 2 golems are 6 magic missiles. It doesn't do much for fog unless I want to make 2 layers, but it's really powerful, even if it is a bit hard on mana. I have more of it now and I recover much faster as well. Those pills were a miracle. She sighed. We went through a round of pills as well, then they were injections of physical enhancement potions. The idea was that I needed the mental abilities for Hawk's space, and the strength to actually fight. There might be a second beast coming soon as well, but I'm not sure when the academy is going to set that up. I will be holding out for something good, a beast that can fight and get along with Hawk. Karl informed her. That shouldn't be too hard. Hawk is easy to get along with. The bird flapped his wings in annoyance, and Dana began to laugh. Oh, I see the problem. You don't want to share, is that it? Hawk nodded and took a piece of meat out of the beast space. He threw it in the air and swallowed it whole, trying to explain the issue to Dana in a way she would understand. Oh, they might try to steal your food. Yes, that would be annoying. She agreed. They both sat and meditated for a few hours before turning in for the night. They knew that they would be getting up early, but when the knock sounded at the door promptly as the sun came up, neither of them was ready. Give me a few minutes to freshen up and eat, then I will be ready. Isn't it a bit early? He asked. Karl slid his pants on and answered the door, finding Jill and Rita both waiting outside. It is, but we have a big day again today, and this is Dana's first day with Jill as her personal tutor. She is here, right? Rita asked. Yeah, in the hammock on the balcony, probably still sleeping, since the area is soundproof. Jill can go wake her up, but be careful, Hawk and a golem or 2 are likely both active in there. Jill laughed. She was a commander rank mage. She wasn't particularly concerned about the golem, but Hawk could be an issue if he didn't want to let her near Dana. She couldn't afford to hurt the bird, but even with a magical shield protecting her, it would be challenging to get around an angry Hawk. She came out a few minutes later, laughing and cursing with her hair all messed up. Did you know that Hawk is completely miserable if you wake him up? But what did they do to him? That bird is massive, she asked. Him up? But what did they do to him? That bird is massive, she asked. Sergeant Rita gave Karl a curious look. She had gotten the brief summary from Daniel and Alice, but they had been on their way out and hadn't filled in the official report yet. One of the treatments made him grow. Karl explained as Hawk waddled into the room, barely able to fit through the patio door unless he tucked his wings tight to his body. Are we sure that's even still a wind-speed hawk? I doubt that there is a mouse that could feed his appetite anymore. He will be hunting deer and wolves soon enough, Rita asked. Hawk panicked for a moment, then remembered something that he had seen Karl reading. There are the giant swamp rats, the size of dogs. They are kind of mice, he suggested, hopefully. Hawk says giant swamp rats still count, Karl relayed while the women laughed. The giant swamp rats were an awakened rank monster, so he 28. Could hunt them already. But Rita was more excited to see if his power had grown proportionally to his body. If either his stamina or raw power had leveled up by a significant amount, he would be a menace in combat at the awakened rank. If it were both, he would be pushing the limits of what could be called an awakened monster. Chapter 73, Annoyed Rita. Sergeant Rita led Karl to the morning training, where there was a new face waiting for them. Alice, the mage who had been in the room for Karl's treatments yesterday, was sitting in a chair by the door, and waved happily as Karl walked in. Rita frowned as she realized who the woman was, then turned away, as if by ignoring her the woman would go away. But Alice didn't make any move to get up. She just sat by the door as Karl took his position and called Hawk out. "Goddess, what did you do to Hawk? He looks like he wants to eat us," one of the mages gasped. "It's not a big deal. A treatment just made him grow to a giant size. He's only a little stronger than he was," Karl replied. While that was reassuring, the fact that there was a giant monster in the sky above them was enough to intimidate all the students at least a little bit. It was an instinctive reaction to a large flying predator that could possibly carry away a full-grown person. It wasn't likely. His actual body was only a little over a meter long, but with the wide wings and long tail feathers, he looked much more imposing in flight. Their first few spells were a bit hesitant, but once they realized that Hawk was blocking them the same as always, they began to get back into the swing of things, and worked to overcome his increased number of attacks, which were traveling at a higher speed today than they remembered. The mental improvements that both Karl and Hawk had gained were helping with both the targeting speed and the ability to rapidly form and send the rend attacks at the target. Karl heard Rita's voice as she talked to Alice and split a bit of his attention from the attacks. "Don't you think this is a bit too easy? I mean, they're not even attacking the defenders, just the targets near them," Alice was asking. "It is the safest way. We can't afford the sort of fatal incident that happened a few years ago. Even if you put a barrier on them, there's still too much of a risk," Rita replied. "They're not going to break my barrier, and it would be better for the two of them if they had to actually avoid and block attacks, instead of this bodyguard scenario where the attackers are only concerned with the target behind them," Alice replied. "Are you the tutor, or am I?" Rita was definitely mad now, and Karl was tempted to continue listening as they lowered their voices to argue, but that would take too much of his attention from the task at hand. The class paused at the half-hour mark for their usual 5-minute breather, and Karl grabbed a water bottle for himself and Hawk, squeezing it to spray water into the open mouth of the oversized bird, since he couldn't easily drink out of a bowl without making a mess. "All right, everyone back at it, but we are going to change things up a bit this time. Your skills are improving, so you will be aiming at moving targets. That means not only will you have to hit a moving target, but Karl and Hawk will have to defend moving targets," the professor in charge of the class instructed. Karl couldn't tell if that meant that Rita or Alice had won their argument, but it would make the class more interesting. It was also going to be a real challenge for some of the students who had struggled with their aim at the start of the year. They were better at hitting stationary targets, but Karl would have to make sure that he didn't get himself hit. He had the Academy's training armor, a long coat and helmet, but that was only a limited level of protection that should keep him from being seriously injured if he took a direct strike from one of these spells. But then, they were mostly on the low side of awakened, and his body was getting much stronger, so perhaps they wouldn't actually be too damaging through the coat. When he hit tank with full force spells, it barely bruised him, but he was 2 ranks above Karl and Hawk. The mages in the class were using limited power to extend their stamina, a quarter or less of their ability. That seemed safe enough. The spells began to fly toward the targets, which were now much closer to the ground, and Karl moved to make interception easier. His presence between the mages and the moving targets frustrated many of the students, as even if Karl didn't successfully intercept the spells, they couldn't hit the target with him in the way. But now that they were coming toward him, instead of over his head, the attacks were easier to target and block. The vertical axis was nearly removed as a factor, and attacking straight forward would hit many more spells if he used a wide arc, or the net technique of overlapping rend attacks. But that also put the mages in the line of fire, so he had to be careful about his range, so that the abilities dissipated before they reached the attackers. They weren't wearing armor, and asking the teacher to constantly intercept his counterattacks would probably put the older mage in a bad mood. Now, that's much better. See how much more combat effective this is, Alice was asking Rita, letting Karl know that she had won that round of their exchange, at least for the most part. The mages were still attacking targets behind him, but they were at least throwing spells in his direction, as the mage from the Bureau of Elite Development had wanted. Karl tore a wide arc in the air, using full power, and stopped a dozen spells at once before the 4 streaks were finally dissipated, and the air between the 2 groups was clear. Damn it, they really increased the difficulty level, didn't they? We're all attacking at the same height, so he can burn energy to intercept us all at once. One of the mages realized. But that burns his stamina as well, so he won't be able to do it all the time. He's just blocking the ones that are most likely to hit himself or the target. Everyone who messed up their aim might have a chance if you can bring it back on target once you're past him. One of the others commented. But they had forgotten that Hawk was in the sky above them, attacking downward, so he could still hit the attacks that tried to correct their trajectory when they were past Karl. I told you that they had real promise. You didn't need to get involved so quickly. Karl heard Rita mutter as the class was ending, while Alice smiled back at her. The 2 elites were like oil and water. They both wanted the same thing, but they had very different ideas about how it should be done, and they simply seemed incompatible with each other. No matter what the goal was, Karl could see that they would have a hard time getting along. Chapter 74, all day long. For lunch, with both Rita and Alice eating in tense silence at his table and scaring the other students away, it was time to go to the mixed martial arts class for his physical training. Tank was back again, ready to continue his lesson, while Daniel, Alice's partner, was sitting on a blanket at the edge of the training ground, waiting for the others to arrive. Come on over and get comfortable. Good to see you again, Rita. He greeted them, then waved at Karl and gestured for him to join the class as usual. Karl wasn't the only one who could tell that Rita was annoyed at this point, but there wasn't much that she could do. There was no rule stating that the people from the government couldn't come sit and watch the class, and they weren't interfering with anything but Rita's development plans, which was within their operational authority, Karl assumed. Karl, you will be training with Tank today, while everyone else trains what they learned. Sorry about your luck, but you're the odd one out, and Sergeant Rita is busy at the moment. The professor informed him with a smirk. Sergeant Rita would much rather be training than busy, Karl was sure. But Tank turned out to be an excellent combat instructor, with a profound understanding of both martial arts and armed combat. Today, the big man had a wooden training sword in his hands, while Karl wore the training gauntlets that he had obtained from the train. Those should be good enough to block, but be aware that my strength is far above yours, so you don't want to try to overpower my attacks. Just deflect them so you can counterattack. If you can do it with your abilities, that's even better. Just keep the power level down so that you don't chop through the training weapon. After some time, you will be used to the sparring limitations, but it is best to err on the side of caution for now, Tank explained. All right. Are we having Hawk rest for the afternoon? Karl asked. For today, yes. He got his training in the morning, and a growing beast needs a lot of food and sleep. But he will be watching, so you can consider this a theory lesson for him. For now, the 2 of you can fight together, but once his power level goes up, it is unlikely that your body will be able to keep up. Not many classes can claim the physique of even the more fragile magical beasts, he explained. So my job in the future is what? To train the beasts about combat and let them go at it, Karl asked as they exchanged blows. Dunno. That's above my pay grade. But I would assume that for a class that focuses on monsters, making them stronger, and teaching them all the things that they wouldn't naturally know, will be a big part of your job. How many windspeed hawks are familiar with martial arts? How many of them even understand the intricacies of various magic spells? It might not seem like much, but your hawk already has a massive advantage over other beasts. Tank emphasized the word, beasts, with a chop of his sword that Karl barely deflected as he spun out of the way. It was easier to start an attack from the side or the back of the berserker, as he would be facing Karl before it was finished, and the extra time would allow Karl to prepare a defense that would allow him to keep moving. Hawk was impressed with the huge man's understanding of animals. As a windspeed hawk, there were numerous things that he didn't know at birth. Normal hawks would have to survive their first learning experience to begin to understand things like mage attacks, but he had gotten to practice dealing with them every morning. Plus, the berserker man advocated for naps and food, so he was definitely wise. By the time that they finished, Karl was exhausted, and even Tank had broken a sweat, which impressed the other students far more than Karl thought that it should. Sure, he was a monster in combat, but he was also still vaguely human, so a 3-hour training session of that intensity was sure to work him at least a little. Karl might not be as powerful, but he was fast enough to keep the berserker moving, a technique that Tank advocated for, as most of the berserker-type opponents would have a time limit. Enraged magical beasts usually burn through their energy reserves at an incredible rate, so if you could hold out for 5 or 10 minutes, they would exhaust themselves. Even most of the drug-induced berserker states wouldn't last more than half an hour before the user would crash and be left in a far worse state than when they started. For that reason, they would go all out while they could. They knew that they had to win within the time limit, and they would get desperate as it got close. so the agility-type fighters could string them along and wear them out, then finish them off once they crashed. Cardio was incredibly important for agility fighters, who couldn't always finish a fight with a single strike. Alright, that's it for the day. See you all tomorrow. The instructor called, and the group began to disperse back to the showers, or to their rooms to shower and change there. Karl was one who preferred to shower and change immediately, which left Rita and the pair from the Bureau of Elite Development waiting for him to come back out of the crowded locker room in the small building beside the training field. Do they always hold this class outdoors? Daniel asked. Rita nodded. Unless the weather is bad. The grass is softer than the gym floor, and the mats aren't a realistic footing scenario. Most of their fights will be outdoors, so it's better to train in the field than on the hardwood. Understandable. All right. I think that we learned what we needed today. I will see you both tomorrow. Daniel agreed, then waved as he left, with Rita glowering at his back. Chapter 75, Early to Rise. It looked like being up at the crack of dawn was going to become a regular thing, Karl decided, as Sergeant Rita and Jill were at his door first thing the next morning. Rita had a book with her on monster biology, but this one was different. It focused on the innate skills of various monster skills, instead of just giving an overview of the species. It was written from the perspective of a researcher who was trying to develop more ways to strengthen the skills of the elites with similar abilities, and for Karl, it was much easier to understand than the vague descriptions in most of the other textbooks. By the end of the week, the Bureau of Elite Development will probably have a plan to bring you before other juvenile monsters, either newborn or still in eggs, for the avian and reptile species. I don't know what they will find you, or if they'll even give you options other than the ones they prepared. But now that they're convinced that you can bond a second pet, they are determined to try. What you need to do is understand the skills that they have, so that you can build a proper team out of your tamed monsters. You can focus on a specific skill set, like stealth and scouting, or a generalized combat team that can take on most threats, but you don't have much time to make the decision before the next step happens, she explained. They were seated at a table in the cafeteria, which was still almost empty so early in the morning, but that gave him nearly 2 hours to go over the various species in the book before he needed to get to his first class. These tortoises, exactly how large do they get? I think that the text is incorrect, Karl asked. Rita looked at the book and shook her head. No, that's right. They grow between 18 and 25 meters long. They're a saltwater species, but they can happily live nearly anywhere. If all your pets grow as fast as Hawk, I wouldn't recommend that option if you are given it. There aren't many situations where you will have room for a 20-meter-long turtle. It's too wide to even fit down most city streets without damaging the buildings on either side. The thought made Karl laugh. A massive roadblock of armored shell, just blocking an entire roadway to prevent a target from fleeing. Then there was the demon croc. Technically, they were an alligator, but at an equally impressive 25 meters long, and able to run at over 100 kilometers an hour in short spurts, Karl imagined that the shape of its snout was the least of anyone's concerns when meeting it. Then there was the red gold at a maximum height of 20 centimeters high. It was adorable, but its innate skill was vampirism. If it bit you, it could drain a human of blood in a matter of seconds. If we knew what they were going to bring, it would really help. Karl sighed as the time ran out, and it was time to go to morning accuracy training. Best to be prepared for anything. The more you know about monster skills, the better that you will be able to plan for the skills that the ones they do present can use. Sergeant Rita replied with a shrug. Rita's mood only got worse as Daniel and Alice came to watch the training all day long. By the time that the day was finished, she was visibly annoyed, but the other two seemed to be enjoying the show, and they were happy to give training hints to the other students who were training near Karl and Tank. Originally, Karl had assumed it was the fact that they were here from the government that had annoyed Rita, but some of it seemed to be personal. They obviously knew each other from before this week, and were close enough in age that they should have been in the academy together. The number of elites was small enough that it was a bit like a small town. Everyone knew everyone in their age group. It was a strange thought, as Karl had always viewed the elites as a sort of untouchable existence that was above the common people like the mine workers, but now that he was here, it had a similar vibe to the mining town, but with a different sort of hard work and less of the black lung. The daily training became predictable, with Tank increasing the difficulty every time that Karl thought he was getting better, while the evenings of that week all went the same. Eat, train, then Dana would come over in the later evening so she could actually sleep, as her neighbors had realized that she was torturing them back with the golem, which didn't have to be summoned all the time. But what they didn't know was that while the golem had been practicing his line dancing until the small hours of the morning, Dana had been asleep on the balcony of Karl's room. Her daily training had also intensified now that she had Jill as her personal tutor, and she was so exhausted that she had to be literally carried out of bed some days to get ready after Karl had left with Sergeant Rita. Unlike Karl, who just hurt everywhere from physical training, her mind was completely frazzled from the requirements of her mana expansion training, leaving her feeling sleep-deprived even in the middle of the afternoon. Perhaps that was what the colonel had meant when she said that Sergeant Rita went easy on him. He hurt everywhere, even in places he didn't know could hurt, but he was still functional. And it was clear that Dana wasn't going to make it much longer at this rate when the Saturday training session rolled around, and Colonel Valerie was the one that met them at the door in the morning after breakfast.